Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is titled Snake and Fox. In this story, Kakashi only trains Sasuke. Sakura only cheers for Sasuke. Naruto is officially fed up. Tired of being completely ignored by his own team during training, Naruto Uzumaki decides he doesn't need them. He runs off to train on his own, accidentally wandering into the most dangerous, restricted training ground in all of Konoha, the Forest of Death. What starts as a seemingly insignificant act of rebellion sparks a massive ripple effect that will change the Naruto universe forever. Deep in the deadly forest, the fox crosses paths with the leaf's most unpredictable, dango-loving, and dangerous kunoichi, Anko Mitarashi. Forming an unlikely bond that evolves into an epic romance and high-stakes adventure, the snake and the fox are about to take the shinobi nations by storm. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Chunky Lover 584, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 1. Snake and Fox. Uzumaki Naruto sighed in frustration and weariness. It had been 2 weeks since he had finally graduated from the Ninja Academy, albeit in unorthodox fashion, and his life was not what he had always hoped and dreamed that it would be. The first blow had been when the teams were announced, and he realized that what he had hoped would become his new family consisted of 2 teammates who either hated or disregarded him and a sensei that wasn't much better than them. He had pulled himself out of that slump by reminding himself that all he would have to do to escape the dysfunctional team would be get strong enough to enter the next Chunin exams and advance in rank. After that he would be reassigned and his life would be back on track. This consolation lasted approximately 15 minutes into the team's first training session. His sensei was blatantly favoring the Uchiha like he worshipped the damn ground the stuck-up boy walked on. His other teammate, on the other hand, actually did. Naruto had actually caught her hugging a bench that the genius had sat on, as if she were hugging him by conjunction. After managing to shake off both his rage and disgust seriously, that bench thing was sick, Naruto had been resigned to training by himself as he always had. This too seemed to be too good for the blonde, as he was quickly reprimanded by Kakashi for not following his instruction of, "Wait over there. I'll deal with you when I'm done with Sasuke." Which brings us back to his current position of sighing. That training session was 10 days ago, and every day since then Naruto had arrived at the training grounds at the allotted time, since he'd been reprimanded when he was 5 minutes late one day, waited the 2 hours for his sensei to show up whilst trying and failing to block out the incessant chatter of the pink-haired banshee. When Kakashi did finally arrive, he would move the 20 or so paces to his spot, where he would sit for the next 4 hours and watch the Uchiha and his brown nosers train. Finally, after no recognizable signal, he snapped. "Fuck this. I don't care if that lazy, Uchiha-loving son of a bitch does report me to G-san. I'm out of here," he declared internally before getting up and running off. Not that anyone even noticed. He had left training ground 7 an hour ago, and since then had been wandering around the village looking for a free training ground or even park where he could try and figure how the hell he was going to teach himself to become a powerful shinobi. He chuckled bitterly at the thought. "'Cause everyone knows that all the best ninja trained themselves," he thought sarcastically. "Maybe I should go see G-san for help. No, he just send me back to Kakashi and the Uchiha's brigade." The young blonde's thoughts came to a halt as he stopped in front of a fence that seemed to be surrounding a large, dense forest. "Training ground 44. Doesn't look like anyone has been in here in a while." "Oh well, that suits me all the better." he declared as he leapt over the gate, ignoring the graffiti scribbled under the sign. The Forest of Death. Do not enter. Naruto couldn't hide the bright smile that adorned his face as he gracefully leapt through the heat trees of his new training ground. This place is perfect, he thought happily, before suddenly coming to a complete stop. What's that noise? He whispered out loud as he tried to discern the nature and source of the strange sound. It sounds like someone is crying. He realized as he got closer to the sound. The sound was painfully familiar to the blonde, bringing up a multitude of images, visions of crying himself to sleep at night, of being alone and afraid with no one to help him, of the desperate, overwhelming yearning for the comfort of another. Shaking his head to rid himself of the painful memories and feelings, Naruto increased his pace and soon found himself in a clearing, about 100 yards across with a stream flowing down one side. Sitting against a tree, with her legs pulled tightly to her chest and her arms wrapped around them, was the sobbing form of a woman. Her shoulder-length violet hair was strewn about her head as her body convulsed violently from her weeping. Her position brought on another torrent of memories within the blonde, this time of him as an 8-year-old. He was huddled in the back of his closet, curled in the fetal position, and trying to keep the mob that had burst into his apartment from hearing his frightened whimpers. But it was for naught. Soon he heard the footsteps drawing closer and the horrifying click as his closet door was opened. He once again shook his head as he tried to forget the events that had occurred on his 8th birthday. He looked to the hunched figure, and steely resolve filled his sky-blue eyes. She won't have to suffer alone like I did, he promised internally as he approached the woman slowly. When he was finally within arm's reach of the woman, he was about to wrap her up in a hug, when the sound of a twig snapping echoed throughout the clearing. Before Naruto could even blink, she was up and facing him with kunai in hand. Who are you? What the fuck are you doing here? She yelled, her tone loaded with killer intent despite her tear-stained and puffy face. Naruto raised his hands in what he hoped was a pacifying manner. Whoa, relax. I was just walking around when I heard your crying and decided to come find out what was wrong. He was going to continue, but was cut off when he felt himself pinned against a tree with the woman's kunai at his throat. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to pull, kid, but I am Mitarashi Anko, feared interrogator and special jounin, and I do not cry. You got that, punk? She roared, sending all the animals within a mile fleeing. 99 times out of 100 when in his current situation, Naruto would have been quaking in fear and saying his prayers. This, however, was not one of those 99 times. With how close the two now were to each other, he couldn't help but look into her eyes. They were a strange golden-brown color, and didn't appear to have any pupils. But what really caught his eye was the depth of sorrow and loneliness that they held just below the shallow mask of anger. They're the same as mine, only with a different mask, he thought to himself. Unknown to him was that the woman was having similar thoughts. Who the hell is this kid? His eyes have even more pain and loneliness than mine. It was then that she noticed the whisker-like scars on his face. Oh, the Kyuubi brat, that explains it. She thought with a mental sigh, but was pulled out of her reverie by a sudden movement from the blonde. Naruto, having noticed that she had blanked out, chose to take advantage of the opportunity and quickly leant forward, outstretching his arms and pulling her into a tight hug. Anko was too shocked to say anything or offer any resistance as the boy pulled her into a loving embrace. What is with this kid, she thought to herself, whilst trying to work up the will to escape the unfamiliar, intimate moment. Despite everything in her telling to resist the hold, she couldn't help but get caught up in the comfort and warmth of the boy's innocent gesture. Anko was once again pulled from her thoughts, though this time it was by a low gurgling sound coming from the kid. Perverted bastard! She yelled as she quickly freed herself from his grasp and leapt back, taking up a defensive stance with her kunai again, surprised to find it covered in fresh blood. Oh fuck! She exclaimed quietly, slowly looking back to the boy. What she saw made her heart stand still. He had collapsed against the tree holding his throat, which was now sporting a gaping wound and gushing blood like a fountain. She quickly dropped the knife and leapt to his side, frantically trying to stop the bleeding. Fuck kid, I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention and my body just moved when you came at me like that. Oh God, kid, please don't die, she pleaded desperately, watching in horror as the light faded from his eyes. Fuck, I've gotta get him to the hospital quick, the frantic Kunoichi exclaimed as she picked him up and vanished in a swirl of leaves, praying to whoever would listen that the kid would pull through. Naruto awoke to find himself in a dungeon or leaky basement of some kind, laying in a puddle of what he seriously hoped was water. Ah, so the brat finally makes an entrance. And here I was starting to think you were never going to pay me a visit, taunted a deep, almost demonic-sounding voice. Naruto sat up to find himself in front of a huge pair of gates, which appeared to be held together by a piece of paper with the word seal written on it. Oh shit. Naruto cursed under his breath. The fox just chuckled at the boy's reaction. Do you know who I am, little one? Why you're the nine-tailed fox, lord of all the demons. He stuttered back as a reply. Kyubi gave an amused snort. Not bad, kid, you're smarter than I thought you'd be. Naruto shrugged, having decided the fox apparently didn't mean him any harm. He started to relax. When you learn you have something sealed inside you, you tend to want to learn about it, so I read some books on you that I found one time when I snuck into the library disguised as the Uchias. Kyubi laughed deeply. Ah yes, if I remember correctly, you checked out some books on how to come out of the closet under his name, one of my favorite pranks. Naruto laughed at the memory, then realized something. Wait, if you know about that, does that mean that you have access to my thoughts and memories? He asked worriedly. To put it simply, yes I do. Kyubi answered plainly. What the fuck? So you just sit here all the time looking through my private thoughts and memories? That's just plain sick. Naruto yelled angrily, feeling thoroughly violated. Relax, kid, I never go into your more personal stuff, when I can help it. The demon replied almost nervously. What do you mean when you can help it? What have you been looking at, fox? The blonde demanded. Kyubi sighed, he really didn't want to get into this with the kid. Look, long story short, as a form of punishment designed by the fourth Hokage, the seal allows me to experience some of what you are going through on the outside. The catch is, it only lets me feel the negative things, so whenever you're sad or have been hurt I feel the same thing. He just trailed off after this, as if he was remembering a particularly horrific memory. I'm so sorry, kid. In your short life you have experienced more pain than the rest of this godforsaken village put together. And all of it is because of me. I'm so sorry, Naruto. The fox then lowered its head to the ground in an act of submission. Naruto could only watch totally speechless as the most powerful creature the world had ever known, bowed to him as if asking him forgiveness for all the suffering he had caused. Look, to be totally honest, I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust you, let alone forgive you, but I can promise you that I will try. The fox quickly raised its head to look at the boy, and Naruto could have sworn that he saw a tear run down the giant fox's cheek. Thank you, Naruto-sama. I will do everything within my power to try and make up for the pain I have caused you. Kyubi declared vehemently. Glad to hear it, fox. But drop the Naruto-sama crap, it just doesn't seem right coming from someone like you. Besides, it's gonna be hard to be friends if you're always bowing and shit. Kyubi chuckled lightly and nodded its huge head. Sure thing, kid. Now, if you don't mind, I've got some work to do. Work? What are you up to, fox? Naruto asked, somewhat suspicious and very curious. Can't tell, it's a surprise. But just wait, I promise you're gonna love it. The enormous demon declared with an amused smirk as he turned around and ejected the young man from his mind. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 2. Snake and Fox 2. Anko arrived at the hospital drained and dizzy from both the effort of using a long-distance shunshin with 2 people and also the sheer emotional trauma of what had happened. She was still trying to come to terms with the fact that she had fatally wounded an innocent child who was, in fact, just trying to comfort her. Immediately after she arrived, several doctors and nurses hurried over to where she was, but once they realized who it was that she was carrying, They simply turned and went back to what they were doing. Some of them were even sporting large grins at seeing the demon child, near death. "What the fuck do you think you're doing? Get over here and help him, 'cause I promise, if this kid dies, a lot of you motherfuckers are going with him," she roared, getting the desired response, as she was suddenly surrounded by anxious doctors trying to assess the boy's condition. It appears as though the wound has already closed, but that he had lost a lot of blood. Even with the boy's condition, it will take him a few days to recover, the apparent lead doctor announced after a few minutes of frantic assessment. "Nurse, take the boy to the private ward, and make sure he gets extra special treatment," he ordered with a sickening smirk. Anko was sorely tempted to repeat the child's wounds on the doctor right then, but decided that the child took preference for now. Picking him back up into her arms, since none of the staff wanted to be near him, she followed the obviously terrified nurse to a room on the far side of the hospital, in what appeared to be an abandoned wing that had been closed for years. Ignorant pricks probably trying to keep him away from the normal patients, she thought bitterly as she lowered him into the ragged bed. Turning back to the door, she noticed that the nurse was gone, probably fled for fear of her life from the demon and the snake whore. Fighting the urge to massacre the lot of them, she locked the door and collapsed into the chair near his bed, her wild emotions catching up to her as she began to sob quietly, letting out the anger and fear and regret that had been racking her since the incident less than half an hour ago. Anko was woken some time later by a gentle hand on her shoulder. She was startled both because she hadn't realized she fell asleep and because she was sure that she had locked the door so no one could hurt the kid. She relaxed when she looked up and saw the concerned eyes of the Hokage looking down at her. Forgetting all sense of pride and proper behavior, she latched onto the small, but powerful man and began to cry again. The old man just held her close and rubbed her back soothingly, letting her get it out of her system. After a few minutes the crying stopped, and she pulled back to look at his face. "Hokage-sama, I'm so sorry. It was an accident. The kid found me in the forest and I—" She couldn't continue and the Hokage saw the tears starting to well up in her eyes again. "Sure, calm down, Anko-chan. I know you wouldn't do something like this on purpose, and you did the right thing by bringing him here and not trying to hide the truth from me. Besides, the doctors say that the boy will be completely recovered without so much as a scar in a few days, so no real damage was done. Now why don't you go home and get some real rest? I'm sure you could use it after today's events," he said lovingly, his warm smile like morning sunshine to the emotional woman. Anko wiped the forming tears from her eyes and shook her head. "Actually, Hokage-sama, I would rather stay here and keep an eye on the boy. Some of the doctors were less than helpful and I want to make sure no one tries anything while he's vulnerable," she explained, her face displaying an interesting combination of concern and contempt. Sarutobi gave her a kind smile and nodded. "Of course, dear." Though, as he was leaving he gave a perverted smile and added, "Just try not to do anything too inappropriate with him, he is just a child after all." Anko's face went bright red, first from embarrassment, then anger. "What?" she yelled, trying to cover up her blush. Sarutobi just chuckled. "Relax, it's just a joke. Besides, everybody knows once you put on that forehead protector you're legally an adult, so there's nothing wrong with that," he declared with a straight face. She just stared at him in shock that he would suggest something like that in such a serious tone. "That is, of course, assuming he's awake and a willing participant," he added quickly before running out the door laughing like a madman. "That's the guy I aspired to be like? Geez, no wonder people said I was crazy for wanting to be Hokage." Anko turned around and her face turned an even brighter shade of red when she saw Naruto sitting up in his bed looking straight at her with a goofy grin on his face. For a moment she just stared at him. Then she noticed his eyes. They were different. Instead of the sorrow and loneliness she had seen earlier, they now seemed to hold innocence and pure joy, like the eyes of a normal child. "Was I just imagining what I saw before?" she thought, before looking closer. "No, this new expression isn't real. He must be using a mask to hide his pain like I do." She shook her head and decided to put those thoughts aside for now. "How are you awake? The doctor said you'd be out for a few days at least," she asked. Naruto shrugged. The fox said he had some stuff to take care of and didn't want me bugging him, so he told me to wake up. He said like it happened every day. Anko, on the other hand, was shocked by what she just heard. Wait, you mean you can talk to the QB? She yelled. The blonde sighed. That's what I said, isn't it? Geez, for an interrogation expert, you're not a very good listener, he said flatly. What did you say, brat? She screamed, stalking towards him. Whoa, don't kill me. It's not like I tried to give you a hug or anything, he said sarcastically. This made Anko freeze and the color drain from her face, remembering why he was in that hospital bed in the first place. She looked away from him as she felt the tears forming in her eyes again. Look, Naruto, I'm really sorry for... She started, but was cut off. Look, don't worry about it. I shouldn't have moved in a situation like that, so it was partly my fault anyway, and like Eroji-san said, there was no lasting damage done, so let's just forget about it, he offered simply. She was shocked that he could be so forgiving, and that just made her feel worse for not trusting the kid in the first place. Then it occurred to her what he said about the Hokage. Wait, you heard that stuff the old man said? She asked, blushing slightly. Sure did. And you've got to admit, we would be an interesting couple, the demon brat and the crazy snake lady. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? He joked with a chuckle. She just stared at him open-mouthed for a second, totally speechless. Like I would ever go out with a brat like you. And where the fuck did you get crazy snake lady from? She yelled once she regained the ability to. Settle down, I was just joking, you're not exactly my type either. And as for the name, that's easy, you're quite obviously both crazy and a lady, as demonstrated by the mood swings and that outfit of yours, and the snake thing is cause for some reason you smell like a combination of cinnamon, jasmine and snakes. Hence, crazy snake lady, it has a better ring than crazy cinnamon lady, don't you think? He asked with a foxy grin. Anko just stared at him, again rendered speechless by the surprising blonde. What do you mean I'm not your type? And what's wrong with my outfit? She yelled, once again stalking towards him threateningly. That's what you picked up from that speech? I thought you'd be more pissed about the mood swings crack, he declared incredulously. Anko paused to consider this for a moment. Why was I so upset about the type thing? She thought to herself, but she quickly disregarded it. The old man must have been right. I do need a good rest. Yo, Anko-chan, you okay? You totally just spaced out on me, he said, snapping her out of her thoughts. Anko-chan? When did that happen? She asked with a smirk, hoping she had caught him off guard. He shrugged. Meh, I like you. You've got more spunk and personality than most of the people I know put together. Plus you brought me here to try and save me, even if you're the one who did it, and I had already healed for the most part on my own. That earns you a chan in my book any day. Anko smiled at the young shinobi's explanation. Alright, just don't let it get out. I've got a reputation to uphold, you know, she said with a smirk. He smirked back. Well, we wouldn't want to upset your rep, crazy snake lady it is, he declared happily. She narrowed her eyes, then let it go. I guess it doesn't really matter what you call me. It's not like we're gonna be hanging out or anything, she said with a fake thoughtful expression. It quickly disappeared though when she noticed his face became downcast. There's that look again, like in the forest. How can someone so young have eyes with more pain than mine? She thought to herself. I've got to do something to cheer this kid up. Actually, since I did kind of almost kill you, I guess I do owe you one, so how about we go grab something to eat, my treat? She said absently, like she didn't really care. She could instantly see the change in his demeanor before he caught it, and tried to look indifferent to the idea. Sure, just give me a sec to clean up, don't want to get the villagers all excited by the sight of me covered in blood, he finished with a grin. She grinned back. Okay, just hurry up, I'm not renowned for my patience. Yeah, keep your coat on, or not, either way, I'm not fussed, he said as he moved to the sink in the attached bathroom, washing the blood from his face, neck and hands. Arogaki, she muttered, causing both to chuckle as he finished washing up. Okay, let's go, he said when he came out. Anko was leading them through the crowded streets towards the business district of the village, all the while taking note of the hateful stares and mumbled comments that followed Naruto as they walked. Whilst he was obviously ignoring them, she was becoming more and more infuriated by the ignorant fools. Especially as they reminded her of how she was, and still is, to a much lesser degree, treated as a result of her connection to Orochimaru. Though even when things were at their worst for her, they weren't like this. "How do you do it, kid?" she asked slowly, so that only he could hear. He sighed. "You get really good at ignoring it after 13 years of the same shit," he said in a soft, sad tone. Hearing this just made her even angrier at the thought of him receiving this kind of treatment even when he was just a child, and yet the look on his face told her that this was far from the worst he had experienced. "What the fuck did they do to you?" she thought to herself. Suddenly she heard Naruto yell out in pain. She looked to his head and saw a small trickle of blood forming from the behind his right ear. She looked around the crowd that had begun to move away from them, sensing something was about to happen, and noticed a group of men standing facing them, one of them holding a few rocks with a cocky grin on his face. "Did you chuck that?" she yelled to the man. His grin only grew bigger. "Damn straight I did. Sweet shot too, looks like I even made the brat bleed," he said proudly, with his friends congratulating him on hurting the child. "Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this," Anko said with an angry grin, as she took out a kunai and prepared to attack the group. Before she could, Naruto appeared in front of her and grabbed the hand with the kunai in it. "Just let it go, Anko-chan, I don't want you getting in trouble over me," he said calmly, looking pleadingly into her eyes. For a moment she just stared at him, surprised by his speed and strength at being able to stop her with one hand, then she realized what he said and thought about it. Finally she relaxed her stance and lowered her weapon. "Alright kid, let's go," she said before turning to the villagers. "You fuckers better be thankful, 'cause the kid just saved your pathetic lives." With that they began to walk off, but the lead villager called out, "Fuck you, bitch! It's bad enough you were fucking that traitor Orochimaru, but now you're the demon's whore too, you must really." He didn't get to finish his sentence as he was suddenly lifted from the ground by his throat by an irate Naruto, who was covered in red chakra and sporting claws, fangs and demonic red eyes. "I don't give a fuck what you limp dick retards say or do to me, but I will not hear such things said about my friends. You understand me, shit stain?" he roared, his voice loaded with venom and demonic taint. All the terrified man could do was nod his head, while his friends looked on in terror, too afraid to do anything but piss themselves and quake in fear. As quickly as it came, Naruto's demonic features and chakra retracted and he threw the man to the ground. "Now if you don't mind, we'll be on our way," he said calmly before turning and walking back to where Anko was standing wearing a face-splitting grin. "Naruto-kun, that was fucking awesome! If you ever want a job in interrogation, our doors are open," she declared cheerfully. The blonde smirked. "Naruto-kun? When did that happen?" he asked, using her words from earlier. Anko smiled. "Hey, anybody who defends my honor whilst displaying speed, strength and vocabulary that literally made some dickheads piss themselves deserves a kun in my book any day." They both laughed and continued walking down the street, enjoying the wide berth everyone in the normally crowded area was giving them. After 5 more minutes of walking without incident, Anko led them into a small bar, called the Hanging Leaf. "A bar? I thought we were getting food," Naruto asked, looking around the dark room. It seemed nice enough, cleaner than most bars of that size, and there was some decent music on in the background, though it was quiet enough to still be able to talk easily. This place does the best dango. It's my favorite spot, in fact most of the jounin from the village like to hang out here." Naruto nodded, trusting her opinion on the matter, though he couldn't help but think he was missing something. Seeing the unsure look on his face, Anko tried to convince him. "Come on, trust me, it'll be fun," she said playfully, putting her arm around his shoulders and giving him a confident smirk. It seemed to work until... "Naruto? What are you doing here? And why are you with Anko? And why are your clothes covered in blood?" Kakashi asked, popping up from seemingly nowhere. "Ah fuck," Naruto muttered under his breath, but Anko caught it since she still had her arm over him. "Kakashi? How do you know the kid?" Anko asked, since she hadn't noticed the two ever meeting before and Kakashi's presence seemed to be upsetting her young friend. I'm his sensei Anko. I thought you would have known that. Kakashi answered curtly, earning a growl from Naruto, who didn't appreciate his tone. This made Kakashi raise an eyebrow, wondering what the relationship between the two of them was, especially considering the way she was leaning on him. Really? I didn't know you had a team. I thought you just took the Uchiha brat as an apprentice, since you never mentioned anyone else. Anko said in a genuinely surprised tone, eliciting another, even angrier growl from Naruto. Never mind that. Naruto, answer my questions, Kakashi said rudely. Naruto clenched and unclenched his fists, trying to remain calm despite the obvious insults his sensei was throwing around. Anko saw this and understood completely, but knew it would be bad for Naruto if he lost it like before. Take it easy, Kakashi. Me and Naruto just ran into each other earlier, and I accidentally gave him a little cut, hence the blood, and to make up for it I'm treating him to some lunch. See, no problem. Come on, Naruto. See you later, Kakashi, she said as she started to walk towards the table with her arms still over Naruto to bring him along. Kakashi grabbed onto Naruto's arm and pulled him back so that he was facing him. You will answer questions when I ask them, and you will not leave until you have been dismissed. You got that, Genin? The copy Nin commanded, placing extra emphasis on Naruto's rank. Naruto's eyes flashed red and he could feel his teeth and nails growing as he almost lost his control. Again, Anko saw this and was severely tempted to let Naruto knock the arrogant Jounin down a few pegs, but knew the trouble wouldn't be worth it, so she gave his arm a reassuring squeeze, trying to calm him down. Naruto felt the relaxing sensation and looked into Anko's eyes, which seemed to be pleading with him to calm down. Kakashi saw Naruto look away from him and took it as a sign of disrespect and grabbed the boy by the front of his jacket, lifting him so they were eye to eye. Kakashi, that's enough! Anko yelled, shocked at her former friend's behavior. Don't worry, Anko-chan. It's okay, Naruto said, interrupting her and taking a deep, calming breath. I'm sorry, sensei. I assure it won't happen again, he promised calmly, all the while looking Kakashi dead in the eye. Be sure that it doesn't, or I'll be forced to put you on report. The masked shinobi spat, then dropped him harshly before turning and walking back to his table, where Asuma and Guy were staring at him with shocked faces, obviously surprised by his behavior. Come on, Naruto-kun, let's go somewhere else. This place seems to be full of dickheads tonight, Anko said, glaring at the silver-haired nin's back. Thanks, Anko-chan, but I'm not really hungry anymore. Maybe some other time, Naruto replied, turning to leave. Sure, Naruto-kun, I'll see you round, she said, not really knowing what she should do. Yeah, see you round. And with that he disappeared in a swirl of red flames. Everyone was shocked to see this. How can he use Shunshin already? And his own variant too. Did you teach him that, Kakashi? Asuma asked his old friend. Him? This pathetic excuse for a ninja probably hasn't taught Naruto-kun a damn thing. Too busy focusing on that fucking Uchiha. Anko spat, having trouble holding back from hurting the man who had hurt her. Naruto-kun. Whoa! Where the fuck did that come from? My Naruto-kun? Damn, I really need to go to bed and get some rest before I lose it and molest the kid, she thought to herself, ignoring the blush that arose with that particular image. Is that true, Kakashi? Guy asked, with more than a hint of disappointment in his voice. Oh, like you guys do any different? We all know you do the same thing with Niji and Shuji. You have to focus on the most promising student. It's just how things are, Kakashi defended angrily. Are you stupid, Kakashi? I don't favor any of my students, and if I did, it would be the one that needed my help the most, not the most promising, as you put it. Asuma yelled back, truly upset that his friend would do something like this. I agree with Asuma. If anyone on my team has gotten special treatment, it'd be Lee, because he needed the most help, but even then I always made sure that my other students didn't suffer because of it. I'm very disappointed in you, Kakashi, Guy added. Kakashi just glared angrily at them. What would any of you know about it? None of your students have a tenth of Sasuke's talent or potential. And besides, the council is well aware of my training methods and they support me fully. he finished with a proud smirk. The council, huh? Well then I take it the Hokage knows about them too, since we report to him, so the only way they know is if he told them, right Kakashi? Anko asked spitefully, knowing the answer already. You can't tell him! Kakashi yelled, realizing the trouble he would be in if the Hokage found out. I'm afraid I have no choice. This is a matter that affects the well-being of not only some of his ninjas but also the village as a whole. We can't have undertrained ninjas carrying out missions, nor can we have incompetent teachers wasting potentially awesome warriors. What are you talking about potentially awesome? Naruto was the dead last at the academy and failed the Genin exam 3 times. He'll be lucky to stay a Genin for life. Kakashi taunted, his smug grin returning. You're supposed to be a genius, how can you possibly be this dumb? Asuma asked. What are talking about? Kakashi asked, surprised by his tone. What he's talking about, Kakashi, is that Naruto just used Shunshin and he already knows the Kagebunshin no Jutsu, both Jounin level techniques that he apparently taught himself. And he has mastered them to the point where he can do shadow clones with only one sign and can use his own original version of the Shunshin. Has your precious Uchiha done anything, even remotely as impressive as that, or has he just been spoon-fed everything and somehow remained an average-level Genin at best? Declared an angry voice from behind him. Kakashi slowly turned to see the one who had spoken so harshly to him, though he already knew from the voice who it was. When he finally looked up he was face to face with an extremely pissed-off Hokage. Hokage-sama! I can explain. The copy started only to be cut off. I'm sure you can, Hataki, but frankly I've heard enough of your inane bullshit for one day. Get out of my sight before I show you why I was feared during the Shinobi Wars. Sarutobi commanded, his tone sending shivers through everyone who heard it. The terrified copy nodded and left using the standard leaf Shunshin. What the hell happened to him? He used to be a great shinobi. The old man asked with a weary sigh. He still is, Hokage-sama, but a great shinobi doesn't necessarily mean a great teacher. Guy offered, though he too was wondering what had happened to the man he once proudly declared to be his rival. Perhaps you are right. Regardless, I think Kakashi's team would benefit from a new sensei. But who should I get to replace him? Anko stepped forward. You're volunteering, Anko? The Hokage asked, surprised by her action. Actually, Hokage-sama, I was going to suggest that the best thing to do in this situation is to disband the team entirely. She stated, getting confused looks from everyone. Care to explain, Anko? Sarutobi asked, considering the option. Well, the Uchiha kid is actually best off with Kakashi, due to his knowledge of ninjutsu and familiarity with the Sharingan, that is assuming he pulls his finger out and makes the kid do some work. She said the last part spitefully. And Naruto, considering his special circumstances, would likely benefit from personalized and one-on-one training. And though I don't know anything about the last member, I'm sure they'd be better off with someone else too. She explained. When she finished everyone was staring at her silently. What? I can be sensible when I want to be. I didn't fluke my way to Jounin, you know, she said defensively. The Hokage shook his head. Anyway, I will need some time to think about the best solution to this situation. I want all of you in my office tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, since this will probably affect each of you. Understood? He asked, getting a chorus of, Hi Hokage-sama, before he left in a swirl of leaves. Chapter 3. Snake and Fox 3. It was early the following morning and Naruto found himself being awoken by the sun, something that he certainly wasn't happy about. He wasn't what anyone would call a morning person, especially when he'd been up late, training to the point that he passed out from exhaustion. He had spent hours trying out his new skills and abilities. After he had left the bar he had found himself in the same clearing in the Forest of Death as from earlier, and had no idea how he had done it. After failing to come up with a reasonable explanation by himself, he turned to the fox for help. He had decided to contact the Kyuubi for answers, but quickly ran into a problem. He had no idea how to contact the sealed demon. He remembered Kyuubi saying that he could read his thoughts last time they met, so he decided to try meditating, and he soon found himself in a familiar dungeon. "Ah, Kit, good to see you again. What brings you to my humble abode?" the QB asked in a far too cheery manner. Naruto shook his head, deciding that a cheery bijou was too weird, even for him. "Whatever. Look, Fox, do you know anything about what just happened and how the hell I got here so fast?" the boy asked. QB put on a fake shocked face. "Oh, so you used that already, huh? Well, did you like it?" QB asked, avoiding the question. "Used what? What have you done to me?" Naruto screamed, becoming frustrated and afraid, having been told on numerous occasions how dangerous it could be to trust his prisoner. "Well, you remember how I said I was gonna work on some things for you? Well, one of them was implanting all of my knowledge of jutsu into your memory banks. To put it simply, you now know every jutsu I do. What you just did was a technique you humans call shunshin, though to use it subconsciously is quite impressive. I did a better job than I thought," QB declared proudly. "What? You can do that?" Naruto yelled, clearly shocked by this new information. "Yeah, I can, but it wasn't easy, let me tell you. Still, it was easier than some of the other stuff I've been working on." QB mumbled the last part, thinking that the boy couldn't hear him, though since he is larger than the Hokage Tower, it was easily picked up by the Jinchuruki. "What? What the hell else have you done to me?" Naruto yelled, furious that his body and mind were being messed with. QB decided to come clean, since the boy would find out soon enough anyway. "Well, the first thing I did was work on improving your body. As you probably noticed earlier during that scuffle, you are now considerably stronger and faster than before. And before you say it, I set up a high-level genjutsu which will allow the effects to become visible gradually over time, so no one should be too suspicious about them." Naruto relaxed at this. He could already imagine the trouble it would cause if he suddenly grew taller or more muscular. "Well, thanks, I guess, though. I feel kind of bad. Isn't this like cheating? I mean, I feel like I should have to work for these things like everyone else has too," the blonde explained, sounding guilty. Surprisingly, the demon lord sighed. "Look, Kit, I know you probably don't like the idea of me doing this for you, but consider this compensation for all the struggling and suffering you had to endure throughout your life. I would not be doing this for you if I didn't know that you had earned it. Besides, that Uchiha bastard is being given essentially the same thing, though not to the same extent, but like I said, you deserve it more than him." Naruto thought about this for a while. Sure, he had to admit that he did like the new power and knowledge he'd been given, but he still felt kind of guilty for not doing anything to earn it, at least in his mind. QB had said that he had earned it through suffering, and he couldn't deny that he had had his fair share of that. Maybe it was time for him to get to do something the easy way. "You know what, Fox? You're right, maybe I can just accept this gift, thanks," he said sincerely. "You have no need to thank me, Kit. I'm just trying to say you back for all the shit you've taken cause of me over the years. Besides, I haven't even told you the best part yet," QB said with an appropriately foxy grin. "Wait, there's more? What more could you do?" Naruto asked, excited and still somewhat apprehensive. He didn't know how many more surprises he could take today. "Well, in your research about me, I assume you heard about how each of the Bija have a certain trait or ability, right?" Naruto nodded, eyes wide as he guessed where this was going. "Well, like Ichibi has control over sand or Nearby has control over fire. I too have a special ability, complete physical manifestation and control over chakra. Basically, I could project my chakra into the world and have it take whatever shape or properties I wanted. That, when combined with my near-limitless chakra reserves, is what made me the most powerful of the Bijou." QB smiled, seeing the boy's face light up with anticipation. "And now I have given this power to you. Now, granted, I wasn't able to give you all of my chakra permanently because it would either kill you or turn you into a demon. But what I have done is drastically increase the rate at which our chakras are merging. That means that in about a year or so you will have all of my chakra. And since it will be merged with yours, it will be totally harmless, and you won't grow tails or anything. In the meantime, though, try not to use my chakra unless absolutely necessary. I'm still not sure what effect it may have on you," the demon warned gravely, getting a nod from the boy. Sure thing, Kyubi-sensei. I'll only use your chakra if there is no other choice. The blonde promised, practically bouncing with excitement over his new abilities. Kyubi-sensei? The demon asked, somewhat puzzled by the new title. Sure, I mean you did just teach me a bunch of stuff, didn't you? Makes you more of a sensei than Kakashi has been, so I figure it fits. Anyway, I'm anxious to try out some of my new stuff, so I'll talk to you later, sensei. Kyubi nodded with a grin, and soon Naruto found himself back in the real world, where he eagerly set about testing his new abilities. Flashback end. And so, Naruto had spent the rest of the night going through the knowledge and abilities that he had gained from his tenant. He discovered quickly that the fox didn't actually know very many jutsu, mostly because he never really needed them. He knew a few basic elemental techniques, such as low-level fire and water jutsu, and some ninja skill techniques like the shunshin and replacement jutsu, from when he would take human form and screw with the villagers. But his primary ability had always been his chakra manifestation, so this is what Naruto spent the bulk of his time practicing. It took some effort at first, mostly due to the blonde's still less than impressive chakra control, but eventually he managed to pull the chakra out and get it to maintain a shape for a few minutes. He had found that when he concentrated hard enough, he could get his chakra to take any form he wanted, from sharp claws and blades to dense, club-like weapons. He found the easiest way to do this was to gather the chakra around one of his body parts, especially his hands, then form it into the desired shape. He figured that with practice it would become easier, and he might be able to make more complex and versatile shapes and maybe even projectiles. He had also inadvertently discovered that when the chakra was covering a body part, it protected it to a certain extent. Once he discovered this, he tried to cover his entire body, creating a sort of protective shroud. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have that level of control yet, so he could barely manage to cover his arms. He decided to continue working on that technique, as it could prove invaluable during battle. Overall, though, he was very pleased with his improvements, and couldn't wait to try them out in a real combat situation. Though in reality he was beginning to doubt he would ever get such a chance, since his team had so far only done dozens of those pointless D-rank missions. And it didn't look like that would be changing anytime soon. And even if it did, he would probably be used as a human shield for the precious Uchiha. Even so, he decided that he should head to his scheduled team meeting, especially since after the altercation at the bar yesterday, he didn't want to piss off Kakashi any more than he already had, though secretly he was hoping for a chance to test out some of his new abilities on his bastard sensei or teammates. When he got to their meeting place, what he found shocked him. The entire team was there waiting for him, even his ever-tardy squad leader. And all of them looked pissed at him. Naruto sighed internally. He just knew this was gonna be a test of his patience and restraint. Unfortunately, he wasn't known for either. Kakashi was pissed. No, he was irate. Furious even. Not only had Naruto skipped out on training yesterday, but then he and that slut of a special jounin Anko had disrespected him in front of all of his peers. Which, in turn, got him chewed out by the Hokage himself. And then today he finds out that he is supposed to take his whole team to a meeting with the Hokage at 9 a.m., and the Hokage had threatened to dock him a month's pay if he was even 1 minute late. So, he had shown up on time to take his team to the meeting, but that damn, blonde-headed brat was nowhere to be found, and now they were running late, and he was probably going to be the one to pay for it. So when the kid finally did show up, he did absolutely nothing to discourage the beating that he was sure was going to happen when his pink-headed students saw him. In fact, he just smirked when the little banshee had screeched the kid's name and launched at him, aiming to take his head off with a right hook. What he didn't expect was for Naruto to catch the girl's fist and turn it into a simple restraining arm lock. "You better cut this shit out now, Sakura, 'cause this is your first and last warning. I'm not gonna take it anymore," he told her in a cold tone that made Sakura and even Sasuke shiver a bit. "Naruto, release her now!" Kakashi commanded, not at all happy with how that turned out. "Fine, Hitaki-san." He spat with disdain before letting her go with a harsh push, sending her stumbling away from him. "Hey, why didn't you call him Kakashi-sensei like we're supposed to?" Sakura shrieked, still somewhat shaken up by what the dead last had done to her. I'll call him sensei if and when he actually teaches me something. Until then he has not earned such a respected title and therefore shall not receive it. Naruto answered, again in that cold tone. Kakashi narrowed his eyes at this and wanted to take the kid down a few pegs, but they were late as it was, so he decided to let it go for now. Come on, we've wasted enough time. We're supposed to be meeting the Hokage in his office, and thanks to someone, we're already late. The copy Nin sneered, glaring at the blonde. Naruto just shook his head at the hypocrisy of the white-haired Jounin telling him off for being late. He then used his shunshin to go ahead while the others proceeded on foot. Anko was in the Hokage's office, waiting for Team 7 to arrive. Kurenai, Asuma and Guy were also there, along with the Hokage and Ichiraku, who was acting as the Hokage's assistant until the new year started at the academy. She just laughed when most of the others jumped as Naruto arrived in a burst of red flames. He looked around, taking note of the people in the room. When he saw her, his smile grew to a full-on face splitter, and she was happy to see that he seemed to be over his little funk from yesterday. Hey old man, Ichiraku-sensei, Anko-chan. I heard you wanted to see me? Naruto said, not taking his eyes off Anko, a fact that nobody failed to notice, causing some to chuckle and others to furrow their brows in confusion. Yes, I did, but I'm afraid that we'll have to wait till the rest of your team shows up. You don't happen to know when that will be, do you? The Hokage asked, already displeased that he was having to wait after threatening Kakashi not to be late. Probably a few minutes. They left at the same time as me, but since I used my shunshin, I got here a little quicker, he said with a smirk, finally looking at the Hokage when he gave his answer. Sarutobi just nodded. How did you learn that technique, Naruto-kun? It's obvious Kakashi team didn't teach it to you, so how come you can use it? Anko asked. The others were curious about this also, though Kurenai was more interested by the Anko-chan/Naruto-kun thing, hoping it wasn't anything too inappropriate for both their sakes. Naruto hesitated for a second. He wasn't sure how to explain that. If it was just Anko or the Hokage or even Ichiraku, he might explain the truth, but he had never met the other three and didn't know if he could trust them. So he decided to lie for now, then tell them the truth later. Luckily for him, he didn't have to explain anything right then, because the door suddenly opened and the rest of Team 7 entered, all looking out of breath and even more pissed at Naruto. How the hell did you do that? I demand that you show me how to do that move! Sasuke yelled. Naruto glared back at him. First of all, you can't demand shit off me, you pathetic emo crybaby. I don't answer to you. Secondly, even if I wanted to teach it to you, which I don't, you wouldn't be able to do it, because you've got fuck all chakra and shit control over what you do have. So how about you get the fuck out of my face before I'm tempted to do something you'll regret? Naruto commanded, with so much power and authority in his voice that made even the Hokage flinch. For a while after the little outburst everyone was silent, most staring in shock at Naruto, wondering where all of that came from. Anko on the other hand was fighting not to break out laughing since she figured it wasn't the time or place. She was, however, sporting a face-splitting grin. For a very long time she had wanted to see someone put the Uchiha brat in his place, and the fact that Naruto had done it, and so well too, let's just say that Anko was having a very good day so far. Nice kid, I have seriously gotta get you over to the interrogation department. Ibiki would love you, Anko said as she walked over and slung an arm around him. All of the older Nin shuddered at that thought. If the kid was like this now, what would he be like if Ibiki actually gave him some training? Sarutobi even considered it. The boy definitely had presence when he wanted to. Maybe he should give interrogation a try. I dunno, I've always seen myself more as a frontline kind of guy. He paused for a moment as if considering it. Then again, if I get to spend more time with you, maybe I should consider it, he said with a smirk, whispering the last part in her ear so only she could hear. Anko actually blushed at the comment, and couldn't help but feel a little turned on by the feeling of his breath on her ear. She quickly shook her head to regain her composure, almost unable to believe the kid had actually gotten to her. She grinned widely. I'm really starting to like this kid. He makes things interesting, and he defiantly knows how to play the game. but at the same time he's obviously very kind and caring to the people who he cares about. Hell, he even tried to help me out, and not because of pity or because he was trying to get between my legs, but because he knows my pain better than anybody else could. Now if only he didn't look like a damn 10-year-old, he'd be perfect. Maybe in a few years, after I get him to ditch that god-awful jumpsuit. For now though, I'll just settle for playing with him, she thought to herself as she leaned closer into his body, making sure he could feel her tits pressed against him. Careful, Naruto-kun, you might bite off more than you can chew, she purred sexily into his ear before quickly stepping away like nothing had happened. Naruto, on the other hand, blushed redder than a tomato and had to fight to keep from passing out right there. The Hokage, who, like everyone else, had been watching the exchange with mouth open and bulging eyes, cleared his throat. Well then, Anko, if you're done molesting the children, maybe we can finally get this meeting started. Anko just chuckled and rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Sorry Hokage-sama, guess I got a little carried away, please continue. Right, well we are here today to discuss the future of Team 7. The old man declared, getting the attention of everyone present, including Kakashi, who looked like he was about to speak up but was cut off by the Hokage. Wait till I'm finished, you will get a chance to speak, Kakashi. Now, as I said, we are here to discuss what is going to be done regarding Team 7. In light of some recent and not so recent revelations, it is apparent that a change is needed, and I believe that I have come up with a solution that will benefit everyone, though some of you may not see it that way at first. He announced, looking straight at Sakura, which made her feel even more nervous about the situation. It seems to me that this team has completely failed in getting along, and frankly all of you are to blame for it. Naruto Uzumaki, you have displayed serious issues with respecting those above you, and despite the reasons, this will not be allowed to continue, is that understood? The Hokage asked, looking fiercely at the blonde in question. Hi Hokage-sama, you have my word that it will not happen again, he said with conviction and humility in his voice. Kakashi wanted to laugh, but knew better than to do so at the moment. Sasuke, however, didn't. He let out a triumphant grunt and smirked at Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha, you have displayed nothing but arrogance and contempt for both your teammates and this village. And furthermore, you have intentionally disrespected many of your superiors. Consider this your official notice, Uchiha. Your name does not mean you are above the rules, and should I feel the need, you will be punished severely. Do not doubt me on this. Sasuke looked like he was ready to do something very stupid out of anger, and Kakashi quickly put his hand on his shoulder and gave him a look that said, "Don't even think about it." Sasuke managed to restrain himself, though only just. Sakura looked almost ready to cry, seeing her precious Sasuke-kun get told off. But then things got worse as he turned to look at her. You, Sakura Haruno, ever since your first day in the academy, you have shown absolutely no dedication or even interest in becoming an actual ninja, and frankly people like you are the reason why Kunoichi are disrespected and undervalued. You are a disgrace to Kunoichi everywhere, and you make me sick. He spat viciously. Everyone was shocked at how hard the normally friendly Hokage was on the girl, but Anko and Kurenai couldn't agree more, having experienced the difficulties of being a Kunoichi firsthand. The Hokage then turned to Kakashi. And you, Kakashi, I was expecting great things from you, considering your record and who your teacher and father were. But then you disgraced their memories by favoring one of your students too heavily, causing him to become arrogant and lazy. And even worse, you totally ignored your other two students because of this. I am truly, truly disappointed in you, Kakashi, the old man declared, looking away as though he couldn't stand the sight of the man. He then paused and took a deliberate breath, as he regained his composure following his tirade. As a result of these reasons I am, effective immediately, disbanding Team 7. There were shocked gasps from all the members of Team 7, although only Naruto seemed to be happy about the news. But then what happens to me? I need to continue my training so that I can become strong enough to kill my brother. I demand that you give me personal trainers so that I can get stronger. If you don't, I'll make sure you and this pathetic village pay, the enraged Sasuke yelled, slamming his hands down on the Hokage's desk. Immediately, he was being restrained by two ANBU, with another two holding kunai at his throat and heart respectively. At that moment everyone in the room except Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke were thinking the same thing. How could anybody be that stupid? You don't openly threaten the Hokage in the village, in his office, surrounded by no less than 9 witnesses, 5 of whom are jounin of that village. What the fuck is wrong with you fools? I am the last Uchiha. I demand you let me go at once. As Sasuke continued to rant and scream traitorous threats, the Hokage looked at one of the ANBU and gave a quick nod. The Umbu have Sasuke a quick blow to the back of the head, knocking him out instantly. Everyone gave a sigh of relief that it was finally quiet. Whoa, I knew he was a dick, but who knew he was that crazy? Naruto said quietly, shaking his head, causing Anko to chuckle. Yes, well, he needs to be evaluated, that's for sure. Take him to the holding cells, I'll deal with him later. Sarutobi said solemnly, already feeling the headache the council was going to give him over this. Well then, now that distraction is over, I can finish what I was saying. I was actually going to place Sasuke with some private trainers anyway, but after that outburst he'll be lucky to avoid jail time, let alone remain a ninja. Oh well, Kakashi, I'm sending you back to ANBU, since it is painfully obvious you aren't teacher material. Kakashi sighed but nodded and gave a quick yes sir. Sakura Haruno, you are currently deemed unfit to remain an active ninja of this village and therefore are being sent back to the academy until you prove yourself truly worthy of wearing that leaf symbol. Sakura started to sob, but also nodded and gave a yes sir. Sarutobi then looked to Naruto who gulped, fearing what his fate might be. Naruto Uzumaki, in order to continue your impressive growth and improvements you shall be given special tutoring under various instructors, namely Guy, Kurenai and Asuma here, as well as anyone else your new master feels would aid in your development. Everyone stood in total silence. Nobody had been expecting that, even Anko who kind of suggested the idea. Excuse me Hokage-sama, Naruto said carefully, remembering what the old man had said about him showing respect. The Hokage smirked at the change, thinking he had finally gotten through to the kid. I assume you want to know who your new master is, right? He asked, getting a nod from the blonde. Hi Hokage-sama, he said excitedly but still carefully, so as to still be respectful. Well, it happens to be someone that you already know, in fact they are in this room right now, he said with a smile, hoping the boy would be happy with his choice. Naruto looked around the room then back to the Hokage. Ichiraku-sensei? Everyone else in the room instantly face vaulted, even the usually stoic ANBU guards. Naruto just started laughing hysterically. Everyone quickly recovered realizing it was a joke. Sorry, but I couldn't resist, it was just too sweet a shot. Anko stepped up and smacked him on the back of the head. Brat! This is why everybody thinks you're stupid. Naruto rubbed the lump on his head and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, Anko-sensei. I'll be good, don't worry. He promised with a happy grin. That's better, kid. Now, if there is nothing else, I'd like to get started on my new apprentice's training, Anko said with a sadistic smirk, making Naruto gulp and everyone else pity the poor kid. Ah, sure Anko, go for it, just talk to the others when you want them to help him out. She gave a nod and looked at the others telling them they'd talk about it later. They all nodded back then left. Anko and Naruto were about to leave too, when Sarutobi spoke up again. And Naruto, we all have high expectations of you son, do your best and don't let us down. Naruto smiled back. Don't worry Ji-san, I promise I won't and I never go back on a promise. The Hokage and Anko shared a smile and nod as they left. Ji-san, huh? Well, at least it's better than old man, and Hokage-sama just didn't feel right coming from Naruto, so I guess I can let it slide. Sarutobi said quietly with a warm smile. Ichiraku smiled back and nodded. I just hope Anko doesn't rub off on him too much. Naruto is bad enough as it is. I don't even want to think about him with a sadistic streak, the scarred Chunin said. Both men shuddered at the thought. Maybe I should have given Genma or Ebisu the job instead. I didn't think about an Anko as Naruto running loose on the streets. The old man sighed, suddenly feeling his age. I'm getting too old for this crap. Maybe it's time I track down one of my students, and made them take over so that I can finally retire again. Now there is a good idea, and I know just which one to go for too, he thought mischievously. Ichiraku, I want you to arrange a poker tournament to be held in the village. Make sure the prize money is enough to gain international interest. And I want it set for 1 month from now. Ichiraku could see the evil glint in the aging Hokage's eye and knew he was up to something. But then, who was he to go against the Hokage's wishes? He just sighed and hoped the old man knew what he was doing. Chapter 4. Snake and Fox 4. Anko was once again leading Naruto through the business district of Konoha, which confused the blonde, since he had thought they were going to start his training. Anko-chan, I thought we were going to start my training. How come we're back here again? Anko stopped and turned to the boy. First of all, this is part of your training, a very important part, which is why we're doing it first. And second, what happened to Sensei? She asked seriously. Naruto shrugged. That was just a show for the others. I figured when it was just the two of us, Chan would be okay. Besides, Anko-chan just seems to fit better, he said, giving her a smile. She frowned a little. Look, Naruto, you're a great kid and I really like hanging out with you, but when we are training I'm gonna have to do stuff which you wouldn't do to a friend, so while we're doing training or on missions, I think it's best if we stick to Sensei, okay? Naruto looked down at the ground. He was clearly upset by this change to their relationship. Anko sighed. She really hated seeing this kid sad. It was like looking at a sad puppy. It just wasn't right. Look, it's just during training or missions. Any other time we're hanging out you can call me whatever you want, okay? She reassured him. Naruto looked up at her disbelievingly. Why, you still want to be my friend? He asked with a trace of hope in his voice. Anko smiled brightly. Of course. You're just too much fun to not have around. Besides, I can't wait till you tell somebody off again. That thing with the Uchiha dick was the funniest thing I think I've ever seen, she proclaimed, laughing at the image of Sasuke's stunned and outraged face. Naruto had to laugh too. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I'd been waiting to do that for years. Anko laughed again. I can imagine. I don't know how you lasted as long as you did. I'd have killed him after a week, I'm sure. This time they both laughed, enjoying how easy it was to just relax with the other person. Soon, Anko realized they had reached their destination, so she signaled for her new apprentice to stop. Sensei, what are we doing here? I thought we were gonna do some training? He asked, confused as he looked at the store she had brought them to. But we are. We're here to fix one of your biggest and most obvious weaknesses, your fashion sense, she said with a devious smile. Naruto gulped. He had a feeling he was not going to enjoy this. The next hour of Naruto's life would always be something that he remembered with a very confusing mix of emotions. There aren't very many things on the list of things that the generally cheerful blonde hates. However, clothes shopping was definitely somewhere near the top. And to make matters worse, Anko had insisted that he couldn't have any orange at all. He had almost cried when he heard her horrific declaration. However, he soon found out that when you're shopping with a friend, it isn't anywhere near as bad, especially when she happens to hate shopping almost as much as you do, so she is happy to rush along with you and not dawdle like many women tended to. She also had pretty similar taste to him, except about orange. For some strange reason she couldn't accept that it was the greatest color of all. Nonetheless, he did end up finding an outfit he liked, and she seemed to like it too, so they were both happy. He chose standard black ninja pants and sandals. To add some color, he had picked a blood-red short-sleeved shirt, since red was close to orange. He had also done this because he didn't want to be one of those boring ninjas that just wore all black. Anko had agreed, not surprising, considering what she wore was hardly standard issue. As an homage to his new sensei and friend, Naruto also chose to get a coat, though his was sleeveless and black. Once they were happy with the basic look, he bought a few copies of the outfit, and some different colored shirts in case he felt like a change, and Anko sealed them into a scroll for him, since he didn't quite have that down yet. They then moved on to an equipment store. Here Naruto added some protective metal shin and forearm guards to his outfit. They were a charcoal gray color, so they wouldn't be too much of a hindrance during stealth missions, not that stealth was ever Naruto's style, but it didn't hurt to be prepared. Finally, he got a few ninja mesh shirts similar to Anko's that would go over his shirt and protect against cutting attacks on his body. It was too thin to stop a strong attack, but it would help against glancing blows. Plus it looked badass, as Anko had put it. With his outfit now complete, Anko decided, much to Naruto's joy, that it was time for some real training, so they both used the Shunshin to go to their clearing in the Forest of Death. When they arrived, Anko turned to her student. "Okay, kid, from now on this will be our primary training area." "Why here?" Naruto asked, though he answered his own question as he looked around the clearing. It was a decent-sized open area, so space wouldn't be an issue. It also had a small stream to one side, should they need water-related training or just somewhere to cool off. For some reason this thought conjured a mental picture of Anko in a bikini, dripping wet coming out of the water. Needless to say, Naruto had to quickly sit down to avoid showing how much his body had appreciated that image. What the hell was that? He thought to himself. Anko blushed slightly, having seen why the boy had quickly sat down. If that's what it's like at 13, what will it be like when he's fully grown? She thought to herself, crossing her arms to hide her own arousal at that thought. Well, as you can see, it covers all the basic terrain settings: grass, dirt, water, and trees. Plus it is secluded enough that we can both let go without worrying about damaging the village or any bystanders. And finally, because it's hidden, we don't have to worry about anyone spying or interrupting us, since only you, me, and the Hokage know about this place. And before you ask, I had to tell him in case he needed to find us for some reason. She explained in an attempted lecture voice that just seemed wrong coming from the jovial Jounin. Fair enough, so what are we gonna start with, Anko-sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. Anko smirked. Gotta love the kid's attitude, she thought to herself. First thing we have to do is have a little spar, so I can see where you are currently at and what needs to be improved. It'll also give you a chance to see my style and some of the moves I'm probably gonna be showing you. We'll do taijutsu only for now. Now you ready? Good, let's do this, she yelled as she lunged at him. She went for a high spin kick that Naruto quickly ducked and tried for a low sweep, which she leapt over. She then tried for an axe kick as she was coming down, but he rolled out of the way and jumped back, creating some distance between the two. He quickly got into the modified stance that he had learned through Kyuubi's technique transfer. Anko paused for a moment to consider his strange stance. Where did he learn that, she wondered. She then shrugged and decided to ask later, before she charged at him again. The spar continued for about 20 minutes, with both combatants landing their fair share of hits, and though Anko had landed more shots, Naruto seemed less affected by the match as a result of his legendary stamina and the fox's healing. Anko was surprised. His taijutsu was mid to high chunin level at least, and when combined with his stamina, healing, and natural tenacity, the kid was a formidable opponent. Hell, with a bit more practice and polish he would be able to beat most jounin in a taijutsu match. Great job, Naruto. If you keep working at it, your taijutsu could rival someone like Kakashi team or Asuma. And that style seems to suit you perfectly. I think you'll be better off trying to develop it, rather than trying to learn mine. Just where did you learn it anyway? It's nothing like the academy style, and I know the masked jackass wouldn't have taught it to you. It's kind of a long story. Can we talk about it later? He asked, clearly not ready to explain just yet. Anko frowned at his avoidance. Okay, I guess, but I want an answer soon, got it? He nodded, albeit reluctantly, before his smile came back. Sure, so what's next? Ninjutsu. I want you to show me all the techniques you've got that I haven't seen already, so you can leave out Shunshin, Anko said in her teacher voice. Naruto nodded and did some hand signs. Katan, Hai Dangon Jutsu, he cried, putting a hand to his mouth and spitting out a small, but concentrated burst of fire. Anko nodded, somewhat impressed by the technique, though it certainly needed a lot of work. Naruto did another set of hand signs and called out, Suetun, Mizu Taiho Jutsu. A decent amount of water rose from the lake and fired in a concentrated stream at one of the nearby trees, leaving a considerable mark on the trunk. I know a couple more of each style, but those are my best ones. For some reason it's really hard to convert my chakra to the right element," he explained, looking a little embarrassed. Anko considered this for a moment. "It's probably because you have a different elemental alignment. See, everyone's chakra has a natural alignment to at least one of the elements. It's possible that the reason you find those techniques hard is because you are a different type." Naruto nodded. He vaguely remembered Ichiraku explaining something like that at the academy, though he wasn't really paying attention at the time. "Here, channel some chakra into this paper, it'll tell us what type you are," Anko said, handing Naruto a small piece of paper. When he put chakra into the paper, it split down the middle. A wind type, that's rare around here. Luckily for you, Asuma, one of the people who will be helping out with your training, is a wind type, so he can help you out with that and maybe teach you a few wind type jutsu. For now though, are there other techniques you know?" Naruto paused for a moment. "Well, that's it for jutsu, but I do have another ability. But I've only just started training with it, so I'm not very good yet." "That's fine, just show me what you can do with it," she replied, curious about what this mysterious ability could be. Naruto nodded and started channeling chakra into his right hand, covering it in a blue glow. He then formed the ends of the fingers into razor-sharp claws. Anko stared at his chakra-encased hand. How can he do that? Is it shape manipulation or something more? She thought to herself, amazed by the strange ability. Naruto leapt to a nearby tree and swiped at it with his chakra claws, leaving 5 deep slash marks in the wood. Anko's eyes widened considerably, and her mouth hung limp for a moment before she regained her composure. "Naruto, I think it's time you told me how you learnt these techniques," she said sternly. Anko just stood in shocked silence, staring slack-jawed at her student. He had told her the whole story, from how he was treated as a kid, to meeting Kyuubi and his apology to Kyuubi's attempt at reparations. "Wait, so does this mean that you don't actually look like what you look like now?" she asked when she finally regained her composure. Naruto shrugged. "I guess so, though I don't know what I look like without the transformation since I haven't tried to undo it yet. Do you mind if I see? I mean, it's just the two of us and you know you can trust me, right?" Anko asked, hoping that the boy had developed some trust in her. "Of course I trust you. You've never given me a reason not to, well, except for that one time," he said, rubbing his neck as though it were still hurting. Anko looked down at the reminder of what she had done to him just yesterday, though it felt like so much longer. Naruto saw this and felt bad for reminding her. "Hey, I told you not to worry about that," he said, trying to cheer her up. "I know, but I still feel dash." She paused as Naruto gently lifted her head to look at him, though he didn't have to lift very far since he was much shorter than her. "Look, if you're still feeling bad about it, how about you take me out tonight? We never did get to eat yesterday," he offered with a warm smile. She into his smiling face and blushed slightly. How does he do that? She thought to herself, he's been through, and is still going through, so much suffering and loneliness. How does he still trust in people, especially me? I almost killed him less than 24 hours ago for fuck's sake. And not only that, but he goes out of his way to make me feel better. You are truly amazing, Naruto-kun. It's a date. For now though, let's get back to training. I want to show you some chakra exercises that might help you with that special trick of yours. And so she spent the rest of the day teaching Naruto various control exercises, including leaf spinning and tree climbing, then water walking once he perfected those two. She was happy to discover that Naruto was actually a very fast learner, when given proper instruction, and by the end of the day, his control had improved drastically. So much so, that he could now extend his chakra limbs a few meters away from his body while still maintaining their shape. He could also create a full-body shroud, though he couldn't move without losing concentration and dropping the shield. They figured this would change with practice though. Anko had just called a stop to training for the day and Naruto was resting on the ground trying to recover his expended energy. "Oh Naruto-kun, I just realized, you never showed me what you really look like," Anko said suddenly. Naruto sat up and looked at her. "Hey, you're right, I guess we got distracted and forget, hey? Might as well try now, I suppose. Just give me a sec, I'll ask Kyuubi how I do it," he stated before beginning to meditate, hoping that this method of contacting the demon would work again. That's not necessary anymore, Naruto. A demonic voice sounded in the boy's head, making him jump slightly. Kyubi? He asked out loud, getting a strange look from Anko. You shouldn't speak out loud, Kit. People will think you've lost it. Just use your inner monologue. How come I don't need to come to your chamber anymore? He asked internally. I set up a mental connection to make communicating easier. This way you just have to think and I'll hear it. The fox explained. Naruto paused for a moment to consider the implications of this. Wait. Does this mean you can read all my thoughts now? He mentally yelled, feeling thoroughly violated. Unfortunately, yes. By the way, you can no longer claim to be a non-pervert. I've seen those images of your sensei you've been cooking up. I must say even I am impressed by your filthy mind, and I'm a 1,000-year-old demon. Anyway, that's not really the point. What matters is, yes, I can read your thoughts, and yes, it is kind of weird and intrusive, but since I'm little more than another part of you at this point, you shouldn't really be that bothered by it. The demon explained, somewhat uncomfortable with the topic and hoping to move on. Okay, I guess I can live with this, just don't go trying to turn me into a psychotic killer, okay? The blonde commanded sternly. A gravelly chuckle echoed through his head as the fox laughed. Agreed. Now, as for releasing my transformation jutsu, that's easy, just do the same thing you do for a regular transformation. And when it comes time to reapply it, I'll walk you through it, so you can do it yourself from now on. Great, thanks, Fox. Naruto then turned his attention back to Anko, who was looking at him with a mix of worry and wonder. Well? She asked expectantly. It's okay, he explained it to me. Well, here we go. He exclaimed before performing the dispelling sign, causing a cloud of smoke to erupt around him. When it cleared, neither was ready for what the result would be. Both of them gasped at the same time, and Anko had to seriously struggle to not jump her student and start molesting him again. Naruto's true form was, simply put, gorgeous. He was 6 foot tall and quite muscular, not overly so, but definitely ripped. His face had lost all trace of baby fat and now displayed strong, rugged features. You could still tell it was Naruto, but he looked to be at least 17 or 18 years old now. Shit, Fox. What did you do to me? Naruto thought frantically in his head, trying to come to terms with what he looked like now. Relax, Kit, I just aged your body a bit. Physically speaking, you are now 16 years old. Frankly, I think it's fitting. Underneath your idiot mask you were always mature for your age. I just made your body catch up a bit. Besides, it was necessary for your upgrades. You can only do so much with a 13-year-old body. Whilst this conversation was happening, Anko was also holding an internal discussion. Holy shit. Naruto-kun is a fucking god. Look at those abs and that chest and those arms and his face. Fuck waiting till the kid is 16. I've gotta snag this sexy bastard now, before anyone else gets a chance. Eventually they both finished their internal talks and looked at each other sheepishly, though for entirely different reasons. Naruto was nervous because Anko hadn't said anything since he transformed, and he was worrying that she might think he was a freak, especially since she was just staring at him. And Anko was nervous cause she realized she had just been caught staring at her student in a less than teacher-ly manner. Anko-sensei? I understand if you don't want to be around me anymore. It's okay. I can teach myself. I'll even tell the Hokage that you're still training me so you won't get in trouble. He offered weakly, as though his heart had been torn in two, which was pretty much how he felt at the moment. His depressed tone and broken words quickly snapped Anko out of her stupor. Oh God, I think he's a freak. She thought frantically to herself. Naruto-kun. Don't ever think like that. I would never think that you were a freak, and I would never abandon you. I was just shocked is all. You have to admit it takes a bit of getting used to. She explained, causing Naruto's heart to soar, and in an instant, he was leaping to grab her in a tight hug. Unfortunately, he hadn't taken his new size into account when doing so, which resulted in him basically tackling her to the ground, leaving them both in a rather compromising position, causing both of them to blush furiously. Naturally, it was at this time that the Hokage appeared via Shunshin. Sarutobi found himself unsure of what his reaction should be to the situation into which he had just stumbled. He was caught between yelling at them, congratulating them, and simply giggling like a certain perverted student of his. So rather than go with any of these, he chose to remain passive until he knew more about the situation. Okay, so it looks like you two have some explaining to do. Naruto, why don't we start with why it is you look like you've aged 5 years since this morning? He ordered as he calmly sat down, sensing that a long story was coming. Naruto nodded and quickly got off Anko, helping her up and then moving away so that it didn't look too suspicious. He then explained the whole story to the Hokage, who just nodded and listened patiently. When Naruto had finished, Sarutobi took a long puff from his pipe and sighed. So let me see if I've got this straight. Whilst you were in the hospital yesterday, you met with the Kyuubi, who apologized for how you were treated and in order to make amends has taught you several techniques, as well as giving you a unique ability and aging your body approximately 3 years, is that correct? He asked flatly. Yeji-san, that's about it. Naruto confirmed, slightly off-put by the old man's lack of reaction. Okay, so what was with that position I found you two in earlier? He asked, a slight perverted grin making its way onto his wrinkled face. Again the younger two blushed. Well, Anko-sensei had just said she was okay with my new appearance, and I was so happy I wanted to hug her, but I kind of forgot about how big I am now, so it ended up being more of a tackle, which led to the position you found us in. The blonde explained nervously, pointedly not looking at Anko since they had stood up. Sarutobi chuckled at both the explanation and the nervous looks on both of their faces. Relax, you two, I believe you. And even if I didn't, there isn't anything in our village's rules about not having a personal relationship with students, even if it is frowned upon by some. Both visibly relaxed at this, though blushed again at the implication that there was something going on between them. Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but take one last jab at the nervous pair. Actually, now that I think about it, you two make a really cute couple. Maybe you should give it a try. You never know where it might lead, he proclaimed before letting out a perverted giggle and wiggling his eyebrows suggestively, before disappearing with a swirl of leaves, leaving the aggravated Naruto to miss his tackle attempt and crash into a tree. As the blonde stood up, both of them mumbled about perverted old men and needing to mind their own business. They then looked at each other awkwardly in silence for a full minute before Naruto finally spoke up. Anko-sensei? Do you still want to go to dinner or should we just call it a day? He asked nervously. Anko hesitated for a moment, thinking about what Naruto would want to do. I'd still really like to go, Naruto-kun, that is if you still do, she answered with a warm smile. Of course I do, sensei. Just wait a sec while I reapply the henge, Naruto exclaimed before he started to do hand signs according to Kyuubi's instructions. He was stopped, however, when Anko grabbed one of his hands. Naruto looked at her curiously. Sensei, what are you doing? I have to reapply the henge before we can go. But why, Naruto-kun? Why should you have to change who you are or what you look like, just to satisfy other people's ignorant fears and prejudices? This is who you are now, and I don't think you should hide anymore. It's time that you stop hiding behind your masks, both of them. Naruto looked at her with complete shock and awe. He thought that nobody knew about his idiot mask, as the Kyuubi had called it. He sighed sadly. Anko-chan, you know as well as I do the trouble that it will cause if I show up in the village like this, especially if I start acting differently too. Everyone will think that the fox has taken over my body. They'll call for my execution, or at the very least banishment, he explained, his voice changing as he let go of his mask. No! I won't let that happen, and neither will Hokage-sama. Please, Naruto-kun, I know how hard it is to pretend to be someone you're not, and you've suffered enough because of this village. And I already told you, I will never abandon you, even if that means we have to run away together, she promised, the conviction in her tone clearly showing how serious she was. Naruto was once again completely shaken by Anko's words. But why? You only met me yesterday, why would you give up your life for me? He asked, both of them close to tears at this point, and used to such genuine displays of emotion, since both hid behind their masks to protect themselves. Before you, I didn't have a life in this village. I have no family, no real friends, only acquaintances. The only one who cared for me has been the Hokage. He took me in after Orochimaru cast me aside. But I was still alone. Then you came, Naruto-kun. You, who knew pain and loneliness even worse than mine, yet never gave up. You, who is determined to prove to everyone that you are more than what they label you as. You, who despite your own suffering, reached out to me in my time of need and refused to stop caring even after I almost killed you for no reason. You, who defended my honor, even though you hardly knew me and you knew that it would cause you trouble. I can't go back to that miserable existence before you came, Naruto-kun. I need you. I love you, she declared, having, by the end, completely lost her control and started to cry powerfully, letting years of pent-up emotions flow out of her. Naruto carefully pulled her into a tight hug, rubbing her back and letting her get it out. After a few minutes she had calmed down somewhat, and Naruto had had a chance to think about what she had confessed. At first he couldn't believe it, having never received such a declaration before. Then he decided that she wouldn't lie about such a thing, so she must be telling the truth. He then thought about his own feelings towards her. He was attracted to her, that much was obvious, but it was also something more. He realized that he cared about her more than anyone he'd ever known, even the Hokage or Ichiraku. He found himself wanting to never be apart from her. In fact, the idea of not having her around was more distressing than anything he had ever experienced. But is that love? Attraction and very strong attachment? He simply didn't know, since he had never experienced love. But then, he had never experienced this feeling either, so maybe this is love. Listen, Anko-chan. I don't know what love is because I've simply never known it, he stated, as she felt her heart starting to break. He's rejecting me. She screamed in her mind and began crying again. Then he continued, I don't know what love is, but what I feel for you is more powerful than anything I've ever experienced, and I cannot even imagine not having you in my life. Anko-chan, so long as you will let me, I want to be by your side, supporting you, comforting you, and loving you. Anko pulled back from his comforting embrace and looked into his beautiful sapphire blue eyes. Slowly their faces began moving towards each other, as if drawn by some divine power. Eventually their lips met, and their worlds erupted in sensations. The passion and emotion and love that was passed through that kiss shook both of them to their cores and left them gasping for air. In that moment everything was perfect. They looked into each other's eyes and it was as if they were gazing upon their very souls. Every feeling, every sensation passed between them without another word being spoken. Enough had already been said. Unfortunately, the moment was interrupted by loud, simultaneous growls from their stomachs. And in response they did the only thing you can do in such a situation. They laughed till they were laying on the ground gasping for air and holding their sides in pain. Guess it's about time I finally take you up on that offer, hey Anko-chan? Naruto said once he able to form a coherent sentence. What? Oh no, this is our first date, mister, and everybody knows the man pays on the first date, Anko declared in her lecture voice. Naruto smirked. Well then, it's a good thing I'm only 13 and still a boy then, huh? He replied smugly. Anko's eyes narrowed for a moment, then changed as she plastered an evil smile on her face. Well then, since you're just a boy, I guess we'd better stick to just kissing for the next 3 years till you're a man. Naruto's smirk faded to a look of sheer terror and betrayal, which only worsened when she sexily added, That's a shame too, 'cause I had some things planned out that would have made your wildest fantasies look like nursery rhymes. At this point, Naruto was fighting for consciousness as he was about to pass out from twin nosebleeds. Okay, so dinner's on me then, Naruto declared loudly, causing Anko to grin broadly. Glad to hear it, now let's get going. I get the feeling that I'm gonna need to eat soon to ensure I've got some energy left for other activities. Naruto didn't need any more encouragement, as he picked her up bridal style and shuned to her favorite restaurant. Anko couldn't help but laugh at the expressions of the various other people in the restaurant. Needless to say, when two people suddenly appear in a swirl of red flames in the middle of a crowded restaurant, and they happen to be the infamous Anko Mitarashi, being carried bridal style, by what appears to be the demon brat only 3 years older than he should be and in a new, intimidating outfit, well, that tends to get a reaction out of people. Most looked just surprised or confused, quite a few looked scared, and a few individuals looked more than a little angry. One such person was Kakashi Hatake, former sensei of the now defunct Team 7 and current pissed-off drunkard. "What the fuck is going on here? And what happened to you, Naruto?" he shouted, storming up to the young couple. Naruto carefully put Anko down and sighed. "Talk about déjà vu," he muttered lowly before turning to his former team leader. "Look, Kakashi, you're obviously drunk. Why don't you go home before you do something you're gonna regret?" Naruto said in an attempt to avoid the inevitable conflict that was coming. "Don't you dare talk down to me, you little prick! I still outrank you, so you better show me some proper goddamn respect. Come on, Kakashi, there's no need to do this, just go home," Anko said, already losing her patience with the masked jounin. "Stay out of this, slut! Haven't you already meddled enough in other people's business?" he shouted, taking a step towards Anko and raising his hand to hit her. Unfortunately for him, his hand was removed by a blue chakra claw before it even got close to its target. "I warned you. Now take your hand and leave, before you lose something else. If you hurry, they can reattach it," Naruto said in a cold, emotionless tone. Suddenly a team of Umbu appeared in between to two sides. "What happened here?" the lead Umbu asked. "That fucking demon brat used Kyuubi's powers to cut off my hand and I didn't do anything. Arrest them!" Kakashi shouted, holding his stump tightly to try and stem the flow of blood. The Umbu looked at Naruto, then Anko. "Is this true?" he asked. "Not even close. My boyfriend and I were accosted by this drunken idiot as soon as we entered. We tried to resolve the matter peacefully, but he moved to attack me. Naruto, however, intercepted the attack using his own chakra and abilities and defended me," Anko said confidently. "Does anyone other than Kakashi dispute this explanation?" the Umbu asked, looking around the room. No one could dispute it, even if they wanted to. It was clearly the boy's chakra and voice, which could only mean he was in control, not the fox. The Umbu took note of the silence and turned back to Kakashi. "In that case, Kakashi Hatake, you are under arrest for breaching the Sandame's law regarding Naruto Uzumaki and the attempted assault of a Konoha jounin. You will be taken to the hospital to receive treatment, after which you shall report to the Hokage to await sentencing. Let's go," he ordered before two of the Umbu restrained Kakashi whilst another picked up his severed hand, and they all left via Shunshin. After they left, everyone looked over to Naruto and Anko, who had surprisingly sat down together in a booth and were now looking over a menu like nothing had happened. Soon Asuma and Kurenai walked over to them from their own booth. Anko and Naruto looked up from their menus. "Hey guys, what's up?" Anko asked, causing the other couple to sweat drop. "What's up with you guys? You mind telling us what that was all about and how the hell you did that?" Asuma said, obviously shaken up by the previous events. "Look, Kakashi started mouthing off at us, not for the first time I might add. I warned him, Anko-chan warned him, but he refused to listen. He then insulted both of us, then moved to strike my girlfriend, so I stopped him, using my chakra and technique. The fool then broke the third's law in front of no less than a dozen witnesses, including an Umbu squad, so he was arrested. And since the matter was resolved, me and Anko-chan decided to sit down and enjoy our meal. Any more questions?" Naruto explained calmly. "Yeah, what was that technique? Can anyone use it, or is it linked to you-know-who?" Kurenai asked quietly, trying not to be overheard. Naruto sighed. "Yes, it was originally his ability, but it is now completely under my control and uses only my chakra. As for can anyone use it, I'm afraid not, though I'm pretty sure that my children will be able to do it." This shocked everybody who had been listening, including Anko. "Wait, so you mean if you have kids they will get it too, like a bloodline?" she asked. "That's right, when we have kids, it's probable that they will be able to manipulate chakra like I do. So technically yes, I have created a new bloodline technique," he said with a smirk, seeing her blush when he mentioned them having kids. "That's another thing, When did you two get together? Kurenai asked. About half an hour ago, and we're supposed to be on our first date, so if you wouldn't mind kindly fucking off, that would be just great. Anko said with a sneer, her patience finally run dry. Oh my god, I didn't realize. We're so sorry, we'll leave you two alone, Kurenai said, dragging a struggling Asuma off by his ear. The rest of the evening was largely uneventful. The two enjoyed their meals and light conversation, where they both got to know each other better. Once their meals were done, including copious amounts of dango for dessert, Naruto paid for them both, though on a genin's wage it took a significant chunk out of his savings. After this, they left and took a walk around the village, either with a particular destination in mind, just enjoying each other's company. At around 1 a.m. they happened to pass by Anko's apartment building. Naruto-kun, would you like to come inside for some tea? She asked, though she didn't actually have any tea. Naruto understood the hidden message and gulped nervously. I'm sorry, Anko-chan, but I don't think I'm ready for tea just yet. Do you think it would be okay if we waited a little while? He asked, hoping that he hadn't offended her. Anko mentally kicked herself. Of course he's not ready yet, you idiot. He might look like a fully grown man, but inside he's still 13. Oh god, I hope I haven't ruined anything. She put on a fake smile. Of course, Naruto-kun. We don't have to do anything until you are ready. I didn't mean to push you. Naruto looked seriously at her. Don't do that to me, Anko-chan. I don't ever want you to hide your true feelings from me. If you are disappointed or embarrassed or angry, I want to know about it, okay? Can you promise me that? He said sternly, to show that he was serious on the subject. Anko's fake smile dropped and was replaced by a real one. I promise, Naruto-kun, but I want you to do the same for me. If you are worried or scared or upset, I want you to let me know. As for the tea, don't worry about it. I'm perfectly happy to wait as long as you are. I just thought that you might be eager to get started. Naruto smiled warmly. Don't misunderstand, I am definitely eager, believe me I am, it's just I want to wait a little bit more. I want our first time to be something special, he explained, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. I completely agree. Well then, I guess this is good night. Don't forget we have training tomorrow at 9. Good night, Naruto-kun. Good night, Anko-chan. Before she could say anything else, he sealed their lips in a burning kiss, then leapt away before she could regain her bearings, leaving her grinning into the silent night. Good night indeed, she muttered as she skipped inside her house and collapsed into bed. Chapter 5. Snake and Fox 5. The rest of the new team's first week together passed quickly. Every day, they would meet at 9, train till 1, then have lunch, after which they would train till the sun went down, at which point they would go have dinner together, followed by some activity, such as a walk or movie, then they would each go home. The following Monday, when they met up, Anko told her young student and partner that they had a meeting with the Hokage, so they both used their respective shunshin to get to his office. Hey Ji-san, Anko-sensei said that you wanted to see us? Naruto exclaimed loudly once they had arrived, earning himself a smack in the back of the head from his sensei. Damn it, brat, what did I tell you about using your indoor voice? She admonished in her angry teacher voice. Right, sorry sensei Ji-san, Naruto said quietly. The Hokage smiled at their antics. He was happy that he had made the right choice in naming Anko as the young blonde's master. I'm impressed, Anko. I've been trying to tell him that since he could talk, and you've managed to get further in a week than I had in all that time. Maybe there's hope for the boy yet, he said happily. Thank you, Hokage-sama. So, what was it you wanted to see us about? Anko replied, beaming at the powerful man's praise. His expression quickly became serious, and his tone lost all sense of mirth. As I'm sure you are both aware by now, numerous rumors and complaints have been running through the village since Naruto's change of appearance. He paused and saw both of them nod seriously. Indeed, they had heard the various rumors and stories that were surrounding Naruto's new appearance. They had also both noticed that the frequency and intensity of the glares and attacks on the blonde had increased. There have also been several stories circulating about your interactions with each other. Care to comment on the validity of these claims? He asked. Both of them sighed and looked at each other. They had seen this coming and had decided that they wouldn't hide anything. Unlike most of the others, those rumors are true, Hokage-sama. Naruto and I have been seeing each other in more than just a professional manner. However, I assure you that this has had no negative impacts on his training whatsoever. In fact, with his improvements this week, I believe that he is already at a high Chunin level, Anko said confidently. Naruto smiled broadly at his teacher's praise. It's true, Ji-san. With the improvements to my taijutsu, combined with my drastic increase in control of my bloodline, I am way stronger than I was even a week ago, Naruto boasted with a huge grin. The Hokage smirked lightly. Well, if you are both so confident in Naruto's new abilities, perhaps a test is in order. I have an A-rank mission that I was going to send a squad of Chunin on, but it shouldn't be a problem for a special Jounin and a high-level Chunin. In fact, it is actually quite well suited to your particular skills. Anko and Naruto looked at each other, then smiled broadly. We'll take it, they both proclaimed confidently. Great, the mission is really quite simple. We have received a few reports from our border patrols that a group of Nins from the newly formed Sound Village have been spotted in our territory without authorization. I want you two to investigate the sightings and, if necessary, capture or eliminate the foreign ninja. Understood? Hi, Hokage-sama, they answered together. Good. Leave as soon as possible, and I expect a report within the week. Dismissed. Without further ado, they left to make their preparations. Half an hour later, they had met up at the gate and left for their first mission together. Now, Naruto, I know this is your first time out of the village, but this is an A-rank mission, so I need you to remain focused at all times, understood? Anko said in her teacher voice. Yes, sensei. I will not let you down, he replied in a determined voice. After a few hours of travel, they had arrived at the border area where they were to rendezvous with one of the patrols that had seen the foreign group. The patrol team told them the details of the sighting, including the suspected location of the target. And so they set off, hoping to intercept them as soon as possible, in case they were planning anything that needed to be stopped. After 2 more hours of searching, they picked up the trail of their targets and began closing in on them. It was a group of 4, which meant that when they did meet up, the fight was not going to be an easy one, so they decided to take a short rest to regain their strength after running for several hours without much of a break. Only half an hour after they finished their rest, they had caught up to the group, who also appeared to be taking a break. The group consisted of a large man with a mohawk, likely their power hitter. A smaller man with gray hair and a strange growth out the back of his head, apparently the leader of the group. A 6-armed man who was constantly bickering with the final member of the group, a reasonably attractive redhead who cursed like a sailor getting raped by a giant squid. Okay, you take Fatty and 4 arms, I'll take Potty Mouth and Lumpy. Try and capture them alive if possible, Anko said quietly to Naruto and took out a kunai to begin their assault. Naruto nodded and took out his own kunai. Anko then counted down from 3 on her fingers and signaled the start of their attack. They both leapt forward, Naruto aiming for the fat guy and Anko going after the gray-haired boy. Naruto managed to embed his kunai deep in the bigger man's shoulder, causing him to let out a loud scream. Unfortunately, that was enough warning for the other man to detect Anko's attack and block it with his own kunai. What the fuck is this? The girl screamed, taking out what appeared to be a flute, whilst the others got into various fighting stances. Jirobo, Kitamari, you take the blonde guy, we'll take the bitch, the silver-haired boy ordered. They all nodded and the fat one pulled Naruto's kunai from his shoulder. You'll pay for that, you blonde bastard! He yelled as he charged at Naruto, attacking wildly out of anger. Naruto easily avoided all of his attacks, causing the other man to become even angrier and even sloppier. Naruto soon spotted an opening and landed a powerful kick in the other man's side, sending him flying through the air, though before he landed, Naruto used his Shunshin to appear in front of him and knocked him to the ground with a hammer fist, knocking the big man unconscious. The silver-haired boy charged at Anko with impressive speed and engaged in a fierce back-and-forth taijutsu battle with her, whilst the girl started to play on her flute. Soon Anko began to feel her body becoming heavier and her reactions slowing. Guessing she was in a genjutsu, she performed the release technique just in time to avoid a hard high kick from her other opponent. So the girl is a genjutsu type, huh? Well, I'd better take her out first, or I might have trouble dealing with this other guy, she thought to herself. As soon as the fat guy hit the ground, Naruto found himself encased up to his neck in a weird, sticky substance similar to a spider's webbing. The six-armed man sauntered over to where he was on the ground with a victorious smirk on his face. You may have been good enough to beat that lard-ass over there, but don't think for a second that you have what it takes to beat me. Now I'm going to take my time killing you, whilst the others finish off that purple-haired slut you were traveling with, he declared cockily. Naruto let out an angry growl. You let me out now and I might forget you said that and let you live. The Otonin grinned. Say whatever you want, punk, you're still gonna die, just like that filthy whore of a girlfriend of yours. Although we might have some fun with her before we finally do kill her. Hell, we might have dash. You won't touch a fucking hair on her head, you six-armed circus reject. Naruto roared, his voice full of raw hatred and power as blue chakra poured from his body, creating his protective shroud and causing his bindings to burst violently. He then rose to his feet and settled into his modified fighting stance, still surrounded by his cloak. The many-armed man began to back away, terror written across his face. What the foo dash? He started to say, but his voice was cut off as Naruto punched him in the face with a chakra-encased fist, sending him flying into a tree. Moments after his body hit the tree, he was being pounded mercilessly by a barrage of fierce attacks from the enraged genin. Anko had been attempting to get closer to the female enemy so she could eliminate her from the battle. However, she was being held up by the boy's impressive taijutsu, and having to constantly release herself from genjutsu attacks. Shit, I really need a distraction, she thought, dodging another flurry of blows. Suddenly there was an explosion of chakra from where Naruto was fighting, along with a roar of, You won't touch a fucking hair on her head, you six-armed circus reject. That'll do nicely, she thought, smiling to herself as the others looked over to the source of the commotion. She quickly used a shunshin to appear behind the scared-looking girl and delivered a powerful blow to the back of her head, knocking her out cold. One down, although I wonder what that guy did to get such a powerful reaction out of Naruto. Oh well, I'll ask him later, for now I've got to deal with this green-lipped fruitcake. Naruto was forced to let up his assault when he was struck from behind with a powerful blow by the fat man, who had been awakened by the blonde's intense chakra. The attack was largely absorbed by the cloak, but still caused Naruto to stumble. He quickly regained his balance though and leapt at the bigger man, forming his chakra claws as he did. He began swiping viciously at him, but he managed to avoid the first couple of swings using surprising agility for a man his size. Naruto managed to land a deep slash across his midsection by suddenly increasing the length of his claws, catching him off guard. The intense pain from the injury caused the sound Nin to stumble, which gave Naruto enough of an opening to remove both the man's legs from below the knee with one slash, sending him crashing to the ground where he quickly passed out from pain and blood loss. Anko was having a tough time with her opponent, as he had split into two different people once he noticed that the girl had been taken out. She was able to defend against most of their attacks and even launch a few counters, but they never gave her enough of an opening to use a jutsu or land any powerful attacks. Damn it, I need another distraction, she thought, and again she received it, though this time it came when one of her opponents was hit in the head by what appeared to be a severed leg. She smiled widely as she saw Naruto wave and winked to her with a foxy grin. What the fuck? Yelled the one who had been hit with the leg. As he was distracted, Anko tossed through a kunai which embedded itself in the back of his neck, killing him instantly. Yukon! You bitch! I'm gonna kill you! Yelled the remaining twin as black marks began to spread across his face and neck. The curse mark! Then you must be one of Orochimaru's fuck pets! Tell me where that snake bastard is right now! She screamed as she leapt at the sound Nin with kunai in hand. Oh, so you know the boss, do you? Wait a minute, purple hair, loud mouth, slutty clothes, You're not that pathetic Anko chick the boss abandoned because she was too weak, are you? He said while they were deadlocked after he blocked her kunai with his own. Anko just screamed and pushed him back, before going on the offensive again. Holy shit, it is you! Wow, I wonder how the boss would reward me if I were to bring you to him. Would you like that, to become one of his test subjects again? I'm sure you remember what that was like, don't you? Oh, I can't wait to watch as he foo dash. He was cut off as Naruto appeared behind him and slashed his back savagely with his chakra claws. Hope you don't mind me interfering, sensei, but that guy was pissing me off, he said with a smirk as he extended his claw to press against the down man's neck. I'll let it slide this time, Naruto-kun, but in the future only step in if I need help. I was just about to have some fun with our friend here, she replied with a smirk as she put her kunai away and kicked the sound Nin hard in the head, knocking him out. Well, that's both of my guys knocked out. How about yours? Any still living? She asked playfully. Naruto grinned. More or less, though I don't think that big guy is gonna be very happy when he wakes up. He attacked me from behind, so I confiscated his legs, as punishment. Hopefully he learns his lesson. Anko laughed heartily. See, kid, that's why I love you. You're not afraid to dish out the tough love, first Kakashi team, now this guy. You're making the world a better place. They both laughed at this. Ah crap, we're gonna have to carry these guys all the way back to the village, aren't we? Naruto pouted like he was being told to clean his room. Anko chuckled. What's this wee business? Carrying prisoners is the student's job, not the teacher's. Naruto groaned and looked at the added cargo. Alright, might as well get going, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And 7 extra Narutos appeared. I think you miscounted, there's only 5 of them. What's with the 2 extra clones? Anko asked curiously. All the Narutos looked at her and replied. Have you seen the size of the big guy? We'll be lucky to get him off the ground with just 3 of us. They replied as they then all went about binding and gathering the prisoners and 1 corpse. Anko just chuckled and shook her head as they began what was sure to be a long trip back to the village. After 2 exhausting days of travel, the party comprised of 2 weary ninja, 4 pissed-off captives, 1 dead guy and 7 complacent clones arrived at the gates to the village hidden in the leaves. Not long after, the prisoners and deceased were taken away by Anbu, the clones were dispersed, and the blonde Genin was being carried to the Hokage's office by his sensei and girlfriend. I got the report from the Anbu. What happened to him? Sarutobi asked when Anko walked into his office, dumped Naruto into a chair and then collapsed into another herself. He's just exhausted. He'll be fine once he gets some rest. I made his clones carry everyone home and he passed out after they dispelled. Anko explained with a proud smile at her students' capabilities. The Hokage chuckled. That was pretty harsh. You could have called for backup to transport them. I'm counting it as training for him. Besides, I didn't feel like waiting, she explained flatly. Sarutobi shook his head playfully. Anyway, let's hear your full report. And so Anko explained everything from the time they left to when they walked back through the gate. Wow, I must say I'm surprised by the boy's abilities. I thought he had potential, but to be at this level already, he truly is going to be stronger than all of us one day, he said with a smile. Yes, he really does have almost limitless potential. I can't wait to see what he grows into as he develops, Anko said with a loving smile directed at the boy. I just pray that the idiotic people of this village don't push him too far one day. 'Cause God help anybody that has this kid as an enemy, she added solemnly. I too hope that day never comes, though to be honest it wouldn't surprise me if it did. He has taken so much from this village, who knows what will be the straw to break the camel's back. Well, if there is nothing else, Hokage-sama, I would really like to get me and this boy here home for some well-deserved rest, she said, then blushed heavily when she thought about her wording. Well, in that case, be on your way. I wouldn't want to delay your rest. Just try to take it easy on the boy, he looks pretty beat. The old man taunted with a wink and perverted giggle. It was several hours later when Naruto awoke. He quickly realized that he was in either his or a hospital bed and that there was a weight on his chest. Looking down, he saw a ball of purple hair and smiled. He watched as she snuggled closer to his chest in her sleep. Naruto, it's so big," she mumbled, causing the blonde to chuckle lightly. The shaking of his chest woke Anko up and she sleepily opened an eye and raised her head to look around. She quickly realized where she was and what she was laying on. "Oh Naruto, you see, you passed out at the gate, and then after reporting to the Hokage I was gonna let you sleep, but I don't know where you live, so I brought you back to my place and then you looked so comfy in the bed and I was really tired, so I was just going to lay down for a little bit, but then I fell asleep and I must have cuddled up to you while I was out. And it wa dash. And Chan, calm down, I'm not mad. In fact, I haven't slept this well in a long time, I feel great, and I can't imagine a better way to wake up than with you snuggling up to my chest and talking about perverted stuff in your dreams," he said with a warm smile. Anko blushed and buried her head further into his muscular chest. "Oh God, I didn't say anything too bad, did I?" she asked, obviously very embarrassed. Naruto grinned evilly. "Oh, just some stuff about whips and chains. I didn't think you were into that kind of kinky stuff." Anko's eyes widened and looked up at his face. Seeing his smirk, she whacked him on his head. "Liar! I would never dream about anything like that." Then she trailed off, looking depressed. Naruto's expression quickly became serious. "And Chan, what's wrong?" he asked, concern and worry written over his face. Anko took a deep breath and looked into his loving eyes. "I'm scared of that kind of stuff. Back when I was Orochimaru's student, just before he left the village he locked me up for 3 weeks and tortured me and did experiments on me. That's how I got the curse mark. I was one of the first he tried it on." She began to sob weakly and Naruto pulled her tighter into his chest. "I'm so sorry, Anchan. I promise that you will never have to go through that ever again. And if I ever get a chance, I'll make that sick fuck pay for what he did to you." His whole body was shaking with rage when he was finished. "Naruto," she said softly and leaned in and gave him a tender, soothing kiss. As she pulled back, she got a look at the clock on her bedside table. "Fuck! I was supposed to meet Ibiki for the interrogation 15 minutes ago," she said, leaping to her feet and grabbing her coat and shoes that she'd taken off when she laid down. "Can I come too? I'd love a chance to see you in action," he asked excitedly. Anko thought about it then shrugged. "Sure, why not? In fact, we can consider it a date. You can take me to dinner afterwards," she said with a smirk. Naruto shuddered, then a sly smile grew on his face. "How about we make a bet? You let me have first crack at breaking these guys. If I can do it, you pay for dinner and I get to choose where we go. If I can't after 15 minutes, I'll buy dinner anywhere you want." Anko's eyes narrowed in suspicion momentarily. Then she relaxed and shrugged again. "Okay, you're on. I've been curious about what you could do in an interrogation since you made those guys piss themselves in the street." Anko agreed as they left for the ANBU interrogation and holding area. They soon arrived to find an unimpressed-looking Ibiki standing with some ANBU guards outside of an interrogation room. "What the hell is this, Anko? Not only are you late, but you show up with some kid looking like you both just crawled out of bed. You've got some explaining to do," Ibiki said gruffly. "Calm down, Ibiki, this is my new apprentice I was telling you about, Naruto Uzumaki. He was hoping to try his hand at interrogation, and since he was the one that did most of the damage to those guys, I figured this would be a perfect chance to see what he can do. Besides, if he fails, I'll just go in and I'll have him squealing in 10 minutes flat," she declared with a sadistic grin that made everyone shiver. Ibiki looked disbelievingly at Naruto. "You're the one that did that to them?" he asked skeptically. Naruto just nodded. "All right then, kid, let's see what you can do. Just don't kill any of them, all right?" "Okay, I'll try," he said with a grin that was way too similar to his sensei's for Ibiki's liking, as he walked past the guards and into the cell. The reaction from the prisoners was instantaneous. The girl and the gray-haired guy became angry and struggled against their bindings. But the now disabled fat man and the bruised and broken six-armed man started trembling in fear, remembering what the blonde boy had done to them. "Hi guys, did you miss me?" he asked with a wide grin. "Fuck you chicken shit. You better let us go now or I'm gonna fucking kill you, said the angry redhead. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and walked over to her calmly. He let his smile slowly fade to an emotionless blank slate. He then crouched down so that they were eye to eye. Well, it looks like you're not going to be very cooperative, are you? He said in a flat tone. Damn straight, you pig fucking pin dick! I'm not telling you a goddamn thing, she declared before spitting in his face. He calmly stood up and wiped the spit off his face. Well, if you're not going to cooperate, I have no use for you, do I? He asked coldly. Her eyes widened, but she tried to maintain her composure. He then raised his hand and pointed a finger at her shoulder. Slowly his hand began to be surrounded with chakra, starting at the wrist, then spreading to the rest of the hand and down the extended finger. The chakra then continued off the finger, forming a sharp claw shape. The chakra then continued to slowly extend, till eventually, it reached her body and began to pierce through her clothes, finally into her shoulder. She began to scream and curse loudly at the blonde. But he showed no reaction at all. Once the claw reached all the way through her and hit the chair she was sitting on, he retracted it slowly. Once it was fully out, he got down to her level again. Now then, are you willing to cooperate yet? He asked, still using the same flat, calm tone. Fuck you, you monster! She yelled between panting breaths. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the insult and stood slowly. Once again he pointed at her, only this time it was her other shoulder, and he was using 2 fingers. So be it, he muttered before he once again slowly extended both claws through her and back out. Again he crouched to look in her eyes. Ready to cooperate now? He repeated in his eerie, calm tone. Fuck you, prick! Our master will do far worse than anything you can do if he finds out we talked, she said defiantly, though she was visibly weakened from the pain and blood loss. Naruto stood again, apparently considering what she said. I guess I'd better step my game up then. Let's see if I can exceed this master of yours. He took a step back so that he could see all of them clearly. Now, do you all feel the same way as... I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, what was it? He asked politely, looking back at the girl. Fuck you, we're not telling you anything, so you might as well kill us, you chicken shit, she declared proudly. Naruto tilted his head to the side as if he was confused. And all of you agree with this, do you? He said, looking at the others. They all nodded their heads, though with varying levels of confidence. I see. That is most unfortunate. After all that work I spent carrying you back here and you just asked me to kill you. He shook his head disapprovingly. Oh well, I guess it can't be helped then. And he slowly walked over to the 6-armed man, who began to tremble violently in fear. Such a waste, he said as he slowly raised his hand and formed the chakra claws. Don't worry, he'll never do it. Everyone knows that Konoha doesn't kill prisoners, the silver-haired boy said confidently. Really? Huh, guess I didn't get that memo, oh well. Naruto said coldly, then brought his claw down, slashing the Sound Nin's throat, and causing a prey of blood to cover his clothes and the other prisoners. What the fuck? You can't do that, it's against your laws, yelled the redhead. Naruto calmly looked at her, and moved so he was in front of her again. Yes, I know that. But see, my girlfriend, you remember her? The purple-haired woman that was with me. See, she and your boss have a bit of history. And I figured, what better way to get back at him than to kill some of his most trusted subordinates? Again he raised his clawed hand, preparing to slash down and end her life. Are you stupid? Orochimaru doesn't give a fuck about anyone but himself. He won't even blink if he hears we died, she yelled desperately. Is that so? Then why are you willing to give up your lives to protect him? Naruto asked in a confused voice. Like a light switch it clicked, and they all thought the same thing. Why are we willing to give up our lives for him? Naruto could see them thinking about the question, and decided to give one last push. Has he ever cared for you? Helped you? Been kind or understanding to you? Or has he just filled your lives with so much pain that your thoughts have become clouded and unclear? I'll ask you again, what has he done which makes him worth your lives? Slowly they began to look at each other. He's right, that snake fuck has never done anything but hurt and torture us, so why are we still following him? Fear? We've already been captured, and this guy is just as likely to kill us as he is. If we're gonna die anyway, we might as well give that sick fuck some trouble before we do. What do you guys think? The silver-haired boy said, looking to the other two, who just nodded. And so they told him everything that they knew about Orochimaru's plans and organization, from what he eats for breakfast, to his plans for the invasion during the Chunin exams. After they were done, Naruto walked to the door and was about to leave. Wait! Aren't you going to kill us? The fat one asked, confused. What? Of course not, Konoha doesn't kill prisoners, he said calmly. But what about him? He asked, gesturing towards their dead comrade. What? Oh, I forgot about him. Kai! He shouted, making the ram sign. As he did, all of the blood disappeared, and instead of the dead body, sat an unconscious, but breathing six-armed sound Nin. It was a genjutsu! Yelled the silver-haired Nin. That's impossible! I would have detected it! The girl yelled, obviously upset at having been outdone in her specialty. Naruto smirked. Normally yes, but not if you were distracted by, oh, I don't know, 3 puncture wounds in your torso. Naruto replied, as he chuckled at their odd expressions, then left the room. Naruto-kun, that was amazing! Yelled Anko as she jumped into his arms and wrapped her legs around his waist, kissing him deeply. Wow, and Chan, if this is the reward I get, I'm gonna have to start breaking enemy Nins every day, he said after she came up for air. She smiled and went to kiss him again, but Ibiki cleared his throat loudly, getting their attention. Well, as much as I hate to admit it, that was impressive, Naruto. If you ever want to join the team, just say the word and you're in, he said warmly, which was really just less gruff than usual, but still, it's the thought that counts. Wow, thanks Ibiki-san, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, by the way, what was my time? He asked excitedly. Well, you were in there for a total of 1 hour and a half, but you broke them in 13 minutes. Why do you ask? The scared man asked, confused by the blonde's suddenly excited expression. Naruto smiled big as Anko's face fell slightly. Never mind. Now if there is nothing else, I believe me and my beautiful girlfriend have a date with a ramen stand, he said triumphantly. Anko sighed. Fine, but I'm only paying for the first 2 bowls, and next time I choose where we go, she said sternly and began walking away. Naruto looked sad for a moment and called out. That's not fair. The bet was if I broke them in under 15 minutes I get to choose where we go, and you have to pay. There were no limits. But he got no response as she kept walking away. The blonde grunted angrily and took off after her. Ibiki and the guard's sweat dropped at their antics, and Ibiki sighed. They bet on interrogation time? Those two are either mentally disturbed, or brilliant ninjas, he declared, getting nods of agreement from the two ANBU. Chapter 6. Snake and Fox 6. Sometime later, Anko and Naruto were finished at Ichiraku's, and were now walking aimlessly through the village, when they passed Naruto's building. Hey look, there's my place, Naruto said, pointing out the run-down little apartment block they were passing. Really? Well, how about you show me your place then? I could use a drink after all that ramen. Sure, and Chan, come on, he said excitedly, grabbing her hand and leading her up the stairs to the 3rd floor and to his door. When they got there, however, it was kicked in and covered in demon-related graffiti. Naruto sighed. Damn it, not again. Wait here for a sec, he said wearily as he walked into the apartment and surveyed the damage. All of his furniture had been either slashed or broken. All the walls and surfaces were covered in graffiti, and what looked disturbingly like human shit. It was the same all through the small apartment. Even his wardrobe and clothes were trashed. Though the scroll he was keeping his new clothes in was untouched, thankfully. He just sighed and walked back out to Anko, who was looking concerned and disgusted from the smells coming out of the place. What's going on, Naruto-kun? She asked as he came back outside. Fucking villagers trashed it. Come on. I can't stand this place any longer, he said, grabbing her hand and leading her back outside. She looked at him, seeing the angry and fed-up look on his face. She knew she had to do something before this became an even bigger issue. Come on, Naruto-kun. You're staying at my place, she said confidently, pulling him in the direction of her apartment. Naruto sighed and stopped, forcing her to stop and look at him. I can't do that, Anchan. If the villagers find out, they'll dash. Fuck the villagers! She yelled loudly, causing lots of angry and hateful glares from the surrounding people. Look, Naruto, your apartment is unusable, and mine is big enough for two. I don't give a fuck what the villagers think or intend to do. My boyfriend is coming to stay with me, and that's final, she said sternly, leaving no room for argument. Naruto smiled and nodded his head. Okay, Anchan. I swear I'll help with the rent, and I'll do my share of the chores, he promised. I'll agree to the chores, but I own the place, so you're paying rent by being my pillow, she said with a smirk that he mirrored before agreeing. Having settled their dispute, they set off for what was now their home. It was later that night, and the new roommates were preparing to go to bed. Anchan, I don't have any pajamas. What am I supposed to sleep in? Naruto asked nervously. What am I, your mother? Just sleep in your boxers. That is, unless you feel more comfortable in the nude, she purred whilst rubbing her body against his provocatively. Okay then, I'll let you get changed, he said quickly whilst fleeing the room, lest she see his excitement. Anko just laughed and started to change into her sleepwear. After a few minutes she told him that she was done, and he walked into the room where his jaw immediately hit the floor. She looked to be wearing nothing but an oversized t-shirt, with "Sexy Bitch" written on the front. She couldn't help but chuckle and smile broadly at his reaction. Naruto, are you gonna come to bed, or are you just gonna stand there all night staring at me? She teased, while sitting down on the bed. Naruto just nodded dumbly and took off his coat and shirts in one motion, making it Anko's turn to stare, as she finally got a look at his glorious body without all those damn clothes in the way. He smirked when he saw her reaction and full-blown laughed as a bit of drool came out when he reached for his belt. Anko looked up and realized that she'd been caught staring and blushed slightly. Naruto finally undid his belt and let his pants drop, leaving him in just his boxers and a smile. Anko's eyes widened and she lost all coherent thought other than the repeated phrase, "Jump him, jump him, jump him, jump him." He walked over to the stalled woman and pulled her back to a standing position, before kissing her passionately, exploring the cavern of her mouth with his agile tongue. Anko moaned deeply as he pulled back and looked into his eyes. I think it's time I paid my rent, don't you think so, Hebeheim? He said lowly. Her eyes opened widely and her mouth grew into a sexy smirk. Definitely Foxy-kun, she declared, as she pulled him into another passionate kiss, this time forcing her way into his mouth. Her hands found their way around his neck, with one embedding itself into his golden locks, as she deepened the kiss even more. His hands were quick to respond, as they explored her back, alternating between firm and gentle touches, to increase the sensation. Eventually they found their way to her plump ass, where they stopped briefly to give a firm squeeze, causing her to moan wantonly into his mouth. His hands then continued downwards and under the hem of her shirt, lifting the material up and over her head, exposing her wonders to him. She was left in nothing but her lace panties and a nervous smile as she watched the young man drink in all of her features. Suddenly, like the floodgates had burst, he exploded with passion, pulling her now exposed body to his, reveling in the contact of their bare flesh as he once more raided her mouth. Again his hands found their way to her rear, this time lifting as they squeezed and kneaded. She went with the momentum, wrapping her legs around him and bringing their most intimate parts into much-needed contact, eliciting guttural moans from both. Still supporting her, he surged forward, sending both falling to the bed, though he used his arms to brace himself so he didn't fall on her. Again their mouths met, albeit briefly, as he quickly left her mouth and began tracing kisses down her jawline and to her neck, switching randomly between light, rapid contacts and slow, intense suckling, leaving his mark and claim on her. As his actions progressed, so did her moans and desire. After what seemed like an eternity, her pleas were answered as he began to nibble and suckle at her stiff, aching nipples. Her hips ground into his abdomen, searching for that precious friction that would bring her much-needed release. He marveled at the feeling of her hot, wet pussy grinding against his firm abdominal muscles. Please, Naruto, I need it, stop teasing me and dash. Her words were replaced by another guttural moan as he pressed his body firmly against her mound, whilst biting harshly on her nipple. He then released her breast and began leaving a trail of kisses descending down her body till he reached her haven. He lifted her legs to either side of his head and slowly removed her last item of clothing, leaving her radiating core exposed to his lust-filled eyes. He began trailing kisses up her inner thigh, earning more and more frustrated moans from Anko as she began to lose herself to the desire. Once he, at last, reached her apex, he suddenly gave a long, firm lick to her lips, tracing her opening with his tongue. She gasped in surprise and pleasure at the foreign sensation. Hearing her reaction, he pulled back and smirked. Like that, do you Hebeheim? He taunted. Yes. Now keep going for God's sake, she yelled, frustrated by the sudden lack of sensation. I want you to beg for it, he said forcefully. No. I don't be dash. Her complaint was cut short as he began to blow gently on her lips, his warm breath sending shivers through her body and destroying her will. Please, Foxy-sama, I beg you give me more, she cried desperately, arching her back to try and bring them into contact. His smirk increased and he attacked her mound, penetrating her folds deeply with his tongue. She roared at the new feeling as he increased the depth by switching his tongue for a finger and began thrusting into her at an agonizingly slow pace. As he continued his motions with his finger, he found a small bud near the top of her lips. He gave it an experimental lick and the response was instantaneous. Anko's moans and groans grew to screams and cries as he began to gently suck on the bundle of nerves. Anko was losing herself to the pleasure and dug her hands into his hair that pushed his head deeper into her dripping pussy. Realizing she must be close to her limit, he increased the pace and force with his finger, pushing deeper and faster into her as her inner walls began to clamp and squeeze the appendage. As the walls squeezed tighter and tighter, he gently bit at her clit. Naruto, I'm coming! She screamed as his face was flooded with her juices. Savoring the taste, he began to lap the liquid that had escaped his mouth, as she collapsed to the bed, panting heavily and clutching the sheets tightly. After his cleanup was done, he carefully crawled up next to her and found her asleep. He chuckled. Must have been too much for her. Oh well, I guess we should be going to sleep anyway. He muttered softly before he brought the sheets over them and pulled her into a hug so that her head was on his shoulder as it was earlier. Good night, my Hebeheim. He cooed softly, kissing her on the top of her head, before falling into a deep, peaceful sleep. Anko awoke the next morning feeling more refreshed and full of energy than she had been in years. She blushed and smiled broadly, remembering the previous night's activities, though she couldn't remember anything after she started coming down from the most intense orgasm of her life. Oh no! I must have passed out when I came down. Oh, he must think I'm so selfish. He did all that work on me and I didn't lift a finger for him. Well, not today. I'm gonna make it up to you, Naruto, just you wait, she thought with a sly smile. She shifted slightly so that she could look at his face, loving the peaceful and content expression that was written across his features. Morning, Heim, he said with a smile, having been woken up by her stirring, not surprisingly since she was sleeping with half her body draped over his. She smiled warmly and put her head back on his chest. Morning, Naruto, she replied softly. Naruto chuckled when she let out a small purr as he ran one of his hands up her exposed side. So I take it from the look on your face after you passed out that you enjoyed last night, any? He asked with more than a hint of pride in his voice. Hi, you were incredible. I've never come like that before. Sorry I couldn't return the favor, but don't worry, I've got a few plans for how I can make it up to you. She purred sexily as she let one of her hands travel down his body, giving his cock a quick squeeze through his boxers, eliciting an excited growl from the young blonde. She then straddled his waist, grinding against his quickly hardening length. Naruto let out a deep moan at the sensation of her body grinding against his covered dick. His arousal was only intensified by the fact that she was still very naked from last night, and he could feel her juices flowing through the thin material of his shorts. He brought his hands up to cup and massage her breasts, as she rode him, causing her to moan loudly and begin to move faster against him. She began to slow her motions, earning a growl from Naruto. "Don't worry, I promise you're gonna like this next part even more," she said as she moved down his body till her face was level with his now tinted boxers. She brought her hands to the waistband and slipped her fingers underneath, preparing to remove the garment, giving her full access to his member. She nervously drew a deep breath and began to lower his shorts when there was a loud, urgent-sounding knock at the front door, earning angry growls from both of them. "You have to get that, don't you?" Naruto asked with a frustrated look on his face. "Sorry, but the only people that knock like that are the Hokage's messengers. It might be something important," she said as she untangled herself from the sheets and made her way to her wardrobe where she retrieved a bathrobe and put it on. "Just stay here, I'll be back in a sec," she promised as she turned and walked out of the bedroom to see to the door. When she opened the door, she wasn't surprised to see the mask of one of the Hokage's personal ANBU guards. "This had better be good," she said angrily. "Forgive me for disturbing you, Mitarashi-san, but Hokage-sama has requested your presence in his office as soon as possible. He also asked that you inform your apprentice to do the same, as we have been unable to locate him at his apartment," he explained. Anko could swear she saw the masked Nin smirk knowingly at her, though it was hidden by his mask so she couldn't be sure. "Very well, I'll be sure to find Naruto and bring him with me. Tell Hokage-sama to expect us soon," she said dismissively as she closed the door and went back to the bedroom to find Naruto sitting up looking at her expectantly. "Well?" he asked. "It was an ANBU. The old man wants us in his office ASAP. I'm pretty sure he knows you are here. It's the only reason I can think why he'd send one umbu for both of us," she said thoughtfully. "So? What does it matter? It's not like we're doing anything wrong, right?" he questioned as he stood and pulled her into a hug. "Of course not. Besides, it's probably good he knows, this way he knows where to reach you. Now come on, we'll have to have quick showers and then head off. I don't want to be late for whatever the old man has cooking." He nodded and pulled away from her. She smirked when she saw that he was still excited from before. "We'll have to finish what we started later, but for now come on, it'll be quicker if we shower together," she declared with a mischievous grin. He gulped and nodded, following her into the bathroom. She quickly turned on the water and removed her robe, before stepping in and looking back at him expectantly. He nervously took a deep breath and lowered his shorts, before stepping in after her. Anko gasped at the sight of his half-hard manhood. "Oh, we are defiantly having some fun later," she said, licking her lips and staring at his dick. "Nuh-chan, aren't we supposed to be having a quick shower, not I fucking each other?" he said with an innocent tone. You're right, Foxy-kun." She then grabbed his dick and gave it a few quick pumps. He closed his eyes and growled angrily when she stopped. "I'm going to get you back for that," he said in a playfully threatening tone. "Yeah, we'll see. For now though, let's finish up so we can get this thing with the old man out of the way." He nodded and soon they had finished their shower, gotten dressed, and used their shunshin to arrive at the Hokage's office. "Ah, good to see that you two are okay. I was concerned when my ANBU said that Naruto's apartment had been trashed again. I hope you found somewhere hospitable to stay whilst we get it fixed up for you," Sarutobi said, his infamous perverted grin making an appearance as he wiggled his eyebrows at Naruto. "That won't be necessary, Hokage-sama. Naruto-kun has moved in with me and has no intention of going back to that shithole," Anko declared, getting surprised stares from Naruto and the Hokage. "So you're saying he has moved in with you permanently?" the old man asked. "Yes, that is, if he wants to," Anko said sheepishly, remembering that they hadn't actually discussed the matter. Naruto smiled warmly and pulled her into a loving embrace. "Thank you, Anko-chan. I would love nothing more than to live together with you forever," he declared happily. "Well, now that that issue has been dealt with, I can get to the reason I called you here. I have an S-ranked mission for Naruto," he said solemnly. Both Naruto and Anko exclaimed at this. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but do you really think he is ready for that level of mission, especially since you make it sound like he'll be doing it by himself?" Anko asked, clearly concerned for her lover and student. "I understand your concerns, Anko, but this really is a mission that only Naruto can perform. As you know, the captured Otonin have informed us of a plot by Orochimaru to invade our village during the upcoming Chunin exams. Well, we've decided to place a team into the exams undercover to keep an eye out for suspicious activities or persons. This is where you come in, Naruto. We want you to be that team, the Hokage stated seriously. If I may, Ji-san, why have I been selected for this mission? Would it not be better to have some ANBU go undercover or something? Naruto asked. Well, if it weren't for the specific characteristics of this mission, we would do that. However, because it will be operating at the Chunin exams, we need to tread very lightly or face problems from the other villages. If we entered a team of people ranked higher than Genin, we may be accused of trying to cheat, which would likely create an international incident. He explained. I see, so you want to put Naruto on the team because despite the fact he's actually at Jounin level strength, he is still technically a Genin, so they can't say it's cheating. Anko summarized, getting a nod from the Hokage. Okay, I accept, but who are going to be my teammates? Surely it'd be too dangerous to put some normal Genin with me on this mission, the concerned blonde asked. The Hokage sighed. Well, that's where things get a little tricky. See, you are right, we can't put any normal Genin with you, but we also don't have any other Genin with strength enough to be partnered with you. So it has been decided that you shall be your own teammates. What? Anko and Naruto yelled together. You see, when Naruto was taking the picture for his ninja ID, he had to take it several times due to certain circumstances. He glared at Naruto, who nervously rubbed the back of his head. Anyway, for some reason the first photos were used to create separate IDs. This means that, technically, you are registered as 3 separate Naruto Uzumakis. The old man explained, with a slight smirk, proud of the loophole he had found in the system. So you want me to enter as all 3 members of a squad? But for that I'd have to use shadow clones and they'd disperse the first time they were hit, which would give me away, Naruto said, surprised by the Hokage's missing of such an obvious flaw in the plan. Ah, but that is why you are not going to use shadow clones, he said as he pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Naruto. That contains instructions for a forbidden jutsu called Shibunshin no Jutsu. It's too dangerous to be used by ordinary ninjas, as it requires a large blood sacrifice, but once complete, the clones are far superior to Kage Bunshins in intelligence and capabilities, including taking damage. How superior? Anko asked, intrigued by the technique she'd never even heard of. Essentially, they are perfect replicas of the original. To dispel them, you have to kill them. Wow! Anko and Naruto exclaimed together. Yes, but as I said, due to the blood sacrifice requirement, they are totally impractical for any normal ninja. And of course, thanks to the fox, I am far from an ordinary ninja. Okay, so when do we do this? He asked, half nervous, half excited for the chance to prove himself with such a difficult mission. You shall begin straight away. The exams are in a month's time and we have estimated that it will take that long to safely drain the required blood, whilst allowing you to be strong enough to do some intensive training. So every day, you will report to the hospital after your training and have some blood extracted. Hopefully your healing will have you back at full strength by the time you wake up the following day, Sarutobi explained. So I assume that my role in this will be to continue Naruto-kun's training up until the time of the exam, Anko guessed. Mostly yes, however you will also be acting as one of the supervisors for the exam, the second test, he said with a grin that was matched by Anko. The second test? Oh, thank you, Hokage-sama. I'll make sure it's a good one, she said with an evil glint in her eye. Naruto shivered seeing the look in his girlfriend's eye. This gonna be a long couple of months, he thought to himself. Later, Naruto and Anko are waiting at one of the village's training grounds. Why are we here, sensei? Why don't we go to our usual training grounds? Naruto asked, his patience running thin. Because I'm not going to be training you today, instead you are gonna be working with one of the other Jounin instructors, Anko explained. Naruto sighed. He's not like Kakashi team, is he? He asked. No, I sure as hell am not like that lazy bastard. And I'm damn sure not a he, proclaimed Kurenai as she appeared seemingly from nowhere. Whoa, cool genjutsu. I couldn't even tell you were there, Naruto said excitingly. And that's why I'm here. Anko told me that your biggest weakness is genjutsu, and so I'm going to teach you how to use, and more importantly, defend against them. Anko smiled at Naruto's pout at having his weakness identified. Well, I'm gonna go over there and take a nap. Have fun, you too, she said, walking over to a shady spot under a tree and laying down. Naruto sighed. Thanks for the help, sensei, he muttered sarcastically. Oh well, let's get started, shall we? Several hours later, Anko was awoken when someone kicked her firmly in the side. Oh, what the fuck? She exclaimed as she sat up. You really shouldn't let your guard down like that, sensei. What if I had been an enemy? Naruto said in a parody of her stern teacher voice. Yeah, so how's the training going? She asked, standing up and brushing the grass from her clothes. You tell me, he said as he appeared to be blown apart by the wind, scattering like dust. Anko smiled. Not bad, you've definitely improved. She then performed the release technique, revealing Naruto still standing in front of her. How is your defense though? She said, concerned as this had always been his biggest problem area. Kurenai-sensei says that I can get rid of most genjutsu up to high chunin level, and even some low-level jounin ones if I notice it quickly enough. It really is amazing what you can learn when someone takes the time to teach you properly. Those pricks at the academy never even tried to explain that stuff to me. Ichiraku was the only one to teach me anything, but he didn't teach gen or kenjutsu, which is probably why I always sucked at those, he said angrily. Anko nodded, promising herself to talk to Ichiraku about his staff next time she saw him. Oh well, if you're done for today, let's go grab some dinner, I'm starving, she said, rubbing her stomach to emphasize the point. After they had eaten, Naruto went to the hospital for the first of his trainings, and by the time he arrived home, he was so exhausted from his training and blood loss that he just stumbled into the bedroom and collapsed. This continued for 3 more weeks. Every day Naruto would have intensive training with either Anko or one of the other senseis. Kurenai continued to work with his genjutsu, teaching him some of her more advanced techniques and defenses. Guy helped him to develop and perfect his taijutsu style that he learned from Kyubi, as well as starting him with weights like he and Lee used, though not at such an extreme level. And finally, Asuma taught him a number of chakra control techniques specifically designed for wind users. He also taught him a few wind jutsu which Naruto mastered quickly and even adapted to better suit his style. His training with Anko continued to focus on controlling his bloodline and sparring to increase his experience level. Finally, it was the week before the exams and they had collected enough blood for him to create the clones. The technique itself wasn't very complicated, and soon there was 2 extra Narutos in the world. He spent the next few days working with the clones to develop some strategies and gain an understanding of their limits. He found that they were perfect anatomical replicas, so they had his speed and strength, though they only had roughly half of his total chakra level. He had also figured out that he could seal them into a scroll, so they didn't waste their limited chakra before the exam. It was now the night before the exam, and Anko had taken him out for ramen for dinner since it was a special occasion. After the meal they went back to their apartment, and were getting ready for bed. You know, Naruto-kun, we haven't done anything since you got this mission because you were always out of it by the time you got home, but seeing as how you had today off, she said, trailing off as she straddled his waist. Oh, I see, my Hebeheim is in need of some lovin', huh? Well, I'd be more than happy to oblige, he said sexily as he lifted her sleeping top over her head and began attacking her breasts with fervent kisses and nibbles. Oh God, yes! You are never making me wait this long again, understand? She said firmly between moans and gasping breaths. As you wish, Heim. Here, let me make it up to you, he said as he tried to flip her so he was on top, but she stopped him. Tonight is my turn to play, she said as she ground her hot mound into his quickly hardening cock. She then began trailing kisses down his toned chest and abdomen. Eventually she found her way in between his legs and was once again hooking her hands under the waistband and beginning to remove his shorts. Though she'd be damned if she was gonna let anyone interrupt this time. In one motion she completely removed his boxers, leaving her just inches away from his bare, rock-hard dick. Tentatively she wrapped a hand around it, and gave a few experimental pumps, gaining a throaty groan from her man. Smirking confidently, she leant down and gave the head a slow, deliberate lick, earning a gasp and an even louder moan from Naruto, as he threw his head back and closed his eyes tightly. She then slowly licked the underside downwards, ending on his balls before she took them in her mouth and sucked gently on them, pumping his shaft with her hand at the same time. This caused him to clench the sheets tightly as pleasure began to overtake him. Anko then released his balls and moved her mouth to the tip of his cock where she stopped. He looked down at her questioningly, wondering why she stopped. She smirked. "I want you to watch," she purred sexily before taking him into her mouth. She was less than half the way down when she felt him pressing against the back of her mouth. Taking a deep breath, she relaxed her throat muscles and took him deeper till she couldn't fit any more in. "Oh fuckheim, that feels so good," Naruto panted out, as she began to bob up and down on his dick, letting it hit the back of her throat every time. Soon Naruto began to buck and thrust wildly into her, as he got closer to his climax. Realizing how close he was getting, she decided to finish him off. She began to massage his balls and hum, sending vibrations into his cock as he continued to fuck her mouth. Finally he was driven over the edge and screamed her name as he let stream after stream of hot cum into her mouth. She savored the taste and swallowed all that was in her mouth and licked up all the excess that spilled out onto her chin and tits. She crawled up and into the bed next to him, snuggling into his chest as he possessively wrapped an arm around her body, pulling her closer to him. "I love you, Enheim," he whispered softly as he came down from his release. "And I you, Naruto. Now sleep, you're gonna need all your strength tomorrow," she said before kissing him gently. And with that they were soon asleep, both with contented expressions on their faces. Chapter 7. Snake and Fox 7. The day of the Chunin exams had finally come and it found Naruto and his clones walking to the academy where the first test was to be held. Attempting to avoid the trouble that would no doubt come about if 3 Narutos were seen to be walking the streets, he and the clones had each hinged into a different random person. When they finally reached the academy grounds they dropped the transformations and entered the building. As they made their way up the stairs to the 3rd floor, they saw a crowd of genin attempting to enter a room labeled 3A. Quickly noticing the genjutsu Naruto just passed by, as some random kid got knocked down by one of the guards. They made their way to the 3rd floor and entered the room to find it full of genin from various countries. He scowled when he saw a team from the Sound Village. "Definitely we'll have to keep an eye on them," he said quietly to his clones, who both nodded silently. "Naruto? What are you doing here? I thought your team was disbanded. And why do you look older? And why are there 3 of you?" asked a clearly confused Kiba, who had appeared with the rest of his team. Naruto sighed. "Hey guys. Yeah, my team was disbanded, but I got a new one with my brothers here. As for my appearance, I'm afraid I can't tell you, it's a bit of a secret," he said, hoping they would buy it and leave him alone before they attracted even more attention to him. "Brothers? I thought you didn't have family," Shikamaru stated, having just arrived with his team. "We actually didn't know about him until recently. He ran into us on a mission and invited us to come back here with him. Turns out we're triplets, but we were separated at birth. Naruto was sent to the orphanage here, whilst my other brother and I were adopted by a poor farmer and his wife, but they died a few years ago, so we had been wandering around training in various areas and then we ran into Naruto, and we came here," explained one of the clones, reciting perfectly the backstory they had come up with to explain their sudden appearance and skills. "You guys might want to keep it down, you don't want to draw attention to yourselves in an exam like this," said a silver-haired leaf nin with glasses as he walked over with an obviously fake smile. "He smells like snake. And since Inchan and Orochimaru team are the only snake summoners, he must be a spy for that traitorous bastard. Now, how can I take him out without getting in trouble or alerting anyone?" Naruto thought to himself, trying to come up with a plan. Fortunately, one of his clones had already come to the same conclusion and came up with a plan, sort of. "Hey, fuck you 4 eyes. If we wanna be loud, we're gonna be loud," he yelled, getting in the other genin's face and giving his chest a firm shove. He just narrowed his eyes and glared at the clone. You should be careful who you pick fights with, boy. I'm not a pushover like the rest of these weaklings, he said, adjusting his glasses. The Naruto clone disappeared in a burst of speed, then reappeared behind the other nin. He then leant into his ear and whispered, Perhaps it is you who should be careful, traitor. He then struck him in the back of the head, knocking him out. Just then, Ibiki entered the room with several chunin. Naruto? What the fuck is going on here? He demanded, noticing the clone standing over the unconscious body of the other leaf nin. My apologies, Ibiki-san. My brother took offense at something the other boy said, and before I could stop him, he knocked him out. Perhaps you should get him to one of the special ANBU medic rooms, just in case there is something serious wrong with him, the original Naruto suggested, sharing a look with the jounin. Ibiki nodded. Having been informed of Naruto's reason for being there, he knew that he wouldn't start a fight unless the person was up to something. Very well, take the boy to our medic area at ANBU. And you, he said, pointing at the clone. Come with me for a moment, he said gruffly, implying he was going to be punished. They then walked out of the room and down the hall to an empty one. Okay, kid, what's really going on? He asked curtly. That guy stinks so badly of snake, he either has Hebe cologne, or is fucking one of the summoners. Since I'm the only one getting that privilege from Anko-chan, he's obviously very close to the pale pedophile. Not to mention he has the chakra reserves of at least a mid-level jounin. Put it together and I'm pretty sure we just caught one of the team's spies. The Naruto explained. Ibiki seemed to consider this. Makes sense, that kid has failed the exam 7 times already, meaning he either really sucks or he wants to stay a genin. It's a good way to avoid suspicion. Whoever pays attention to a loser genin, he could do what he wants and remain under the radar. Ibiki nodded. Okay, my ANBU will take care of him and try and find out what he knows. We should be getting back in there before they get suspicious. And don't forget to look like I just chewed you out, okay? Oh, and one more word of advice, don't bother with 1 to 9, he added with a smirk as they walked back to the original room. When they arrived back in the room, they quickly had everyone's attention. The clone made sure to look downtrodden, as if he had been punished. Alright now, since that kid can't participate, I'm afraid his teammates will have to leave also. 2 more leaf nin with glasses and face marks angrily stomped out of the room, glaring at the Narutos. Okay, now that is taken care of, we can start the test. Everyone take a number and test page, then go sit in your designated spot. Once everyone had done this, he continued. Okay, in this exam you will start with 10 points each. For every question you get wrong, you will lose 1 point. For every time you get caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If at any point you reach 0 points, you will fail. Also, this is a team exam, so if one member fails, the others do too. Also, if your team has less than 20 total points at the end, you will fail. This test goes for 1 hour. At 45 minutes, I will reveal the 10th question. And your time starts now. Naruto looked at the paper and smirked, remembering what the clone had whispered to him after it had come back in. Forget 1 to 9, huh? Okay, guess I'll just relax for the next 45 minutes. He and the clones each thought to themselves. When it was finally time for the 10th question, there were only 30 teams left from the original 50. Once again, Ibiki spoke up, explaining that they could choose to leave, but if they didn't and got it wrong, they couldn't never become chunin. Naruto had to fight so as to not laugh. The idea was simply ridiculous and an obvious trick. Still, it worked on some people as 10 more teams gave up. Once they were gone, Ibiki congratulated everyone, saying the final question was a test of dedication and they had all passed, therefore they could go on to the next part. Before he could properly finish, a window smashed as a big black ball flew through it. The ball then spread out and became a banner with the words, Midarashi Anko, second exam proctor/sexy bitch. Naruto grinned widely as Anko stepped out from behind the banner and struck an intimidating pose. Okay maggots, meet me at training ground 44 in 15 minutes or you fail, she yelled. Immediately they all took off of the room, leaving just Anko, Ibiki and the Narutos. So Ibiki, how did my sexy little students do? Anko purred as she wrapped her arms around two of the Narutos, leaving the other to pout miserably. Ibiki rolled his eyes. Great actually, they already got someone we think is an Orochimaru's spy. He's being interrogated as we speak. Yeah, we got that guy, but I had the feeling that there was another one among the crowd. But this one is much better at concealing his presence. One of the Narutos said seriously, getting nods of agreement from the other two. Alright Naruto, keep an eye out, see if you can find them during the next part and take them down. Once you've got them, flare your chakra and me and some ANBU will come collect them. But be careful, you've already made yourself a bit of a target, so a few teams will probably be seeking you out. Anko said seriously, drawing serious nods from all three blondes. You guys better be off, don't want to be late for your own test, do you, Anko? Ibiki taunted. Shit, he's right, come on Naruto. And with that they all disappeared using Shunshin. As they appeared outside of the Forest of Death, they found all the remaining teams waiting for them, most with aggravated expressions on their faces. Okay, now that we're all here, we can get things started, Anko said loudly, getting everyone's attention. This section of the exam will be a survival test. Each team will be given one of two scrolls. In order to pass this test, you will need to make it to the tower in the center of the forest with both scrolls, within the next 5 days and with all of your team's members conscious and present. She paused for a moment to this sink in. Now, as for rules, there is only one. Under no circumstances are you to open the scrolls until you reach the tower, she declared seriously. Does that mean that killing is allowed? A random IWA Neen asked. Yes. And as such, you will all have to sign one of these waivers saying that the village is not responsible in the event that death should occur, Anko said as a generic chunin began handing out the forms. 15 minutes later, all the teams had collected their scrolls and were waiting at their gates, when they opened and the test began. Team Naruto immediately leapt into the forest and split up, having decided that they would most likely be able to handle anything they came across by themselves. The real Naruto soon came across a team from the Hidden Rain village, all wearing respirators and what appeared to be yellow pajamas. Man, I am so glad Anko-chan knocked some sense into me about my clothes. I'd hate to look as ridiculous as you guys, the blonde declared as he appeared in front of them. What was that, you Konoha punk? Yelled one of them. Oh, I was just thinking how thankful I am that I don't look as stupid or weak as you guys, he teased with a flat expression on his face. Enough of this. Kill the bastard, ordered the obvious leader of the group. Naruto smirked and disappeared using Kurenai's jutsu as they leapt at him. What the fuck? Where'd he dash? One of the Nin exclaimed before his voice was cut off as he was knocked out by a blow to the back of the head. Genjutsu! Yelled the leader as he performed the dispelling technique just in time to see Naruto land a vicious kick to his other teammate's head, sending him flying into a tree and rendering him unconscious. Now, since you act like the leader, I'm assuming that you have the scroll, Naruto said calmly as he turned to face the final aim Genin. Being the generous person that I am, I'm going to give you a choice. You can either give me your scroll, wait for your team to wake up and then try to get the scrolls before time runs out. Or you can try and fight me, at which point I will knock you out, take the scroll and then leave you and your team for the creatures of the forest. So, what's it gonna be? He asked, still using his calm, flat tone. The frightened Nin quickly pulled out his scroll and tossed it to Naruto. Good choice, Naruto said, catching the scroll and disappearing. Well, how about that? He laughed triumphantly when he realized they had given him the scroll he needed. Oh well, I guess I should still stick around out here for a while longer in case any dash. Suddenly he stopped as his mind was flooded with foreign memories, indicating that one of his clones had been defeated. His eyes widened as he sorted out what had happened to the clone. Fuck. I'm gonna need some help, he said, releasing some chakra in his signal to Anko. Soon Anko arrived, flanked by a team of ANBU. What's going on, Naruto-kun? There's no one here? She asked, confused and worried at the expression on his face. One of my blood clones was defeated by a powerful ninja using snake jutsus, he said solemnly. Anko's eyes widened and she began to tremble lightly. Fuck! What is he doing here? Inbyu, go tell the Hokage what you just heard and tell him to bring everyone available here, as soon as possible. They nodded and shined away. Come on, Naruto-kun, take me to where your clone fought him, she said as they prepared to take to the trees. That won't be necessary, my dear Anko-chan, sneered a creepy voice from the trees above them. Both of them froze as they looked up to find a pale, long-haired ninja looking down at them with yellow snake-like eyes and an evil smirk. Orochimaru. Anko spat, her voice full of hatred and disgust. Oh, so you remember me after all these years, while I'm touched? The snake sneered sarcastically. What the fuck are you doing here, and why did you bite my clone like that? Naruto growled angrily. Anko's eyes widened and she looked between Naruto and her former master. He bit your clone? She asked with fear in her voice. Yeah, he said something about giving me a gift, then his neck did this stretch thing and he bit the clone's shoulder. Naruto-kun, that's how he gives people the curse mark. No matter what happens, you can't let him do that to you, understand? She said anxiously. Don't worry, I won't give this sick fuck the chance, said Naruto as he activated his chakra shroud and got into a fighting stance. Oh, now this is interesting, that truly is a unique ability. I'm glad that the reports I received about you were accurate, Orochimaru said excitedly. What do you want with Naruto-kun, you son of a bitch? Anko demanded angrily. Naruto-kun? Oh, I see, the reject and the demon boy, how cute. That'll make it all the sweeter when he comes to me for the power that this pathetic village can't give him. The Sannin taunted with a sickening grin. Like I'd ever go with a fucktard like you. Besides, dumbass, this village is where you got your power, how can you say I can't grow here? Naruto screamed. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and his smirk dropped. Perhaps I should teach you a lesson for your rude little mouth, he said as he leapt towards the two. Cursing, Naruto ducked as he went for a kick that would have knocked the blonde's head off. Naruto-kun! Anko exclaimed as she charged the Sannin with a kunai and struck at him repeatedly. Orochimaru easily avoided her attacks and sent her flying with a hard kick to her ribs, causing her to land against the tree with a sickening crack. Naruto roared as he charged, swiping wildly with his chakra claws, but failing to land a hit. The other man chuckled evilly and landed a punch to the furious boy's head. The attack sent Naruto stumbling backwards, even as his shroud took the brunt of the impact. So the chakra acts as a shield as well? That truly is a fascinating ability, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said excitedly. Naruto didn't reply as he let the shroud drop and performed a set of hand signs. Futon, Fukushu no Kase came, he called as a powerful wind burst from his hands, flinging Orochimaru back several meters and leaving deep cuts all over his body. Ooh, this just keeps getting better. The Sannin laughed as he licked blood from a wound on his face. Fuck you, pin dick! Naruto cried as he reactivated his shroud and charged the older man again. The snake user avoided the attack and punched Naruto hard in his gut, forcing him to his knees as the air was driven from his body and his cloak withdrew. I really do hate to end this so soon, Naruto-kun, but I'm afraid the others will arrive soon, so we'll have to speed things up a bit, he stated as he leaned down, preparing to bite the boy's neck and give him his mark. Get away from him, you bastard! Anko cried as she desperately leapt towards her former master, kunai poised to attack. Orochimaru growled angrily as he was forced to move away from Naruto to avoid his former student's attack. I've had enough of your interference. Juinjutsu, sure! Immediately, Anko screamed and dropped to the ground, clutching her shoulder as pain ripped through her entire body. Naruto, who had finally recovered from the snake nin's powerful punch, hurried to her side. What the fuck did you do to her? He roared as his girlfriend continued to writhe in agony. The man chuckled evilly. I activated her curse mark, she'll be dead within 5 minutes, he said with his voice full of pride and amusement at seeing his former pupil screaming in pain. You bastard! I'm going to kill you! The enraged blonde cried, reactivating his cloak and charging once more. Really? I'm disappointed, using the same technique again, even though it failed the last 2 times. I hope you're a better learner than that. The Sannin said condescendingly as he, again, avoided all of Naruto's attacks and knocked him back with a hard blow to his chest. Damn it, he's right. I need more power, he thought frantically. Wait, that's it. Kyuubi. Give me your chakra now, he demanded internally. Kid, I don't think that's wise. We don't know what might happen if you use my chakra at this point. The demon replied calmly. I don't care. If I kill this prick, Anko-chan might live. I need your power now, he yelled. Naruto, please don't do this, their muse dash. I don't have time for this. Give me your chakra now, he screamed, cutting off the demon. Fine kid, here you go. But don't say I didn't warn you, Kyuubi said worriedly as he began to feed his chakra into Naruto's network. Oh god, the power. It's incredible. More Kyuubi, give me more, he said as the chakra began to leak from his body, forming a new, blood-red shroud, complete with 4 tails at the back. Naruto, stop. You're taking too much. Your body won't be able to handle the strain. Kyuubi cried, trying to reach the power-crazed boy, but he was too far gone in pain and bloodlust to heed the warning. Roaring loudly, he began forcefully drawing on more and more of the Kyuubi's chakra. The ground began to quake and winds ripped around the area violently, as a 5th, then 6th tail formed in the cloak. What have I done? The now terrified snake Sannin thought as a 7th and 8th tail formed, and the boy's appearance changed. His teeth, nails and hair had grown longer, his posture changed and he dropped to all 4s as the 9th and final tail formed. The now fully denimized Naruto let loose a roar that shook the ground and brought every person within the forest and its surroundings to their knees, under the intense demonic chakra and pure killing intent. Orochimaru was too terrified to even think of escaping, as the beast lowered its gaze at him and growled deeply. Please no, Donkey Dash. He started to beg but was cut off as his right arm was literally ripped off by Naruto, who had moved so fast, he didn't even notice, till he felt pain so intense he couldn't even scream or cry. He just watched in pure horror as Kyuubi's chakra incinerated the severed limb, leaving not even ashes as it quickly burned. Recovering somewhat from his state of shock, Orochimaru attempted to scurry away, but before he even got to his feet, his legs were pulverized as the out-of-control Jinchuriki pounded them into the ground, shattering the bones and liquefying the muscle and tissue. This time the wounded Sannin was able to let out a guttural scream as he looked down at the piles of pulp that used to be his legs. His cry was cut short, however, when Naruto wrapped a clawed hand around his throat and lifted him off the ground, slamming him limply into a tree. You killed her! Naruto growled out in his demonic voice. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he felt the boy's grip grow tighter, his claws puncturing the skin and drawing blood. Now I kill you, he said as he clenched his fist, crushing his throat and spine. Finally he ripped his hand upwards, removing the Sannin's head and killing him once and for all. His prey destroyed, the demonic Naruto slowly turned his attention back to Anko's limp form. He had been so caught up in his rage that he hadn't even noticed when she had stopped moving. He staggered over to her weakly, collapsing to his knees and releasing his shroud once. He pulled her into a tight embrace and cried out to the heavens, his pain-filled voice resonating through the entire village. Kid, she's still alive! Kyuubi cried excitedly. What? He called back as he felt for a pulse. Oh my god, you're right. It's faint, but she has a pulse. Quick, Kid, you've got to get her to the tower so the medics can help her. The demon yelled, snapping the boy out of his overjoyed revelry. Naruto nodded as he stood, picking her up bridal style. Before he could move, he was surrounded by 24 Anbu and the Hokage, along with Asuma, Kurenai and Guy. Naruto, what the hell happened here? The Hokage yelled, looking around at the damaged area, unrecognizable dismembered cops and finally Anko. I don't have time to explain fully. Orochimaru showed up, we fought, he injured Anko using her curse mark and I killed him. Now I need to get her to the hospital, so get the fuck out my way, he roared, stepping towards the direction of the hospital. Naruto, wait! The tower is closer, the medics can treat her there, Sarutobi said hurriedly. Fine, I'll meet you there, he said before disappearing in a burst of flames. Will she be alright, Hokage-sama? Kurenai asked worriedly. I hope so, Kurenai, 'cause God knows what Naruto will do if she dies. And judging by that chakra we felt earlier, there isn't a damn thing anyone would be able to do to stop him. Chapter 8. Snake and Fox 8. As soon as Naruto arrived in the tower, he was surrounded by Chunin and Jounin guards. Where are the medics? She needs help right now, he yelled desperately. Immediately several medic nins appeared and made their way to him, checking over her vitals, then leading him to a separate room, where he was instructed to place her into a bed so they could begin work on her. After several seemingly chaotic minutes, the doctors began to settle down, and eventually all but one left. This last one turned to Naruto. How is she? He asked anxiously. We've managed to get her stabilized, so the hard part is over. She should make a full recovery in a few weeks, provided she gets lots of rest. The doctor explained. Oh, thank God, Naruto said before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Naruto awoke to the familiar sound of dripping water and feeling of laying in a puddle. I never did ask what this stuff is, he thought to himself as he sat up. Hey Kyubi, how come you called me here? He asked, seeing the great fox inside its cage. Because you're dying, Kit, it answered gruffly. What? Naruto exclaimed loudly. How? Why? What the hell is going on? Well, as I warned it would, your body was unable to handle my chakra when you used all 9 taels worth, so now it has been damaged to the point that not even I can fix it, using my normal methods. Kyubi replied, mumbling the last part. Damn. Is there anything you can do? Naruto asked softly. Well, there is one option, but frankly you're not gonna like it. Naruto's head snapped up. What is it? How can you save us? He asked. The only way that I can see to save you is for us to merge completely, making you into a half-demon or Hanyu. The Demon Lord explained. What'll happen if we do that? Unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure. All that I'm certain of is that you will get all of my chakra and your healing abilities will increase dramatically, that is, assuming you don't just explode from the overload of power. Kyubi answered flatly. Wait, does that mean I would be immortal? Naruto asked, choosing to ignore the exploding comment. No. Only full demons like me are immortal. You would just be very hard to kill, though you could still die of old age eventually. Oh good, I don't think I could stand having to watch everyone age and die while I lived on. Is there anything else you can tell me? Like what, Kit? We're kinda short on time here. The demon responded impatiently. What about my kids, will they be half-demon too? He asked, worried about having to see his children live with such a stigmatism attached to them. They would have enough of those already thanks to who their parents would be. Not really, they would likely have some of your abilities, like the chakra manipulation and fast healing, but they would be to a much lesser degree. Kyubi answered, somewhat impressed by the child's forethought. Well, okay then, I'm in. What do we do? Naruto asked, determination setting itself on his face. All you have to do is rip the seal off the gates, I'll handle the rest. Though I should warn you, this is probably going to hurt like hell. Naruto stared at the demon carefully. If it had asked such a thing only a few months ago he would have gladly died before giving in, but since the incident with Anko, he and the demon had been spending a lot more time together, and he had come to trust the infamous fox as much as any of his other friends in the outside world. Finally breaking his gaze, Naruto nodded and walked up to the seal. Ready? He asked nervously, but still with the determination to live pumping through his veins. Yeah, let's do this, the fox answered. Naruto nodded again and in one quick motion tore the seal off the gates, causing them to swing open. Here we go, Kit, see you on the other side, Kyubi said as he charged at Naruto, and then he seemed to leap into him as they merged, forcing Naruto back to the conscious world, though he didn't have time to note his surroundings. As soon he felt pain unlike anything he had ever experienced before. His entire body felt as if it were burning from the inside as the two chakras merged quicker than was ever intended by the seal. He could also feel his damaged muscles and tissue being stretched and repaired, as his body healed the damage done by the foreign chakra earlier. Soon the pain was simply too much, and he blacked out. Naruto awoke to find himself in a different room than he had been previously. Looking around, he quickly noted Anko in the bed next to his, resting peacefully, and the Hokage sitting in a chair next to his bed. "Ji-san? Where am I?" he asked weakly. "You're at the hospital. We transferred you two here after the preliminaries for the final exam were over," the old man explained, relief clearly written in his face at seeing his young friend awake. "Oh, so I take it I failed then?" Naruto asked, failing to keep the disappointment out of his voice. "Actually, your remaining blood clone fought for you. He managed to defeat Kiba, so if you're up to it, you actually have qualified for the finals at the end of the week," he replied with a warm smile. "End of the week? How long was I out?" he asked, confused. "Almost a whole month. Good thing you woke up now. Your blood clone ran out of juice shortly after its match, so you would have been disqualified if you weren't up soon." "Oh yeah, I can see the memories now. Oh, I am going to fuck that Niji kid up after what he did to Hinata. That Gaara guy too," he declared angrily, upset by seeing how badly some of his fellow Leaf Nin were injured. He let out a weary sigh. "Oh well, I'll think about that later. How is Anko-chan doing?" he asked, his tone dripping with concern and worry. "I'm fine. But you guys need to learn to keep it down while people are trying to rest," muttered a familiar voice from their right. "An-chan, you're awake!" Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he tried to jump out of bed and hug her, but fell down in a tangle of sheets and blankets. "Whoa, take it easy, Naruto. You've been out for 3 weeks and your body needs time to adjust to the changes," the Hokage said sternly, helping the boy back into bed. "Changes? What changes? What happened?" Naruto asked frantically. "Actually, we were hoping you could tell us what happened. One of the doctors found you on the ground screaming in pain, and nothing we did seemed to stop it. Eventually you stopped on your own, and when you did we noticed your new features," Sarutobi said nervously. "Features? What features?" Naruto asked, fear evident in his voice for the first time that anyone could remember. "Here, take a look for yourself," Anko said, handing him a small mirror. Naruto gasped at what he saw looking back at him in the reflection. His whisker marks had grown much darker and more defined. His canine teeth had grown into full animal fangs. And his eyes were now a unique amethyst color. He also noticed that his hair was now longer, and had blood-red tips at the end of his usual gold locks. Finally, the most distressing thing was that his ears were no longer on the side of his head where they should be, they were on the top, and looked more like a fox or dog's ears, pointed and covered in blonde fur with red tips. "Holy shit! What the fuck, Fox? You didn't say anything like this was going to happen!" Naruto yelled out loud accidentally. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun?" Anko asked, concerned. Naruto sighed. "During the fight with Orochimaru, I called on the fox's chakra so that I could win. Unfortunately, I used too much, and it caused serious damage to my body. It was so bad that was going to kill me." Both Anko and the Hokage gasped at this. "The fox told me that the only way for me to survive was for us to merge completely, turning me into a half-demon. Apparently these changes are the side effects of that merger. Though you could have warned me, Fox," he added internally. "Sorry, Kit, I honestly didn't know this kind of thing was going to happen. There has never been a merger between a demon lord and a human before. I really had no idea what to expect," Kyubi explained. "It's okay, I guess, at least I don't have a tail or something, right?" he thought jokingly. Though he received no reply. "Oh fuck no!" he exclaimed whilst feeling behind his back, and sure enough right there attached just above his butt were 9 big, bushy fox tails. "God damn it!" he screamed, causing the windows in the room to shatter. "Oh come on, Naruto-kun, I think they're really cute. And I'm sure we'll be able to find some uses for them," Anko cooed sexily, causing Naruto and Sarutobi to lose their eyebrows to the top of their heads. "You can't be serious! Look at me, I'm a fucking monstache!" He was cut off by a hard slap from his lover. "Don't you ever think that! You are Naruto Uzumaki, just as you always were. Nothing about this changes who you are, and that is the kind, gentle, good-hearted man that I love. Now cut this self-pity bullshit out right now or you're not getting any for a month," she said sternly. Naruto stared blankly at her for a moment before smiling warmly. "Thanks, Inchan, I needed that. I guess they are pretty cool once you get used to them. And I can't wait to see the looks on the villagers' faces when I show up looking like this," he said, flashing an even foxier version of his classic grin. "Now that's the half-demon I love," Anko declared, answering his grin with her own. "Well, as touching as this is, I have to make some preparations for tomorrow, so I'll see you two later," the Hokage said as he got up to leave. "What's going on tomorrow?" Naruto asked. "Oh, that's right, you wouldn't have heard 'cause you were out. I held a poker tournament in the village a few weeks ago as a trap to lure one of my students back to the village. It worked, and as soon as she showed up, I managed to guilt her into becoming the new Hokage so that I can retire. Tomorrow is the coronation ceremony," Sarutobi explained, his own mischievous grin appearing and putting those of the two infamous troublemakers to shame. "Ah, so you finally get to retire? Congrats, Ji-san, you really are far too old to be running the village these days," Naruto proclaimed, half serious. "Oh, believe me, I know, that's why I brought Tsunade back," he said, chuckling as he headed for the door. "Oh, and don't forget, this is a public hospital, so if you decide to relax, try to keep it down," he said, giggling perversely and wiggling his eyebrows in an all-too-familiar manner. "Get out of here, Eroji-san!" Naruto yelled at him, tossing a pillow at the old man as he ran from the room, and they both blushed at his comment. It was only a few hours after they woke that the doctors told them that both Anko and Naruto were cleared to leave. The blonde cheered excitedly and rushed to the door, literally ripping it off its hinges. "Naruto-kun! What the hell did you do that for?" Anko yelled. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry, I guess merging with Kyuubi made me a lot stronger than before. It'll probably just take some time to get used to," he explained, placing the door back in its frame only for it to fall down immediately. "I can help speed up that time, Kit," offered the gruff voice of the blonde's tenant. "Cool, Kyuubi, how?" Naruto asked internally. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Anko asked, concerned by her man's sudden silence. "Huh? Oh yeah, Kyuubi just said he might be able to help out with my problem, hold on a sec," he replied as he sat down on one of the beds. "So what do we do, Kyuubi-sensei?" he asked respectfully. "Not we, Kit, I can't do anything anymore, you've got all my power, remember?" the demon corrected. "Right. So what do I do?" Naruto asked eagerly, his respectful tone having quickly vanished. "Well, I think the easiest and fastest way for you to get control is to restrict the amount of power that is active in your system, then increase how much you have, as your control gets better." "Sounds like a good plan. How do I do it?" "Through your tails. See, each of your tails is representative of a portion of your total power, around 11% each. So if you limit the number of tails you are using, you will reduce your power." "I see. Would I still be able to call on the extra strength if I needed it?" Naruto asked, remembering that even though Orochimaru was dead, there may still be an invasion soon. Of course, it might just take a little time. It would be a similar process to what that weird human did with the chakra gates during the preliminaries. Kyuubi replied, shuddering slightly at the image of the green spandex abomination. "Okay, how do I do it?" "Just concentrate and visualize the tails going back into you. Be sure to leave at least one though, otherwise you might be too weak to function. Oh, and you just do the opposite to bring them back." Kyuubi added quickly as if he'd almost forgotten to mention it. And so Naruto did as he was instructed, and soon all but one of his tails retracted. "Naruto-kun, what happened?" Anko asked, alarmed as she raced to his side. "Relax, Kyuubi just showed me how to limit my power. Essentially, more tails equals more power, less tails equals less power. So I'm gonna start with one, and work my way up, till I have complete control of my powers," he explained while testing his strength by lifting the bed his was just sitting on. "Well, it seems as though one tail is about where I was before the merger. I can probably slip straight to 2 tails then, he said as he began to imagine another tail growing from him. As he did, it slowly started forming next to his existing one. Anko put a hand on his shoulder, causing him to lose his concentration and the second tail to recede. Naruto, don't you think we should go somewhere more appropriate for you to test out your new abilities? She said sternly, pointing behind him. Naruto turned to see a terrified nurse huddled in a corner trembling. Naruto chuckled and blushed slightly. Maybe you're right. Okay, let's go. He picked her up bridal style and shined to their usual training ground. What did you do that for? Anko yelled as he put her down. The doctor said you had to rest, so I figured this would be the best way to get us here without you having to do anything. Naruto said as though it were obvious. I don't need to be carried like some wounded child. I'm still your sensei, damn it! She yelled, whacking him over the head. Hi, sorry sensei, he said, hanging his head. Anko sighed. Look, let's just forget about it and get started, okay? Sure, I'll start with 2 for now, he said as he began to concentrate, soon forming the extra tail. Hey, it was easier that time, must get better with practice, he thought out loud. Do you feel any different? A voice from behind them asked. The both quickly turned and looked to the source and found the Hokage standing with a busted blonde woman that Naruto didn't recognize. Hey Ji-san. Who's she? He said, indicating towards the well-endowed woman. Tsunade Senju, new Hokage, you must be Naruto. I've heard a lot about you, though I must say I'm very impressed you managed to kill my old teammate, she said, holding her hand for him to shake. He took it and gave it a firm shake. Teammate? You must mean the snake prick, but if that's true, you must be like 50 years old, how can you look so good? He asked innocently, earning him a whack from Anko. Oh. I meant good for her age, she's got nothing on you and Chan, he said quickly, earning an even harder smack from Tsunade. Seeing the situation deteriorating quickly, Sarutobi decided to step in. So Naruto, we came to see how you're finding your new abilities. I notice you only have 2 tails now, I assume that somehow limits your power? The professor asked, as always, intrigued by a new development. Naruto glared at Tsunade briefly before turning to the Sandaime. Yeah, I had a little accident at the hospital and QB recommended I limit my power until I get better at controlling it. I realized that 1 tail is pretty much where I was before, so I decided to skip it and go straight to 2 tails. He explained. I see. So is there much of a difference? Tsunade asked, her expression more serious than before. Yeah, straight away I felt lighter and stronger. I figure with 2 tails I should be at about Kakashi team's level, he replied, gaining gasps from everyone. Naruto, are you sure? Anko asked disbelievingly. Yeah, I think so, why? He replied, confused by their expressions. Naruto, if you're that strong at 2 tails, think how strong you will be at 9! Sarutobi yelled, losing his cool for the first time in over a decade. Naruto paused for a moment and considered it. Actually, now that you mention it, when I used 9 tails against the snake fucker he did go down really easily. In fact, I probably could have beat him using only 4 or 5 tails, but I got a bit carried away, he explained sheepishly. Everyone just stared at him, mouths wide open. What? Don't you get it, kid? With only half your power you'd easily be the strongest ninja in Konoha. With all of it, there would be no one in the world that could stand up to you, Tsunade exclaimed. Really? Awesome! I'd better get to training then, he cried excitedly before he made 1,000 shadow clones, filling large clearing in a sea of black-clad blondes. Anko smacked her hand to her face. Oh, not this again, she sighed wearily. I don't get it, what's he going to do with all the dash? Tsunade started but was cut off by the original Naruto's voice. Alright guys, we've been given an upgrade, time to get used to it. Uzumaki Battle Royale! He yelled, getting a chorus of cheers and applause. And begin! He shouted. And instantaneously all hell broke loose as all the Narutos began attacking each other. Anko, what is he doing? Sarutobi asked, unable to look away from the chaos unfolding before them. He calls it the Uzumaki Battle Royale. He does this when he is trying to develop his taijutsu or master a new technique. Anko explained, sounding almost embarrassed by her lover and students' actions. They all ducked as a clone came flying over them and disappeared in a poof. Well, as unorthodox as it is, I'll bet it's quite effective. Especially since the original learns everything the clone does when it's dispelled. Tsunade said as they continued to watch the battle, all of their faces holding blank expressions. Yeah, but it wears him out pretty good. I'll have to warn him so he isn't exhausted for the finals in a few days. Anko replied. They all nodded and watched as more and more of the clones were dispatched. It's strangely beautiful, in a chaotic sort of way. Sarutobi said quietly as the number of Narutos steadily declined. I can't look away, it's almost hypnotic. Tsunade muttered, as they again ducked a flying clone. After 20 minutes a very drained Naruto lay in the middle of the clearing, panting heavily as the 3 older ninjas shook off their stupor and walked over to the boy. Not bad, kid, I've gotta say I'm impressed. Tsunade said as Anko helped the exhausted teen stand up. Thanks, Bachan. Glad you enjoyed the show, he joked. What did you call me, Gaki? She screamed as she began stomping her way over to him but was stopped when Sarutobi grabbed her arm. Well, look at the time, I guess we'd better get going and leave you two to it. Come on, Tsunade, he said, dragging her off as she struggled against him. Naruto and Anko looked at each other and shrugged. You want to grab some dinner? Naruto asked. Sure, but since you offered you're paying, Anko replied with a smirk, getting a frown from her student as he mumbled something about tight-ass girlfriends. The next few days passed quickly and Naruto's control grew just as quick. He could now walk around comfortably at 3 tails. Not that they had really been walking anywhere, since Naruto had decided to make his new features a surprise for the tournament, so they stayed at home when not training. Though either of them complained as it gave them plenty of time to relax, as the Sandame had put it, though they were yet to go all the way as they decided to wait until after the exams. Needless to say, Friday couldn't come fast enough for either of them, Naruto because he was excited for the exams, and Anko because she was becoming increasingly frustrated every day. Naruto woke on Friday morning much the same way he did every day, angry at the sun for waking him, then happy as he felt the familiar weight on his chest as his beautiful girlfriend snuggled closer to him to avoid the light. However, this feeling was soon replaced by excitement as he remembered what today was. Unfortunately, in his excitement, he forgot about the woman laying on him and leapt from the bed, sending her crashing harshly to the floor. Ow! What the fuck? She yelled, rubbing her sore backside. Oh, and Chan, I'm so sorry, I just got excited and I forgot you were there for a moment, he said frantically as he helped her up. She glared at him for a long moment before taking a deep, calming breath. All right. Let's just hurry up and get ready. You don't want to be late, do you? Oh shit! You're right! He cried, disappearing into the bathroom, causing the door to slam loudly as Anko chuckled at his antics. Half an hour later, they were walking towards the stadium where the exams were to be held. Naruto had carefully tucked his tail into his pant legs, not that it was really helping them to avoid the usual glares and comments. Some people had even taunted him by saying the Hyuga would kill him in their match. This just caused both of them to laugh as they knew even with him holding back to one tail as the Hokages had requested, Niji didn't stand a chance. Eventually, they made it to the stadium and Anko jokingly gave him a kiss for luck before she went to sit with the other senseis and he went to the arena floor to await the start of the tournament. Hey guys! Anko greeted as she sat down next to Kurenai in the stands. She noticed that the members of each team that didn't make it were here with their senseis. It's the crazy chick from the Forest of Death, what are you doing here? Kiba yelled, earning him a smack from Kurenai. She is here to watch her student, just like the rest of us, Asuma said while trying not to laugh at the boy's comment or punishment. Excuse me, Anko-sensei, but who is your student? Asked Hinata quietly. Why, the very person who is going to win this whole tournament, who happens to be the same person that beat the crap out of Dog Boy of there, she said, smiling proudly and pointing at Kiba. The students all stared at her for a moment before it clicked who she was referring to. Naruto-kun? Hinata gasped quietly. Anko raised an eyebrow at the girl. Naruto-kun? I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who gets to call him that, she said accusingly. Wait, you don't mean you and him are dash? Kiba started, but was silenced by another smack from Kurenai. Whether they are or aren't, that is their business. Now quiet down, it's starting, Kurenai said, pointing to the arena floor where the proctor was beginning to speak. Anko tuned him out as she looked at the Hyuga girl, who seemed to be on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really like Naruto. Too bad for her I got there first. Still, maybe I should say something to her. She looks like she has enough confidence issues as it is, she doesn't need this added to them. She leaned over to the girl, who was on the other side of Kurenai. Hey kid, don't feel too bad about Naruto. After certain events he grew drastically, you'd be better off looking for someone your age. Besides, back at the preliminaries it seemed like that Aburaim kid had taken a shine to you. Hinata stared at her disbelievingly. Shino? Are you sure? She asked quietly. It's true, Hinata. Shino may not be the most open guy out there, but during your match with Niji, he was practically a nervous wreck. I actually had to stop him from jumping down and attacking him, Kurenai added. She had realized what Anko was doing and was glad to see it. She had always thought that Shino was a better match for the quiet girl anyway. The young Hyuga didn't reply, she just sat there considering what had been said. Eventually she nodded confidently. Thank you, Anko-sensei. I wish you and Naruto happiness in your lives together, she said genuinely, causing both older women to smile and nod. Niji Hyuga vs. Naruto Uzumaki. Let the first match begin, cried the proctor, immediately gaining the attention of the three distracted kunoichi. Chapter 9. Snake and Fox 9. As the announcement to begin was made, Niji slipped into his family's famous fighting stance, but Naruto just held his hand up. Hold on, before we begin there is something I need to let out, the blonde said as he began undoing his belt. What the hell, Uzumaki? We don't need to see that. Keep your pants on, the shocked and disgusted proctor yelled. Naruto just rolled his eyes and continued undoing his pants. Once he was done, he lowered the back slightly and a single blonde-haired, red-tipped tail emerged, sticking out from the split in the back of his coat. He also let his ears, which had been pressed flat against his head, stand up. Ah man, that's so much better. Naruto cooed happily as his tail waved excitedly behind him. Is that a tail? What the fuck? Did he always have that? Kiba yelled loudly. Just what kind of freak are you, Uzumaki? Niji spat condescendingly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You know, for a guy whose whole inbred family has no pupils, you're not very accepting of people's differences, he replied with a toothy grin. This caused Niji to growl angrily, just as the crowd all finally seemed to snap out of their shock at the same time. This led to a deafening roar, as people shouted everything from, "Look how cute that tail is," to, "Kill the demon," with the latter being far more popular among the native villagers. The chants all turned to cheers, however, when Niji had finally let his anger get the better of him and charged Naruto, swinging at him wildly, well as wildly as one can using a dance-like fighting style. Naruto easily avoided his attacks, causing the Hyuga to get angrier and his attacks to get even sloppier. Come on, princess, I'm sure you can do better than that, the fox boy taunted as he grabbed Niji's wrist and flung him over his shoulder with ease. You pathetic worm, I am the elite of the Hyuga clan. I cannot be defeated by a loser like you, he cried before charging again. Naruto again grabbed his wrists, though this time he pulled him in close to his body. You're an elite? That's funny, I thought it would be the dozens of Jounin or Chunin they have, or at least someone from the main branch. Niji growled furiously and struggled against the blonde's grip. How dare you dash! But he was cut off as Naruto viciously slammed his forehead protector into his nose, shattering it, and sending blood spraying over both of them as the Hyuga stumbled backwards from the impact. Naruto didn't give him time to recover as he kneed the other boy in the stomach, forcing him to keel over and cough up blood. Naruto leaned close to Niji's ear and whispered so only he could hear. This is what happens to fate-obsessed pricks like you who hurt those that care for them. He then stood and delivered a hard axe kick to the back of his neck, sending the Hyuga crashing to the ground and knocking him out instantly. The proctor quickly checked on Niji, before standing and facing the stunned crowd. Niji Hyuga is unable to continue. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Instantly the crowd exploded in an uproar, and whilst most of it was negative demon-related jeers, Naruto noticed a number of people who were applauding and cheering for him. Well, it's not much, but it's a start, he thought to himself as he walked back to the fighters' area. The next fight saw Shikamaru Nara defeated by Sabaka no Temari, though it was only because the shadow user submitted whilst he had the upper hand, claiming that he was out of chakra. This match was followed by Shino Abirame vs Sabaka no Kankuro. This match was highly strategic as both tried to gain the upper hand using their tools. Eventually, however, Shino was declared the winner when drained his opponent of most of his chakra, forcing him to collapse. The final fight of the first round was quick and brutal, as Sabaka no Gara immediately used his sand to encase and then crush Dosu of the Sound Village. Naruto eagerly leapt to the arena floor as his name was called for the beginning of the first match of the semifinals. Temari stood opposite him, an angry scowl written across her face. "You're not gonna give up like that other leaf pussy, are you?" she sneered. Naruto chuckled. "First off, that pussy totally kicked your ass and only lost because he knew he'd already done enough to get promoted and couldn't be bothered finishing you off. Second, I've never backed down from a fight in my life and I've faced things worse than anything you or even your psycho brother could dream up, so fuck no, I'm not gonna give up," he declared forcefully. She smirked at him. "Good, 'cause I'm looking for a fight." As soon as the proctor called a start to the match, Temari opened her fan all the way and launched several powerful gusts at Naruto, who leapt away quickly, avoiding the devastating attacks. "I can see you've got pretty good strength, but how is your speed?" Naruto called as he suddenly disappeared in a burst of speed too quick to follow. "Shit, where did he go?" she muttered under her breath. Suddenly her eyes widened and she spun around, using her now closed fan to block a kick aimed at her head. The force from the blow was enough to send her skidding away from the other nin. "Nice reflexes, let's see if you can keep it up," Naruto taunted as he vanished again. "Shit!" she exclaimed as she looked around for her opponent. Before she could even flinch, she was hit with a brutal kick to her arm which landed with a loud snap. She immediately dropped her weapon, as intense pain shot through her arm when she tried to hold on to the heavy fan despite her injury. Before it even hit the ground, it vanished and reappeared in the hands of Naruto, who was now standing a short distance away from her holding the fan in front of him like he was going to use it. "You know, I happen to be wind type myself and I always wondered what would happen if I combined my jutsu with wind from a fan like this. Let's find out, shall we? Futon, Hurricane Kurosaki ma!" he cried as he did some hand signs, then swept the fan powerfully. The result was a huge gust of wind that slammed Temari violently against the arena wall and left deep gashes across her body and the concrete wall. "Sabaka no Temari is unable to continue. Winner Naruto Uzumaki," called the proctor as medics ran in to collect the fallen kunoichi. As she was being carried out, Naruto placed her fan on the stretcher with her, having no desire or need of such a weapon. Again the crowd erupted when the fight was over, though Naruto could see that this time, there were quite a few more people cheering for him, especially after he gave the weapon back. After all, what kind of evil monster respects property rights? Naruto went back to the fighter's box as the next two combatants made their way down. Finally they stood across from each other, and the proctor began. Second match of the semi-finals, Shino Abura dash. He was cut off by Shino's emotionless voice. "Proctor, I quit," he said calmly. "What? Why?" the proctor asked as the crowd went silent in shock. "I have now seen my opponent in 2 fights. Both times he used incredible power and ruthlessness, resulting in either death or serious injury. I have no desire to fight when I am sure that a similar result will undoubtedly be my fate." The proctor nodded. "Shino Abirame has refused to continue. Winner Sabaka no Gara." Many of the villagers in the crowd booed the outcome, but most of the ninjas nodded their heads in understanding. There was wisdom in not fighting what was almost sure to be a losing battle, especially when the opponent is as dangerous as Gaara. Will Naruto Uzumaki please return to the arena floor so that we may begin the final match? Called the proctor as the crowd finally settled down a little. Naruto leapt down into the arena and stood opposite the malicious young ninja from Suna. Final match of the Chunin exam tournament, Naruto Uzumaki vs Sabaka no Gaara. Begin! Called the proctor as he leapt back to what he hoped was a safe distance. Neither fighter moved for a full minute, sizing each other up and waiting for the other to start things off. Soon the crowd became restless from the lack of action and began to boo and jeer the two young fighters. Looks like we should really get things started. Allow me to take the first shot, Naruto said jokingly as he sank into his fighting stance. Without another word he vanished as he had earlier against Temari. Suddenly, a loud boom was heard as Gaara's sand blocked a kick aimed at his head. Reflexes must run in the family, Naruto joked as he leapt back before the sand could capture him. Gaara remained stoic as his sand launched at the blonde, swirling and lurching in random patterns, as it attempted to catch Naruto. His opponent continued to smile as he artfully dodged the rapid attacks. Whoa, this is fun, I could keep this up all day. Naruto laughed as he flipped, narrowly avoiding another stream of sand. Gaara's face began to contort in rage as his attacks continued to be avoided. Stop dodging, you worm! He yelled angrily as he brought his hands up to direct the sand, dramatically increasing its speed. Naruto, not expecting the jump in speed, was caught by the sand and slammed hard against the arena wall, creating another crater next to the one he made with Temari. Gaara smirked evilly as he withdrew his sand only momentarily, before driving it back into Naruto, deepening the hole in the wall significantly. He continued to apply more and more pressure into the wall, hoping to crush the Leaf Nin's body to nothingness. His expression darkened, however, when he began to feel something forcing his sand out of the hole and back towards him. He growled angrily and increased the pressure even more, but it continued to be forced back till it was away from the opening of the damaged wall. As soon as it cleared opening, the resisting force disappeared and his sand slammed into the wall, sending up a huge dust cloud that covered half the arena floor. As the dust started to settle, Gaara's enraged voice could be heard over the entire stadium. "No! That should have killed you!" he screamed. "That? Kill me? Ha! It's going to take a lot more than that to kill me, you crazy sand bastard!" was Naruto's joyful reply. The dust finally settled and it revealed Naruto, standing across from the Sunanin, his two tails wagging behind him. Frowning, he removed his now tattered coat and discarded it with a frustrated grunt. "That was my favorite coat, you psychotic fuck! I'm gonna make you pay for that," he growled angrily. In the stands, all of teams 8, 9 and 10, along with their senseis, were staring dumbstruck at Naruto. How the fuck did he survive that? And why does he have two tails now? What the hell is that freak? Kiba yelled before he was lifted by his throat by an enraged Anko. "Don't you dare call him that, you pathetic little fuck knuckle! Naruto-kun is more man or ninja than you and your little shit-sniffing fuck buddy could ever dream of being." She was going to continue when Kurenai cut her off. "Anko, put him down now! You're a jounin, for Christ's sake act like it!" she yelled, grabbing the other woman's arm. Anko grunted angrily and dumped the terrified Inuzuka to the ground. As she turned and went back to her seat, she added scornfully, "Learn to watch your words, brat. Spouting that kind of shit will get you killed." Kiba just gulped and stared blankly at the frightening woman, as everyone else drew their attention back to the match. "Seems I underestimated your defenses, cactus fucker. I might actually have to put in some effort," Naruto said as he rained down blows on the sand shield, trying to find a way through. After a particularly hard kick attempt, he leapt back to create some distance, and began doing hand signs rapidly. "Katan, Hai Dangon Jutsu!" he cried, blowing a concentrated ball of intense flames at the sand. Almost immediately, however, the sand surrounded the flame and smothered it, leaving Gaara completely unfazed. Naruto grunted in frustration as he was forced to jump back again to avoid Gaara's offensive. "Okay, so fire is out, let's try something else," he said as he began a new set of hand signs. Futon Surudiyari! He called, sending a focused burst of wind chakra at the redhead. Again Gaara's sand rose to swallow the attack, but the sharp point and force of the attack simply drilled through the shield. Gaara's eyes opened in shock as his defense was breached for only the second time in his life. For a moment, everything was silent but the whirring sound of Naruto's attack as it ripped through the Sunanin's shoulder, leaving his right arm hanging limply at his side, as blood flowed freely from the gaping wound. The silence was broken by Gaara's guttural scream as the shock wore off and he experienced true pain for the first time. "It hurts! It hurts!" he cried loudly. Seeing the damage to the young ninja, the proctor stepped forward, raising his voice over the scream. "Sabaku no Gaara is unable to continue when dash." But he was silenced when there was a powerful burst of demonic chakra, flooring most of the civilians and low-rank shinobi. Many of those still standing looked to Naruto, assuming him to be the source of the suffocating power, only to find him staring in wonder at the other boy, who seemed to be being consumed by his own sand. "Anko, what is that?" "It feels like that chakra from the Forest of Death from when Orochimaru was defeated," Guy asked, looking at Anko, who was the only one who didn't seem to be panicked by the situation. "It looks like that Gaara kid is a Jinchuruki too. I guess that explains his powers and psychosis," she said thoughtfully. "Fuck! If that's true, we've got to stop him before he totally loses control," Asuma said as he drew his knives and leapt to his feet. "No! This is still my fight, everyone stay out of it!" Naruto commanded, his voice full of power and authority as it resonated throughout the arena, halting all of the approaching ninja in their tracks. "You can't take him by yourself, kid. That chakra is already near Kage level and growing. We need every dash." But the random nin was cut off by Tsunade's powerful shout. "Silence! Naruto is right, the match is still going, and until one party is defeated, no one shall interfere," the new Hokage commanded forcefully. Sarutobi smirked and nodded to his student. "He's all yours, Naruto. Just try to keep the collateral damage to a minimum, okay?" Naruto laughed and gave a foxy grin. "No promises, Ji-san, you know how these kind of things go. Naruto-kun, just hurry up and beat this sandball's ass so we can go do lunch. I'm starving over here," Anko called out with a huge grin on her face. Yeah, keep your top on, actually scratch that, lose the top," Naruto replied, wiggling his eyebrows in an imitation of a certain perverted old man. Anko chuckled. "Maybe later, but only if you make this interesting. You don't get a show like this every day, I want to see something special." "Of course, my Heim," Naruto replied with a low bow to his girlfriend. Anko was going to reply, but was cut off by a demonic roar from the now raccoon-shaped, sand-covered Gaara. "Blood! Mother calls for all of your blood!" he screamed hysterically. Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "Mother? Oh well, let's do this thing," he said calmly, as he began to concentrate. Almost immediately, 2 extra tails sprouted from his back and his chakra pressure exploded, sending many of the remaining Genin and Chunin to their knees. "Is that the Kyuubi's power?" Kurenai asked as she struggled to breathe under the pressure. "No, it's different. Kyuubi's chakra was always dark and malevolent. This, whilst incredibly powerful and intense, seems warmer, almost comforting," Guy said as he stared at Naruto, who was now surrounded by his blue chakra shroud. "That's because this is Naruto-kun's chakra. When he used Kyuubi's chakra in the Forest of Death to kill the snake fucker, it somehow caused the two of them to merge. So now Naruto-kun has all the power of Kyuubi, but it's his chakra, not the demon's," Anko said proudly, whilst looking on happily at her student and love. "So, judging by that chakra, you're a Jinchuruki, yes? And since you use sand, I'd say you've got the Ichibi in there," Naruto said curiously. "That's right, and now Mother is calling for your blood," the demonized Gaara roared. "Yeah, see, the problem with that is, I'm the container for the Kyuubi, and I now have all his powers, so there is no chance in hell you can leave a dirty smudge on me, let alone draw blood," Naruto taunted calmly, getting into his battle stance. Demon Gaara, who was still only a little larger than he was normally, roared furiously and leapt at the half-demon. Naruto easily blocked Gaara's sand-covered arm with his own chakra-encased one. "Told ya," he said before launching a chakra fist into Gaara's face, sending him hurtling backwards into the wall with a mighty crash. Before he could recover, he was driven deeper into the wall when Naruto stomped both feet into his chest, then kicked off into a graceful back flip. Gaara coughed up blood and growled angrily, before leaping out of the hole and swiping at the blonde with his sand claws. Again Naruto stopped the attack, this time by catching the wrist of the sand creature. I wonder how good your regeneration is in this form." The Konoha genin pondered out loud, then smirked wickedly and placed his other hand on the shoulder of the same arm. "Let's find out, shall we?" he questioned darkly. Demon Gaara's eyes widened when he felt Naruto begin to pull his arm at an unnatural angle whilst holding the shoulder in place. Soon his shock turned to pain, as Naruto literally ripped the arm off, taking both the sand and flesh ones. The wound quickly covered in sand as it tried to stop the bleeding from the severed appendage. Naruto leapt back and threw the arm at Gaara, who caught it with his remaining arm. Almost immediately the sand left the detached flesh arm and returned to the shoulder, reforming the sand arm. "So it looks like you've got perfect sand regeneration, but judging by the blood soaking from your shoulder, I'd say little to no actual healing. How interesting," Naruto said as he analyzed the process. "Since your chakra isn't close to full Bija level yet, I'm going to assume you have another form after this one, yes? Well, if that's the case, I suggest you change now, 'cause I'm only letting this battle go on for another 5 minutes before I end it. So you might as well go all out in those 5 minutes, not that it'll make boy difference of course," Naruto said emotionlessly. Demon Gaara cackled crazily and began to draw sand from the floor of the arena to himself, causing his size to increase dramatically. Finally the sand stopped and took the form of a gigantic, fat raccoon with Gaara's human body, half sticking out of its head. "Ninpo, Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu," the redhead called before slouching over in a deep sleep. "Yahoo! I'm free!" yelled the raccoon, which now took up more than half the arena floor, causing many of the ninja in the crowd to begin to panic again at the sight of the fully transformed Bijou container. "Its power increased again!" cried a random leaf chunin. "Can Naruto still beat that thing, Anko?" Kurenai asked worriedly. "Are you kidding me? Naruto isn't even using half of his full power yet, he's still got 5 more tails left. That overgrown dust mite doesn't stand a chance," she replied confidently. "How come the Tanuki is so powerful if it only has 1 tail? If the more tails means more power, shouldn't Naruto already be able to beat it?" Asuma asked. Anko shook her head. "No, Naruto explained it to me once. Whilst the tails represent a percentage of the demon's full power, they actually give no indication of the demon's total power. The number of tails is more a symbol of their status and ranking within the Bijou. So, even though the Ichibi was actually more powerful than some of the others, because it was renowned as insane, it was demoted to the lowest rank amongst the 9. She explained. "So the Ichibi's 1 tail is actually worth several of Naruto's, is that right?" Kurenai asked, getting a nod from Anko. Back in the arena, Naruto was practically overflowing with excitement. In full Bijou mode, this guy is even stronger than Snake Dick, he thought to himself as he began to concentrate again. Shikaku saw that Naruto was calling on more power and decided to interfere, lest he be defeated and forced back into the seal. "I won't let you!" he roared as he tried to crush Naruto, breaking the blonde's concentration and forcing his newly forming tail back into his body. "Fuck! The tails take longer to form after number 4 since I'm not used to using them yet. I need to distract him long enough so I can add the new tails," he thought to himself frantically whilst dodging the giant's attacks. "Time for an old favorite. Tajikage Bunshin no Jutsu," he cried as over 1,000 Narutos appeared and began swarming over the sand demon. The original and several clones, acting as decoys just in case, stood back as he once again began to concentrate, drawing on more and more of his power. The Tanuki could see the power of the original increasing, but was too busy fighting off the horde of clones to actually do anything about it. He roared in fury as he saw another tail appear behind his opponent. Everyone in the stands, bar a very select few, was sharing a single thought: just how powerful is this kid? Once the sixth tail was formed, Naruto's power stopped growing, causing many to believe he had finally reached his limit. Naruto turned his head to the stands, in particular to one purple-headed special jounin. Anko-chan, I need a decision. At this level I can beat him, but if I keep going I can destroy him. Your call. Long and interesting or quick and painless? Which do you want? He asked seriously. Everyone still conscious in the stadium darted their wide eyes to the woman in question, who was sitting in a thinking pose pondering the decision. Finally she snapped out of it, and a huge grin appeared on her face. How about one more tail? I want you to crush him, but I can't be bothered waiting for the last two to form, she decided, causing many to sweat drop at her reasoning. Naruto smiled. Impatient as ever, Aheim? Okay, one more it is. And so he began the process again until finally he stood, literally glowing with power, 7 tails waving excitedly behind him. Sorry, rat boy, but it looks like your time is up. If it's any consolation, you put up more of a fight than I thought you would. The Ichibi just roared something unintelligible as he defeated the last of Naruto's clones and charged at his tiny prey. Naruto shook his head and jumped slightly before disappearing completely once he landed. Despite having felt his incredible power, many were still shocked by the boy's speed. Suddenly there was a bright flash of blue light which temporarily blinded the audience. Before they could see again there was a tremendous crash, followed by Shikaku screaming louder than ever. When they could finally see again, a collective gasp came from the audience. Standing exactly where he was before he disappeared was Naruto, but what drew the gasp was in front of him. Laying on the ground, not 2 feet away from the genin, was the Ichibi. Only all of its limbs and its tail had been removed, leaving only burnt stumps and piles of loose sand where they had landed. Naruto calmly walked onto the head of the beast, staring directly into one of its enormous golden eyes. He held up a hand, ordering the demon to be silent, which, to everyone's surprise, it did. Now listen to me, weakling, and listen well, because I will not repeat myself. I have decided to spare your life. Everyone was surprised to hear this, including the demon itself, whose eyes widened considerably. For one particular former root leader this was simply too much. Are you truly that stupid, demon brat? You have to kill that monster. He was cut off when he was pulled to the arena floor by a blue chakra hand. You mean just like how you and your cronies on the council have tried to kill me so many times? I think not, Danzo, you shriveled piece of shit. He growled as he harshly threw the old man into the stadium wall. Immediately Naruto was surrounded by ANBU bearing the root symbol. Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion. Ji-san, forgive me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Root supposed to be dismantled years ago? He asked, looking to the Hokage box to a seething Sarutobi. Yes, it was Naruto. I gave the order myself. The third growled. Oh? Well then these ninja can't possibly exist, and if they don't exist, I can't get in trouble for killing them, can I? Naruto asked darkly, a sick grin growing on his face. Tsunade's eyes widened before she grew a similar smile. That's true, Naruto. Do me a favor though, leave one for Ibiki? Naruto nodded, then turned to the crowd. Hibiheim, care to join me? He asked playfully as the root nin began to experience fear for the first time in their twisted lives. Anko laughed manically as she leapt down to the arena. I thought you'd never ask, Foxy-kun. As soon as she landed, there was a flash of light and all but 3 of the root members were dead or incapacitated. I'll leave the rest to you while I deal with Sandy. Anko grinned and nodded as he walked back to the still grounded Ichibi. Now, as I was saying, there will be some strict conditions to you being allowed to live. 1. You stop trying to take over and let the poor kids sleep. 2. You can remain in contact with him but only as a helpful advisor or, should things go well, a friend. 3. You shall assist Gaara in any way you can, provided he agrees to it first. If I hear that you have breached any of these conditions, I will extract and kill you. Don't doubt me on this. Kyuubi has shown me numerous means of extracting a bijou whilst leaving the container alive. Do you understand, Ichibi? The demon closed its eyes and reluctantly nodded. Very well, Kyubi-sama, I shall return to the seal and do as you command. Farewell for now, my lord. The demon said in a surprisingly calm and subjugated voice as its sand form dissolved, leaving a confused Naruto and an absolutely petrified, reawakened Gaara. How? How did you defeat Mother? Gaara cried as he tried to scurry away from Naruto, but found his body too tired to move. It's not important. What is important is that I did, and I also convinced Shikaku to stop trying to take control of you. That means no more cruel taunting, no more uncontrollable bloodlust, and best of all, no more insomnia. Naruto explained happily. Gaara stared at him in shock. Is that true? He asked, with a glimmer of hope in his expression. It's true, young one. The new Kyubi-sama convinced me to return to my seal and stop trying to take over. In fact, if you'll let me, I will actually be helping you out from time to time. Ichibi said calmly rather than in the shrill shriek that Gaara was used to. Mother? Is that you? The confused Jinchuruki asked out loud. Ichibi isn't your mother, Gaara. It just told you that to make you easier to control. But now you don't have to worry about that, Naruto said. Gaara looked at him with tears in his eyes. Thank you, Kyubi-sama. I hereby pledge my undying allegiance to you, Gaara declared solemnly as he bowed low to Naruto, pressing his head to the ground. Naruto was going to tell him not to when he realized that the second his head touched the ground, Gaara was asleep. HMPF, I guess when someone says you can sleep after a lifetime of being awake, you don't waste any time. He turned around to find Anko cleaning off her kunai and standing over the bodies of her 3 rude members. Come on, Anchan, let's go. I could really use a nap right about now, Naruto said wearily as 3 of his tails receded, leaving him with 4. Eager to get to bed for your reward, eh? Why, Naruto-kun, I do believe I'm beginning to rub off on you, she replied sexily. Sensei, you know the rules, not until we get home, Naruto replied in a playful scolding voice. Well then, let's hurry up, she said excitedly as she leapt into his arms and he performed his flaming shunshin. Naruto, wait! Yelled Tsunade and Sarutobi as they leapt down to the arena floor. Oh well. I guess we can do the ceremony later, the third said calmly, straightening his robes. I don't see why not, Tsunade agreed with a shrug. The winner of the final match and the Chunin exam tournament is Naruto Uzumaki. We expect to see you all at the Chunin announcement ceremony tomorrow at noon outside the Hokage Tower. Till then, goodbye, she announced as the exams finally ended and the people began to go home, eager to see who would be promoted the next day. As soon as they were home, Anko pulled her boyfriend and student into a passionate kiss, her tongue exploring his mouth frantically. He carried her to their bedroom, all the while maintaining their fervent exchange. He lowered both of them to the bed before rising and quickly ridding himself of his shirt and coat. Anko growled, her voice full of lust and need. She grabbed him by the back of his neck, pulling him back down into another heated tongue wrestle. Suddenly, she flipped them over, leaving her straddling his waist. She broke away from his mouth and started trailing kisses down his jawline and neck. He hissed in surprise, pain, and pleasure when she bit down hard on the area where his neck meets his shoulder. Smirking proudly at his reaction, she sat back and removed her coat, leaving her in just her fishnet undershirt and her scandalously short skirt. Moaning loudly, Naruto tried to attach himself to her glorious mounds, only to be pushed back to the bed firmly. Patience, Foxy-kun, all in due time, she said in her teacher voice, grinning widely at his frustrated expression. She began to remove her shirt at what Naruto would describe as a painfully slow pace, eventually tossing the covering over her shoulder when she was done. Before it even hit the ground, Naruto launched a desperate assault on her already erect nipples. He circled and caressed one with his tongue, whilst pinching and pulling at the other, making her moan loudly from the pleasure of the differing sensations. Getting lost in the pleasure she was experiencing, she started grinding her soaking lips against the hard bulge in his pants. She let out a wanton cry as he bit down lightly on her now painfully stiff bud, just as he raised his hips, increasing the pressure on her hot sex. Again she pushed him down to the bed, earning both a growl and a confused expression from her lover. Enough of the teasing. Pants off, Now, she said, breathing hard from her arousal and sexual hunger. Naruto grinned mischievously before flipping them, leaving him on top again. He quickly removed their remaining clothes, impatiently ridding them of the final obstacles. He began to position himself at her entrance. Naruto-kun, wait, I have a confession to make first, she said reluctantly. He pulled back and stared deeply into her eyes. What is it, Inchan? He asked softly. Seeing her hesitation, he continued. You know you can tell me anything, Inchan. I love you and nothing you or anyone else can say or do is going to change that, he promised warmly. Seeing the love and conviction in his eyes and voice, she gathered her confidence. Naruto-kun, as you know, when I was with my sensei, he did some terrible things to me, and because of that, I never trusted anyone or let them get close to me because I thought that they would just betray me like that bastard did. Naruto-kun, what I'm saying is that I never dash. It's okay, Inchan, I understand. This is completely up to you. If you want to stop, that's perfectly fine. We can take as long as you need till you're ready. I plan on spending the rest of my long life by your side, so waiting is absolutely no problem for me. I've got all the time in the world. She smiled brightly and brought him into a tight embrace, inadvertently bringing his head back to her entrance. Naruto groaned throatily at the heat and moisture he could feel coming from her core. Again he pulled back from her and looked to her eyes. Of course it would make waiting a lot easier if you could not do things like that. Anko gave a shy grin. Actually, Naruto-kun, what I was going to say is I've never trusted anyone enough to do this, before you. Are you sure, Inchan? Because I really don't mind waiting if you'll dash. He was cut off when she kissed him tenderly and flipped their positions again, so she was mounted on his stomach. I'm sure, Naruto-kun, just let me do this first part, she said confidently. Naruto nodded his head and she lifted her body up and positioning her entrance against his huge dick. They both moaned loudly as she brought herself down, slowly letting his tip stretch and push its way past her lips. She hesitated for a moment when she felt it reach her barrier, which was remarkably still intact, even after more than a decade in the physical life of a kunoichi. Taking a deep breath and gathering her courage, she let her body drop, taking his full length into her tight opening. She screamed loudly and her eyes welled up with tears as it felt like she was being split in two. Anko-chan! Are you alright? Naruto asked frantically, whilst trying not to move so as not to hurt her further. Anko looked into his eyes and gave a small smile at the concern written in them and across his face. I'll be fine, just give me a moment to get used to having your freakishly huge cock inside of me, she joked. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the comment but chose to ignore it as she was obviously in quite a bit of pain, and he had to focus all his will into staying still and not pounding her tight pussy till she begged him to stop. After a few minutes of torture for both of them, though for very different reasons, Anko finally felt the pain subside and gave an experimental roll of her hips. This caused both of them to moan loudly at the indescribable feelings that it generated for them. Deciding that she needed more of that feeling, Anko tried lifting herself, then dropping back onto him repeatedly. After a while Naruto decided to speed things up and brought his hands to her hips and lifted her further of his dick before slamming her back onto him. Oh God! Anko screamed at the intensity of the new feeling. Naruto continued to lift her then bring her back down, each time increasing the speed and pressure that he put into the movement. Soon Anko felt the telltale signs of her climax approaching, only it was more intense than anything she had ever felt before. She was finally pushed over the edge when Naruto began raising his hips in time with her descent, hitting even deeper into her. She cried out loudly as her walls clamped down on him, and she released a torrent of juices, covering them and the sheets in her essence. Naruto was forced to halt his motions as she collapsed onto his chest, as she came down from her high. You didn't think we were done yet, did you? Naruto whispered into her ear before he reversed their positions again and began drilling into her pussy harder, deeper and faster than ever before. Anko screamed once more as he continued to plow her depths, increasing her pleasure with every stroke. Oh fuck Naruto! More, give me more! Harder, deeper, faster! She cried, losing herself to the pleasure. Naruto continued his assault, unconsciously calling upon another tail to comply with her demands. Anko cried out louder than ever at his increased capabilities, now too far gone to form words other than the occasional call of his name or praises to God. Soon, they both felt their orgasms building and Naruto's thrusts became more erratic and uncontrolled as his concentration was overcome by the intense pressure building within himself. Anko was not faring much better as she began thrashing wildly and clawing at her lover's back. Naruto cried her name as he buried himself to the hilt and released his seed deep into her. Feeling his cum coating her walls, Anko was pushed over the edge again, clamping down on his cock and milking it dry. Naruto rolled onto his back, bringing her with him so she was resting comfortably on his chest. "That was incredible, Naruto," she purred as he gently stroked her back, idly playing with a loose strand of her surprisingly soft purple hair. "Yeah, we are defiantly doing that again," he chuckled. She just smiled and buried her head further into his firm chest. "Believe it," she sighed happily as she drifted off to sleep in his warm embrace. The next day, the entire village was once again gathered and murmuring quietly. It was time for the promotion announcements from the Chunin exams. Naruto and his sensei were 10 minutes late as Anko was having some difficulty moving after the previous night's and this morning's activities. When they finally did arrive, the Sandaime was finishing up some speech about the duties of a Chunin, or some shit. After he finished, Tsunade stepped forward. "Well, now that is finally done with, we can get to the juicy bits," she exclaimed excitedly, earning a cheer from the crowd and a glare from her former sensei. During the Chunin exams, several candidates proved that they possessed some of the required characteristics of a Chunin. However, we have decided that only 3 possess all of them. Firstly, for giving a very impressive display of strategic development, as well as wise decision-making and adequate combat skills, I present the rank of Chunin to Shikamaru Nara. Many of the villagers were surprised to see this, since he had given up rather easily, but most people realized his motivations and agreed with the decision. Shikamaru, however, seemed somewhat reluctant to accept, but was quickly overruled and ushered onto the stage by his mother and blonde teammate. This is so troublesome," was all he said as he received his vest and stepped into line behind the Hokages. Next, for solid strategy and decision-making, as well as impressive utilization of both his strengths and his opponent's weaknesses, I award the rank of Chunin to Shino Aburame. Again, most of the crowd agreed, since though he did forfeit, it was against Gaara, so no one could really hold that against him. Shino muttered a quick thank you as he received his vest and took his place next to Shikamaru. The crowd began to murmur and rumble as people began to realize who the only real option for the last promotion was. Tsunade raised her voice over the noise, silencing the crowd. "The final recipient is the single most deserving candidate this village has seen in years. Not only did he defeat all 3 of his opponents, including a former Rookie of the Year and a fully released bijou, he also managed to turn the container of that bijou into a powerful ally of our village. He did this using power and leadership that are simply unparalleled outside of the very elite of the ninja world. I hereby present Naruto Uzumaki with the rank of Chunin." The crowd was divided by this declaration. Most of the ninja and many of the younger villagers began cheering loudly, but there was still a considerable contingent that were either silent or began booing and jeering. Everyone was silenced, however, when Naruto reached the stage and let loose enough killing intent to make even the 2 Hokages sweat. The intent then disappeared as he spoke up. "To those of you that have accepted me, thank you, and rest assured, I will stop at nothing to protect you and your families so long as I am able." This was met by cheers from those who supported him, and worried looks from those who didn't. The pressure then returned even stronger than before and he became covered in his chakra shroud. "The rest of you, however, take this as your one and only warning. I will no longer tolerate hostility of any kind towards myself or anyone under my protection. Should anyone do so, they will be dealt with quickly, and without mercy. Do not doubt me on this, as it is a promise, and on my life, I never break a promise." Naruto then dispelled the killing intent, grabbed his vest and walked calmly over to stand by Shikamaru and Shino, who were both trembling slightly from the outburst. "Damn, Naruto, don't you think that was a bit much? I'm pretty sure half the village just shit themselves. Shikamaru whispered to the blonde. Shika, if you'd have gone through half the shit I have, you would have done the same or worse. Besides, you know me, I can't help but make a spectacle. Naruto replied quietly, flashing his foxy grin. Shikamaru just shook his head and muttered something about troublesome blondes, earning an angered yell from Ino, who surprised everyone with her remarkable hearing. Finally, having recovered from Naruto's acceptance speech, Tsunade once again spoke up. Now that is all for the promotions resulting from the Chunin exam final. However, there are still 2 more left for external reasons. The crowd, which had been in a loud uproar following Naruto's speech, were now silenced by the unexpected announcement. Firstly, for having proven herself repeatedly in the line of duty, I hereby present the rank of full jounin to Anko Mitarashi. Once again the crowd broke their silence, some in confused mutterings wondering who she was, and some yelling at the traitor's whore or snake bitch. Everyone fell silent, however, when she happily ran up and jumped into the arms of Naruto, wrapping her legs around him and kissing him passionately. When she finally broke the kiss, Naruto put her down, and she turned to face the crowd, an evil grin across her face and one arm draped possessively over Naruto's shoulders. Did you hear some people being hostile, Naruto-kun? She purred in a sickly sweet voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Instantly all those that had shouted at her began to tremble violently in fear, realizing what they had just done. Why, yes, I did, Inchan, Naruto said calmly, though there was a terrifying scowl across his face as he began walking towards the audience, his killer intent rising with every step. He stopped when Tsunade and Sarutobi appeared in front of him. Naruto, please let it slide this time. After all, they didn't know, and I'm sure that it'll never happen again, the Sandaime pleaded, trying to avoid a slaughter. Naruto narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before turning back to Anko. Your call, Haim, he said simply. Everybody's eyes widened at this. Anko's reputation said she was hardly merciful at the best of times, let alone when she had been personally and publicly wronged. Anko took on a thoughtful pose for a full minute. The fact that they didn't know we are together hardly excuses their behavior. Many nervous people begin to panic at this point. However, seeing as today is supposed to be a celebration, I think we can let it slide this once, she declared cheerfully. Naruto nodded and walked back to her, slinging one of his arms around her shoulders and bringing her in close to him. Everyone visibly relaxed at this, and almost everyone vowed to never do anything that might piss off those two again. A few, however, renewed their vows of hatred and vengeance towards the demon and its whore. Well, as exciting as this has been, there is still one more promotion to be announced today, Tsunade said, gaining everyone's attention as no one could guess who this one would be. For the capture and successful interrogation of a band of enemy ninja, which provided information regarding an attack on this village, as well as for defeating and killing Konoha's greatest traitor and enemy, Orochimaru Dash. The entire crowd erupted in cheers and celebrations at hearing this, till once again Tsunade spoke up, silencing them. As I was saying, for those reasons and many more, I give the rank of special jounin to Naruto Uzumaki. There was stunned silence throughout the entire village for a full minute as the information digested. Then, suddenly, there was a shout of, "Fuck yeah!" from Anko as she once again pulled her man into a deep kiss. After the silence was broken, the entire crowd erupted in applause and cheers and even the occasional wolf whistle. The crowd is silenced once more as Naruto freed himself from Anko's grip and walked to the front of the stage, turning to face the broadly smiling Hokages. Everyone waited on bated breath, eager to see what the unpredictable blonde would say next. Does this mean I don't have to wear the vest? "'Cause green totally clashes with my outfit," he asked calmly, causing everyone to either sweat drop or burst out laughing. "Well, it does," he muttered before Anko once again glomped him, this time knocking them off the edge of the stage and into the hysterical crowd. "Those two outrank us?" Shikamaru asked Shino disbelievingly, getting an equally disbelieving nod from the stoic Aburame. Chapter 10. Snake and Fox 10. It has been 6 months since the end of the Chunin exams. Naruto and Anko continued to do missions together, and became revered as the demon-snake duo, earning S-rank status and flee on-site orders in the bingo books of all the enemy villages, though that's only IWA and AIM since Konoha's other enemies began peace negotiations soon after Naruto and Anko decimated what was left of the Sound Village. Locally, things are going great for the couple, as their reputations grew and they foiled the coup d'etat attempt from Danzo. The vast majority of the village now supports and respects the two. Naruto is even unofficially pegged to be Tsunade's replacement when she steps down. And so we find Anko walking through the crowded streets of the village. Though she is currently paying little attention to the smiles and greetings she is receiving, as she is too caught up replaying the news she just received over and over in her head. Anko walked into Tsunade's office in the Hokage Tower. Anko, feeling better are we? I was somewhat worried when Naruto left alone this morning cause he said you were feeling sick. The busted blonde stated as she saw who had entered her office. Actually, that's why I'm here. See, I've been feeling sick for a few days now and you're the only one I trust to check me out, she replied. Oh, okay. Well, I've got some time before my next meeting so I guess I can have a look now. What seems to be the problem? She asked as she got up and walked over to the younger woman. Well, I've been throwing up a lot and having some weird mood swings. Well, weirder than usual. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and Anko sighed. I know, that's what I thought too, that's why I wanted you to be the one to check, she explained. Tsunade nodded and did some hand signs, covering her hands in a pleasant green glow. She then passed the hands over Anko's body. Her hands stopped over the woman's abdomen, and eventually the glow faded and she took her hands back. Well, it looks like you were right. You're definitely pregnant, about 2 months I'd say. Anko nodded and sat down in one of the chairs in front of the Hokage desk. And is everything okay with it? She asked nervously. Tsunade sighed, understanding the unasked question. Well, it appears to be healthy and developing normally, though it has quite a large chakra supply for this stage in the pregnancy. But the chakra is definitely human, not demon. And at this stage, there are no extra appendages, she said confidently, putting a comforting hand on Anko's shoulder. You're sure? She asked worriedly, receiving another nod from Tsunade. Oh, thank God, she said relieved, as she sat back in the chair and began to rub her abdomen where her baby is. Congratulations, Anko. I can't wait to see the look on Naruto's face when you tell him, Tsunade declared with a bright smile on her face. What the hell is Naruto going to think? I mean, I know he's always wanted a family, and he is always saying how he wants to be with me forever, but he's still technically 13 for fuck's sake. Oh God, what if he doesn't want it? What if he doesn't want me anymore cause he thinks I've ruined his life? What if her panic thoughts were cut off when she was struck from behind and knocked out? Good Kisame, now let's get out of here before someone gets brave, said one of her attackers while the other one, Kisame, slung her limp body over his shoulder. Okay Itachi, keep your cloak on, the bigger of the two replied jovially, before they both disappeared, leaving a street full of stunned and frightened villagers, stunned because of what happened, and frightened of what Naruto is going to do when he finds out. Someone tell the Hokage! A random onlooker yelled. Naruto had a bad feeling when he arrived back at the village. He didn't bother stopping to check in with the guards, everyone knows who he is, so he just headed straight for the Hokage Tower, eager to report in and then check in on his love. He had been worried the entire time he was gone. Anko never refused a mission, especially a high-profile assassination like this one was, so something must be very wrong with her. And since about an hour ago, he had had this unexplained feeling, as if something really bad was happening. The result of these collective worries was Naruto bursting into Tsunade's office without bothering to knock and apparently intruding on a meeting between the current and previous Hokages. Hey Bachan, G-sen, Naruto Uzumaki reporting in, mission accomplished as planned. Crime Lord is dead, Land of Waves is free and everyone is happy. So if you'll excuse me, he said as he turned to leave. Naruto, wait! We have to tell you something, Tsunade yelled before he could reach the doorway. Naruto stopped and turned to face them. Can it wait, Bachan? I wanna check up on Anko-chan. She wasn't feeling too good this morning. Naruto whined, his childish antics clashing with his incredible power and reputation. The Hokages shared a worried look. Actually, Naruto, it's about Anko, Sarutobi said solemnly. Instantly Naruto was in front of him, holding him up by the collar in a state of panic. What? What is it? What happened to her? Where is she? I want to see her now, he cried desperately. Naruto, put him down now, Tsunade commanded. Naruto did and took a step back. Sorry, Ji-san. But please tell me what's going on, he begged. It appears as though 2 hours ago, 2 missing men infiltrated the village and kidnapped Anko. I'm sorry, Naruto, Sarutobi said. What? Who? Why? Naruto demanded, his panic quickly being replaced with anger, forcing his shroud to appear, demonizing his voice. They have been identified as Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, Tsunade answered, more familiar with the blonde's pressure by now. Itachi? As in Sasuke team's brother that killed the clan? What the fuck would they want with my Anko-chan? He roared, his surprise quickly swallowed by rage. Tsunade sighed. Our sources say that they are both members of an organization that seeks to collect the bijou. My guess would be they took her to lure you into a trap, she said seriously. Fine. They want a bijou, they're gonna damn well get one, Naruto stated darkly as he walked to the window and stepped onto the sill. Wait, Naruto, you don't know where they went, Tsunade called. Naruto looked back at her. I can find my Heims chakra signature anywhere. It doesn't matter where they are, I'll find them, I'll kill them, and I'll bring her home, he stated, his tone nothing but conviction and barely contained rage. Sarutobi shivered at his voice. Is there anything you want us to do? Naruto turned and looked off into the distance. Just keep everyone out of my way. And he was gone before they could reply. I hope he'll be okay, Shizen said as she walked in, having overheard the commotion. There is nothing in this world that can harm Naruto. I just pray that Anko is okay, otherwise we're all fucked, Tsunade said darkly, staring out to where the young blonde had disappeared. Itachi Uchiha was currently experiencing something that he had not felt for over a decade. Fear. The plan had been simple: snatch the Kyuubi brat's girlfriend, lure him out of the village, capture him, take him back to the base and extract his bijou. They would then dispose of the woman, and everything would be great. And for a while, it seemed like the plan was going to work. They had snatched the girl and began making their way to the area they had decided upon earlier. Unfortunately, it was at this point where everything started to turn to shit. Out of nowhere, Kisame got hit with some weird chakra manipulation technique which cut off one of his arms and would have ripped him completely in half if Itachi hadn't knocked him away after the initial attack. And now they were staring down a blonde-haired man that, judging by the almost unbearable chakra pressure and the 9 tails dancing behind him, had to be the Kyuubi's Jinchuruki. And from the looks of things he was pissed. Kisame was seething. He had been going along with Itachi's plan, and then all of a sudden he feels his arm being ripped off and his partner pushing him out of the way of the follow-up attack that would have killed him. Itachi, take the girl, I'm gonna teach this little shit a fucking lesson, he roared as he tossed his load to the stoic Uchiha and pulled out his sword. Kisame, you idiot! You can't take this guy alone, can't you feel his chakra? Let's get back to the base where we can all take him on. Everyone should be waiting there for the extraction anyway, Itachi said in an uncharacteristically panicked voice. His warning, however, landed on deaf ears, as Kisame ignored him and tried to charge the blonde head-on. Fuck. Oh well. At least I can use his distraction to get out of here, the Uchiha thought as he turned and leapt off towards the Akatsuki's nearby base. Kisame desperately swung his sword at the blonde-haired Hanyu, only to watch in disbelief as said blonde caught the sword with his hand like it was duller than an academy lecture. Kisame struggled to free his weapon, but couldn't even make it budge in the other man's grip. What the foo dash? Kisame's curse was cut off when Naruto's free hand latched onto the Sharknin's throat, his claws digging into the blue flesh and drawing blood. Had he been able to, Kisame may have begged for his life, or cursed the blonde, or even asked for forgiveness. As it was, however, The only sound that escaped his lips was a gurgled scream as his former prey ripped out his throat, wounding him fatally but leaving him to drown in his own blood rather than finishing him quickly. The last thing that the feared member of the legendary swordsman saw was his prized weapon, being ground to dust like a brittle leaf in the hands of the one who killed him, before the blonde left to pursue his former partner. Itachi didn't even bat an eyelid as he felt his partner's chakra signature disappear completely. He just continued on his way, determined to reach his destination before his pursuer could catch up to him. Just a little more, he thought to himself, relieved that he could finally see the cave that was acting as their current base of operations. As he leapt through the opening to the cave, he was met by all of the other members of the Akatsuki, even their rarely seen, purple-eyed leader. "Where is your partner?" a hunched-over man asked impatiently. "We kidnapped the Nine-Tails Jinchuruki's woman, but he caught up with us earlier than expected and quickly did away with Kisame. It appears as though he may have full access to the Kyuubi's power," he said fearfully, shocking many who had never heard such an emotion from the usually stoic Uchiha. "This is an unexpected development, no doubt, but he is still nothing compared to the might of a god. If, and when the time comes, I shall defeat him myself," the mysterious leader said calmly. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard from just outside the cave, and it was accompanied by chakra pressure greater than anything the members had felt prior, and it shook many of them to their cores. "Sasori, Deidara, go welcome our guest, Itachi, lose the woman and back them up. Do not fail me," the leader commanded, to which 3 replies of "Hi, Leader-sama," were heard before Itachi dropped his burden into a corner of the cave, then followed the others as they leapt through the entrance to meet their opponent. Moments later, the sounds of explosions and puppets fighting echoed through the small cave. After only half a minute there was a violent scream and the explosion stopped. Moments later the sound of wood being shattered was heard and the noise from the puppets fell silent also. Finally there was a panicked cry of "Amaterasu!" followed by 2 roars, one from the black fire, the other from its intended target, blowing the flames harmlessly away from him and back towards the one that summoned them. Soon the only sound that could be heard was the agonizing screams of the Uchiha, as he was consumed by his own flames. The remaining members of the once 10-strong organization stood frozen as they listened to the horrifying last moments of one of their strongest members. The only thing that seemed to draw them out of their stupor was when the perpetrator of their comrade's death strode into the cave, with nothing to show from the battle but a slightly charred coat with a few minor tears in it. "Don't just stand there, let's get this son of a bitch!" the silver-headed member cried, before picking up a 3-bladed scythe and charging the blonde. Before he even landed his 3rd step, he felt a searing pain in his chest and looked down to see his blonde enemy standing in front of him, with his right hand buried into the silver-haired man's chest, clutching his heart tightly. "Well, fuck, you're a fast one, ain't ya?" he laughed as the blonde narrowed his eyes and growled demonically. With a sudden twitch of his hand, Naruto crushed the man's heart before pulling his hand out, expecting him to fall down dead. Instead, the man just laughed. "Fuck you, Blondie. Jashin-sama won't let me die that easily, not when there are sacrif dash." The man's jovial voice was rendered silent when a hand made entirely of chakra engulfed his head and completely vaporized it, leaving the headless corpse to fall limply to the ground with a dull thud. "Why you killed Haiden?" stuttered out a tall dark man with most of his face hidden by a mask. "You bastard, that was going to be my pleasure and mine alone!" he cried as he shed his cloak and several strange, masked creatures arose from his back. Each of the creatures opened their mouths and launched a stream of either fire, water, lightning, or concentrated wind. The result was a swirling vortex of elemental chakra that made its way towards the special jounin. Just as it was about to hit, Naruto let out a mighty roar and his chakra output increased even more, enhancing his shroud and leaving him surrounded by a 10-foot-tall likeness of the Kyuubi made entirely of his blue chakra. The newly powered-up shield barely even flickered when the multi-element attack collided with it. After only a moment the attack died down, and the masked Nin was forced to recall his pets, as he had put almost all of his chakra into that attack in hopes of defeating the threat quickly. Unfortunately for him, this is not what occurred. In fact, all that he managed to do was tire himself out, and kick up a dust cloud that filled most of the cave. Before the dust settled, there was a burst of blue light and a short cry of surprise and pain. When it was finally gone, Naruto stood over the completely shredded corpse of the once immortal Kakuzu. Naruto turned his eyes to the 4 remaining members of the Akatsuki that stood before him. There was a freaky black and white guy with a plant on his head, a reasonably cute woman with light blue hair with a paper flower in it, a mysterious guy with an orange spiral mask, and finally the one he figured had to be the leader, an orange-haired man with way too many piercings and strange ringed eyes. The one in the orange mask stepped forward. "You have truly grown strong, Naruto-kun." He was cut off when he found one of the blonde's hands sticking out of his stomach. All of the remaining members widened their eyes considerably, as if they thought such an event to be impossible. The masked nin himself didn't seem to be able to understand what was happening. "Nobody calls me that but Anko-chan, and that sure as fuck isn't you, so die you masked bastard," Naruto said coldly before ripping the hand inside him upwards, tearing the man in half like a piece of paper. The leader stared at him with a renewed visage of indifference, but all of them had seen the flicker of fear that crossed his features at the easy defeat of his secret master. "Conan," he said blankly, without taking his eyes off the young man opposite him. "Hi, Pain-sama," the woman stuttered out before disappearing in a swirl of paper and reappearing holding Anko with a paper kunai to her throat, drawing a slight trickle of blood. "Surrender now, and we shall let the woman leave this place unharmed," Pain stated calmly. Naruto gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes, internally kicking himself for allowing that to happen. "Let her go now, and I will make your deaths quick and painless," was Naruto's counter-offer. The freaky plant guy laughed. "You are in no position to be making demands, foolish boy," he taunted, then added in a different voice. "Yes, I will enjoy feasting on your flesh after we are done with the extraction." Naruto quirked an eyebrow at the ever-increasingly creepy plant guy. "Where do they find freaks like you? Is there a creepy henchman owl at the supermarket or something?" taunted a familiar voice that made Naruto's heart soar. Anko had awoken when the paper bitch, as she had dubbed her, had picked her up. She cut a grin at Naruto, letting him know that she was essentially okay. "Wow, Naruto-kun, judging by the body count and the fear I can taste rolling off these pussies, you've been having fun without me again, haven't you?" Naruto smirked, amazed that she could always manage to calm him down, even in the most dire of situations. "Sorry, Inchan, but I made sure to leave the weirdest and cutest ones for you to handle. The others weren't much fun anyway." Anko put on a fake pout and turned away from him, at least as much as she could with a kunai to her neck. "Oh, so you think she's cute, do you? Well, maybe you can take her home to service you, 'cause I sure as hell won't be doing it for a while after you let me get kidnapped," she threatened. Naruto's eyes widened considerably, and he disappeared, instantly reappearing kneeling in front of Anko, latched onto her legs like a frightened child clinging to its mother. The combination of his incredible speed and infantile behavior left the Akatsuki unsure if they should be afraid or amused by the strange man that had defeated 7 of their members in under an hour. Before they had more time to ponder the problem, they realized that the blonde had disappeared again, taking his lover with him. Before they could properly accept this development, freaky plant guy found himself unable to breathe or speak as a kunai was forcefully rammed through his neck, almost severing his head completely. "You're right, Naruto-kun, these guys are no fun," Anko said as she retrieved her kunai from the recently deceased nin's throat. Naruto shrugged. "Told ya, although, now that it's 2-on-2, how about we play with these last ones for a while before we head home?" he proposed, draping himself over her shoulder and talking into her ear. Anko's grin threatened to split her face if it grew any bigger. "Okay, I'll take the paper slut, you can have ginger nuts. Piercings were never really my thing anyway. You fools do not know who you are dealing with. I am Pain. I am a god, you cannot defeat me," the overly pierced leader yelled before summoning what appeared to be 5 other versions of himself. Naruto fake shuddered. "So many gingers," he muttered as if scared, causing Anko to laugh loudly and rub him on the back in fake consoling motions. "It's okay, honey, just try not to focus on it, alright?" she said soothingly. Naruto took a deep breath and fake psyched himself up. "Okay, you can do this, They're just like any other opponent, they don't have cooties, and even if they do, you're up to date with your shots. He then shook his head and got into his fighting stance. Let's do this, fireballs. The Pains gave no reaction to the taunting, but nevertheless several of them did charge in. Naruto quickly lost his smirk and returned to business mode as he began to fend off their assault. He quickly discovered that each of them seemed to have a unique ability or specialty. Having discovered this, he quickly analyzed what he could, about what each body could do and therefore how to best defeat each one. After this, it wasn't long before he was able to bring down 2 of the 4 that he was facing. Once they were eliminated, the 2 that had previously stayed out of it became involved, one summoning strange monsters and the other launching missiles and grenades into the battleground. Having found out their capabilities, Naruto immediately made several shadow clones that he sent after the 2 long-range types, whilst he kept the 2 close-range types busy. Having usually relied on the other bodies to save them in close-range fights, the 2 long-distance specialists were soon overwhelmed and killed by Naruto's clones. Realizing that defeat was coming, one of the bodies tried to retreat while the other covered for it. Naruto quickly killed the distraction body and was soon on the trail of the final body that had fled out the entrance to the cave. Anko was becoming frustrated in her battle against the paper-wielding female. Whilst she was able to avoid most damage and even land a few solid hits on the Akatsuki member, the damage was quickly repaired. This is even worse than sparring Naruto with his damn healing. I'll have to step this up a notch, she thought to herself. She ended her assault and leapt back from her opponent, whilst flipping quickly through hand signs. Let's see how you deal with this, paper bitch. Katon, Karya Endin! She cried, putting her hands to her mouth and spitting a huge stream of fire in the shape of a serpentine dragon. Konan easily avoided the attack and started doing her own hand signs. Fool, you don't think that everyone I've ever fought has tried using fire against me? I learned years ago how to cancel the effects of fire jutsu using this technique. Ninpo, Kami sh. Before she could finish her technique, she felt incredible heat coming from behind her. She turned just in time to see Anko's dragon from earlier land a direct hit into her chest, knocking her to the ground and setting her entire body ablaze. Anko watched in morbid curiosity as her opponent screamed and writhed in agony before falling silent, eventually leaving nothing but a pile of ashes and a scorch mark on the ground. That's what you get for trying to fuck with my family, bitch! Anko spat coldly as she turned away from her enemy's remains to look around the cave. Now where did Naruto run off to? Naruto had followed the final body to a smaller cave about a mile from the larger one they had left. Inside, he found not only the orange-haired Pain he was chasing, but also a frail-looking man with long purple hair, and the same eyes as the others, which lead to one conclusion. I take it then that you are the original? Naruto asked the purple-headed Pain. Indeed I am. My true name is Nagato, leader of the Akatsuki and the one true god, the scrawny man said confidently. Look, I really didn't come here to talk, so... Before he finished he vanished, then re-emerged behind the final orange Pain, who soon fell to the ground, his head having been torn off and crushed. Nagato gasped in shock and tried to turn and run, only to be caught and held off the ground by his throat, Naruto's clawed hand cutting off his air and blood supply enough to make him dizzy, but still conscious. Why you see can't kill me, I am a Gigi god, he choked out spitefully. Naruto chuckled darkly. You're no god, you're barely even human. And now you're nothing. Naruto declared coldly as he activated his shroud and incinerated the god till there was nothing left but a smoking pile on the floor. Hey, that's how I ended my fight too, Anko said as she appeared next to her lover. Naruto immediately pulled her into a tight embrace and kissed her passionately. Oh, thank God you're okay in Heim. I could hardly breathe when they told me you had been taken. I wouldn't be able to live if I lost you. Come on, Naruto, we're okay now, that's all that matters. Now let's go home. Naruto nodded and picked her up bridal style, causing her to giggle in surprise. Naruto stared at her wide-eyed. What? She asked. Did you just giggle? He asked, trying to suppress his own laughter at her flushed expression. It quickly changed to a glare, however, as she smacked him on the head. Hey, I'm pregnant, I'm allowed to do whatever the hell I feel like, she declared angrily. Naruto nearly dropped her as he stumbled in shock at her revelation. You're pregnant? He asked disbelievingly. That's right, she replied, somewhat sheepishly. Like with a baby? No, with a fucking dining table. Of course it's a baby, you jackass! She yelled irritably. He was silent for a few moments with a serious expression on his face, which began to make all of Anko's previous concerns come back tenfold. They were soon dispelled, however, as his face stretched into the widest, truest smile she'd ever seen on him. He carefully set her down and clutched onto her desperately. Thank you? Thank you? Thank you? Thank you? Thank you so much, Haim, he said as tears flowed freely down his cheeks. Anko was blown away by his reaction, especially since she had never seen him shed a single tear, let alone the torrent that was flowing now. What do you mean, Naruto? She asked, confused. He pulled back slightly and looked into her eyes. For giving me everything I've ever wanted and making me the happiest creature on this or any other planet. I love you, my Hebe Haim. Hearing his answer, she too broke out into tears, and for the first time in her life they were tears of joy. And I you, my Foxy-kun. And that concludes this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Snake and Fox, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Chunky Lover 584, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.